Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Lewis Brown, your Local 1000 president. Today is December 29th, 2021. Surprise! This evening at 6:30, we will have our special board meeting, one agenda item, which will be to ratify our 2022 budget for the year. So we sent emails out to let everybody know about this. We sent it to the board on two different occasions, and we sent the board an email at 10:31 in the morning on December 20th, and we also sent the board an email on December 27th at 5:42. We wanted to make sure the board knew about this special board meeting tonight at 6:30. As you know, this morning we sent out an email, and that was sent out at 7:06 a.m. this morning because I wanted to surprise everyone by giving people plenty of time to call and ask questions about the budget. And we'll get to the budget presentation here shortly, and then we'll do it again tonight at 6:30. And our controller, our fabulous controller for Local 1000, Chris Brackett, along with our VP Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez, they'll talk about this budget presentation. So what we're going to do today is go through the budget presentation over and over and over again. And we're going to allow anyone to ask questions, whether you're quote, representative employee of Local 1000, or if you're on the board as a DLC president or a bunk chair, you can also ask questions. So this is fabulous. And as you know, we sent out these emails 7 times, 2 times to the board, and then we sent out 5 more emails to everyone. So the second email went out to everyone on December 20th at 6:19 p.m. And then on December 21st, we sent out an email to everyone at 12:41 p.m. And then we sent out December 21st, we sent out an email at 12:41. And then on December 27th at 9:01 a.m., we sent out an email to everyone represented by Local 1000. And then on December 28th at 12:54 p.m., we sent out an email to everyone. And then finally this morning, December 29th at 7:06 a.m., we sent out an email to everyone. Why did I take time to read all that? Because I want you to know that Local 1000, we will become a transparent union. That is what we will become. And I've been here for 6 months, and it's been an interesting day. Every single day I've come to work, and we want to become transparent. And so when people say they didn't get the emails, I want to make sure for this special board meeting to pass our budget for 2022 that everyone had an opportunity to know about it and come tonight at 6:30. This is going on our website, and it's also on my Facebook page, RL Brown. And people can register and ask questions through Zoom all the way up to 6:30 tonight. Now, this has been an incredible year for 2021 for Local 1000. I'm going to say it again. This has been an incredible year for 2021 for Local 1000. As the 3rd Local 1000 elected president in its history, I feel very honored to have served you from June 30th up to now. And I will continue to serve you and only you for the remainder of my term with my powers fully intact. Before I get started with the budget presentation, I was reading the impact statement on Wednesday night last week, and I didn't finish it. So I'm going to start over, and I'm going to read that impact statement again. We have all day to get through all this, so it should be fun. And I'll try to make it entertaining to keep everyone, excited and well enthused. All right, so reality is he's a throwback union reformer. Let me stop right there. That statement, Richard as a right winger, right to work Freedom Foundation tool, is so accurate because I have been smeared since the time I stepped foot into this office, and actually before I was sworn in on June 27th of this year on a Sunday afternoon about 4 to 4:15. I am not a right winger. I'm a labor leader. I have never worked for the right to work. I've never been part of any Freedom Foundation. So when people are saying this on Facebook and they're telling people throughout the state and throughout America that Richard Lewis Brown, Local 1000 president, is part of a organization to destroy our union or destroy unions across America, that is an absolute lie. That is an absolute lie. But they have done this, and based off the lies they started before I was sworn in, they were able to have their insurrectionists out of order, improper meeting October 16th and 17th at the California Democratic headquarters. Based on lies. The person who wrote this, they're laying it out for you. Based on lies. I'm gonna continue on. Unlike the aforementioned article, I lay out some facts that still have gone unreported for any news outlet. Local 1000 is painfully divided into warring factions. It has operated for the most part behind closed doors and led by a dictatorial union boss for the last 13 years. In this time, President Walker has been able to surround herself with sycophantic followers, all willing to sell out the membership if it meant currying favor with Mama Bear. That's this person's opinion. In 13 years, Yvonne Walker sat at the helm. Dues paying membership has nosedived to a fraction it once had. We're going to talk about this in this budget presentation. Since 2008, the trend has continued its downward spiral. Under Yvonne Walker, state employees have lost several days of pay to every California governor, regardless of their political party. I need to repeat that for you again. Under Yvonne Walker, state employees have lost several days of pay to every California governor, regardless of their political party. During contract bargaining in 2016, Yvonne Walker walked away from contract negotiations to prioritize and force a statewide officer stipend vote during a 22-hour marathon council session. After returning to the bargaining table, received a lesser offer and announced the contract had been ratified through a pre-recorded video without ever divulging the results of the membership vote. And so when people say, why are you so transparent? Because I'm trying to overcome the prior history of Local 1000 being non-transparent. Okay, during the 2018 contract negotiations, Yvonne Walker lied to the membership by stating that retirement health benefits were not a guaranteed right, despite the fact it was expressly spelled out in our California government code. All right. Here's a quote by a famous American, Frederick Douglass. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them. And so all these lies that have been told about me from the time I was sworn in, and actually before, and when they sent the police to my house on May 25th in the morning at 5 o'clock on a false allegation that there was a woman inside my house screaming, people have remained quiet about this in this union. You say, well, how does that affect our budget? It affects our budget because here I am in my first year, my first 6 months, proposing the 2022 budget. And there are rumors that, quote, it won't pass. Why is that? Because they're trying to smear me with the lies they started with months ago. Hopefully tonight at 6:30, when Chris Brackett and David Jimenez presents the budget presentation, this new budget will pass 65-0. Hopefully everyone will come tonight. But when you don't call out injustice for what it is, and people say just focus on the present and on the future, but you refuse to go back in the past to correct the injustice, then you're doomed to create that same mistake in the future. That's why there are so many people who are inspired by my leadership because I'm addressing the past while preparing for the present, going into the future. All right. While the old guard is gone, her lemming like followers are still present and reeling from their demagogue election loss. Everybody can't win an election, but we have to accept the election results. And when they tell you that, Richard only won with 33% of the vote, how many people actually knew about our local 1000 election? How many people actually knew that every year we have to do a budget and it has to be passed by the board? Does people even know that? Have people ever known that? All right. The full-throated volume from them has increased exponentially, but their numbers continue to wane. So even though you see people on Facebook complaining about my leadership, that's a small minority group. That's not the overwhelming majority of Local 1000. We'll get to that here in the PowerPoint as well about the budget. Quote, screaming with their hair on fire is only a desperate cry for the return to bygone days where they can operate in the dark corners unquestioned. Remember this statement. Screaming with their hair on fire is only a desperate cry for the return to bygone days where they can operate in the dark corners unquestioned. How does that relate to our budget? Because I'm presenting the budget to not just the board, because we're not a BOD run union, we're a member run union. I'm not doing things in the dark. I'm exposing everything. And so when these people are lying and saying all these things about don't pass the budget and they have all these questions to ask, nothing is stopping the DLC presidents from coming on today and asking their questions. But yet they tell people that I won't allow them to ask questions. Again, that's not true. The email that went out said it would be a yes or no vote. So they read it literally. But just like I'm giving everyone the opportunity to raise their hands today from 11 o'clock up to 6:30, the DLC presidents and bunk chairs have that same opportunity because I'm giving equal love and respect to everyone. And you say, well, don't the DLC presidents represent their prospective DLCs? I would say yes and no. 33 of those DLC presidents ran unopposed, so we don't know who they're representing, themselves or their DLCs. 33. We'll talk about that. All right. If you can scratch the surface of their vitriol against the new president, you will find no substance to their alarmist squawking. Despite all the made-up garbage that has been disproven as lies, it has not stopped the Facebook crowd from repeating them or inventing new ones. The constant drumbeat of fact-free labels invented by a small organized loyalist group and their cult followers has only served to brainwash themselves into believing their own hate speech. That's a powerful statement. It is unfortunate that in today's world's ratings, not news drives the corporate news outlets. How do you drive ratings? By simply providing even more sensationalism than your competition. Look at our local newspaper here in Sacramento, SAC-B, when they said I had fired so many of the staff, and that was not true. That was not true. We have, I think, over 145 staff. We have 8 vacant positions right now. Since I've started, yes, we have dismissed some staff, but this idea that I dismissed this great number is factually untrue. All right. Anytime you have a new leadership, some of the old staff will be, quote, let go. We'll talk about that, though, because that's part of the budget, because they're saying that they're so concerned about the budget and that they don't know if they can pass the budget because of staff turnover. Again, in this thing here, in this impact statement, it says no substance to the alarmist squawking. This is laying it out, what they're saying. Well, actually, what, quote, a minority group on the board is trying to do. Not the whole board, because there's some really great people on the board of directors, incredible people. But sometimes their voices, well, oftentimes their voices are being overshadowed by those who are trying to, quote, create controversy under the guise that they're so concerned about their members. And some of the people on the board, a minority group, who talk the loudest are some of the same people who ran unopposed. All right, so here we go. It is
by simply providing even more sensationalism than your competition. It also equally true that cable news no longer tries to hide the fact that they are firmly captured by the two-party political system and owned by a handful of multinational corporations. What's more, if a person that questions the status quo, then you are instantly labeled as being the other in the other guy's camp, and by default, automatically attached to everything that camp believes, also known as identity politics. How true is that? Because you saw people criticize me for going on Fox News because they invited me, but I never got the invitation from CBS, ABC, NBC, or CNN. But I got an invitation from Fox News. Now, for instance, one particular theme that continues to surface is the article is Richard Lewis Brown's appearance on Fox News. The duplicitous use of Fox News is thrown out to churn the waters for readers who subscribe to one particular camp. If you follow this line of hypocrisy, then the label of Fox News automatically makes Mr. Brown a messenger for the corporate world, the RNC, a tool of the Koch brothers or the Freedom Foundation. Yet none of this has ever been substantiated, nor does any article even attempt to point to an instance where President Brown has endorsed such right wing groupthink. In other words, there's no proof when they're saying that I'm supporting the quote, Freedom Foundation, right to work. Where's your proof? They don't have any. But those are the lies that they're building so they can create confusion, but yet they tell you that they're, quote, so concerned about membership. But that's not the truth. I will remind readers that as late as August 2016, Fox News and the RNC ran on a platform of anyone but Trump. To be fair, yes, Fox went all in after the November election. I will point out also that Fox News has interviewed people like Bernie Sanders. I love Bernie Sanders. Okay, Glenn Greenwald. And before I finish this impact statement, let me say this, because my voting record is up on my website, Create Excellence 7437. You say, Richard, you love Bernie Sanders? No, I cannot just say that I love Bernie Sanders. I can show you to you my voting record. 2016 primary, I think he lost to Hillary. And in 2020, I voted in the primary for Bernie Sanders. See, I can show you the documentation that goes against this evilness and these lies that, quote, I'm trying to destroy the union. I'm part of the Freedom Foundation. I'm trying to destroy the budget. I'm going to take half the money out of the budget. That's not what I said. I ran on the platform to reduce your dues by 50%. That's what I ran on. But see, they take stuff and they lie about it, and then they sell it to you in a very sensational way. And then when they come on and they attack me on video, and I have to, quote, get at them, then they say I'm being unprofessional and I'm not dignified. While they say things about me, I have the document in front of me of the racist cartoon picture about me that was up on Facebook. And then you know about the other stuff that was said about me back in August. Okay. But I voted for Bernie Sanders. Unfortunately, he lost. All right. Dr. Cornel West and the esteemed philosopher, Professor Noam Chomsky. When is the last time you have seen a news segment on Edward Snowden or Julia Assange on CNN? If one of the approved media outlets had offered to interview President Brown, don't you think he would have accepted it? I'm going to tell you absolutely. Because by going on TV, now I can drive up membership for Local 1000. What's the fastest way to drive up membership other than word of mouth? Media. Because now people in the union will see that the status quo is no longer in existence. The same customs and practices about not enforcing our contract, that's over. The idea of calling for a strike and actually going on a strike after bargaining in good faith for a period of time and reaching a legal impasse, that will happen. But now we will go on strike and shut down the fourth largest economy on earth. That's why it's so important to pass this budget as to show our membership and our representative employees who we want to become dues paying members that we're serious. The good old days of the status quo of us losing money while under a signed contract and losing jobs under a signed contract, they're over. Just look to Lansing County, to our prison up there, CCC. We've been fighting off that prison closure for months. We didn't just roll over and give up. Let me continue on here. because I would love for the news to call me because I do have a story to tell about the union I belong to and about the hypocrisy that I'm under because they tell you to accept the election victories when a candidate runs. And I did not cheat in this election. But yet, there are some people in this union, on the board and outside of the board, who cannot accept my election victory, who will never accept my election victory. But yet, they'll tell you to accept the victory of President Joe Biden. Let's move on. The leading statements are delivered with a stylized, outboxed, everyone knows bend, but that is the extent of investigative and journalism one receives from these articles. Mr. Brown states very pointedly, if they swear me in, I'm going to go on national TV and give interviews to anybody that wants to know the truth about the corruption of this union that I belong to. That's true. Not once was it pointed out that CNN or any other left-leaning news outlet has reached out to interview Mr. Brown because he doesn't fit their already entrenched theme. In other words, I don't fit the status quo. Fox News was eager to interview Richard Brown for one obvious reason: a union president that has the audacity to not blindly support Gavin Newsom, who's a Democrat. And it should be known, before I start this budget presentation, it should be known that I am currently a registered Democrat. It's on my website, createdexcellence7437.com. You can look it up. I can verify my mouth. Other people who are claiming to be certain parties and this and that, ask them to produce their voter's card. See if they can. Ask them to produce their voting record going back in time. So when they say they want to see all this transparency on all these things in the union, but yet when you ask them same questions about show me your transparency on how you voted, if you even vote in this country, let's see what they show you. All right. The entrenched belief for decades is that labor always backs Democrats while businesses back Republicans. Let me repeat that for you again. The entrenched belief for decades is that labor always backs Democrats while businesses back Republicans. Now, some people will say, hey, that is true. How true is that? Hard to say. Anyway, the media continues to drive this worn-out stereotype without ever examining the factuality of their convictions. If you're a good insert political party, Democrat, Republican, whatever, you don't question the status quo. How many remember that President Bill Clinton, who was a Democrat, signed NAFTA into law back in the early 90s? How many people remember that? And that was a big old deal about we're going to create a global society. But that hurt unions across America. Many jobs went across the ocean. But that was a Democrat who did that. Are the Democrats always right? No. Are the Republicans always right? No. No one always has the perfect answer. No one. All right. When California went into the COVID-19 lockdown, one of the first things Democrat Governor Newsom did was the same thing the two previous governors had done. The same thing the two previous governors, Governor Jerry Brown and Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, balanced the budget on the backs of state employees. Under Local 1000 President Yvonne Walker, both Governor Brown and Schwarzenegger cut state employee pay. Now, in a 2020 side letter agreement that was reached under a signed contract, Yvonne Walker unilaterally gave up 2 days of pay. State employees represented by Local 1000 have not fared well under President Walker's 13-year leadership, regardless of the governor's political party. Let me stop here for a second, because passing this budget is very, very important. And that's why I said it has to be passed in its original format, because we're going to organize our union under the representational model that started October 1st. That's working really well, because our next contract, our current contract expires June 30th, 2023. We go into contract talks in the spring of 23. We have to start now, and that's why passing this budget in its original format must get done tonight. We've always passed our budget on time. It's always been in its original format. There's never been any, there may be some questions here and there, but they've always passed that budget on time in its original format. And why is it so important? Because we must be made whole for losing 2 days of pay that was scheduled for 2 fiscal years, not just one, but 2 fiscal years. Now, I want to go back real quickly. Schwarzenegger furloughed us 2 days a month starting February 2009, went to a third day, July 2009. And the Democrat controlled legislature approved it. But he lost in court because you can't furlough everybody. You can't furlough all the state agencies equally because certain job classifications, those jobs are mission essential. Some of those agencies got their money back, and our union dropped those lawsuits. Jerry Brown got us to give up our money voluntarily. One day in 2010, and then one more day in 2012 while we were under a signed contract. So that's 2 days with Jerry Brown. And then we were supposed to lose 4 days with Gavin Newsom, but we only lost 2. So 2 and 2 is 4 days compared to 3 with Schwarzenegger. But we gave up our money under the Democrats. The Republicans just furloughed us. Now, people say, well, giving up our money was better because we can bank the time and this and that. The bottom line is you lost money while under a signed contract. That has to stop. And it will stop when I'm your chief negotiator, when I'm running your union with my full powers vested. Now, instead of clinging to the now disproved theory that bribing politicians to do their job is just the way things get done, we can now have a more balanced foundation for discussion. In other words, what this statement is saying is, just for the fact that we're showing you our budget in front of the whole world because we have nothing to hide, and our intentions are honorable to, quote, help the working class obtain a substantial pay increase, that tells you that we're not, quote, bribing politicians, that we're not doing backroom deals. I'm doing this out in front of you. I'm telling you exactly what Local 1000 is going to do, and I need your support. And that's why passing this budget tonight is so vitally important. And that's why doing it in front of everyone so you can monitor my behavior, so you can say, oh, Richard was very professional. But now, more importantly, you can see the board in action. You can see how they raise their questions. And now you will find out that Richard was never the problem. There are certain people on the board who don't want to pass this budget, who want to create lies and controversy, but yet they create these lies and controversy under the guise that they're so concerned about membership. But that's not true. The article went to great length to emphasize Richard Lewis Brown's cardinal sin of not supporting Gavin Newsom, but only Fox News reported Brown is not endorsing any candidate in the recall election. That's accurate. This important piece of information wasn't even mentioned, nor does it fit the characterization the opposition so desperately wants to prove. The characterization, characterize. They're trying to portray me as this out of control character that's driving our membership down. That's an absolute lie. We talked about this months ago, how membership has been going down in decline over the years. But this characterization that they're creating for you about me is not the first time a person who looks like me has been portrayed as being a detriment to society. It's not the first time, nor is it the last time. When you look at the foundation of this country, people who look like me, we know how we'll be portrayed. And oftentimes it's not in a good light. All right. Sure, the Koch Foundation, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, or fill in your own ideologue will rant about special interest donations while at the same time looking the other way for approved funding of corporate dollars into Republican coffers. The truth, according to OpenSecrets.org, labor has consistently ranked 12th. Listen to this. Labor has consistently ranked 12th in total lobby dollars since 1998 and remains such a small amount to other sectors like health insurance, banking, and defense. Remains minuscule. Okay. Now, how well has Yvonne Walker's campaign donations helped with lost days of pay or contracts that don't outpace inflation under Democratic governors? Moreover, under Yvonne Walker's administration, the Republican governor Schwarzenegger furloughed state employees, costing them 3 days of pay each month, and some lost even more. Let's talk about that and why passing this budget is so important. tonight at 6:30, when we do the budget presentation, we take the questions, we open up the meeting to do the roll call vote to pass the budget. It's so important that we pass this budget to show that our union has faith in elections. Our union has faith in its new leader, myself. That's so vitally important. See, when we lost 3 days of pay, 2 days initially, then to a third day under Schwarzenegger, some people said, well, that's just 3 days of pay while under a signed contract. That's horrendous. No, let me tell you what's horrendous. To everyone in this union who voted in this election, because you were inspired by my leadership, by the things that I said, many of you lost your homes, your cars, your marriages during that furlough fiasco. I said 30,000 of you, and I meant that. And you've never recovered from that. And here I am today because of you, 2,637 voters who did not lose faith in Local 1000, who did not lose faith in their country or in that great ideal of voting. We won't lose faith now tonight when we pass this budget. We will not lose faith. We will pass this budget tonight. Now, when the dust cleared, Yvonne Walker made the unilateral decision to drop the lawsuit against the governor. Other bargaining units who pursued their own lawsuits eventually were made whole. And we had some people in Local 1000 who were made whole too. There was a couple different agencies that were made whole after the furloughs. But people like myself and many others, we weren't made whole. And we had called for a strike back then, but we didn't go on strike. And then we called for a strike on December 5th, 2016, but it was called off on December 2nd, 2016. We didn't go on strike. Every time we've called to go on strike, we haven't gone on strike. That's why passing this budget is so important, so we can create our strike fund. Oh, praise God. All right. Speaking afterwards on Local 1000, dropping the lawsuits against the state of California, here's a quote from Lynn Jolly, the spokeswoman for the State Department of Personnel Administration back then in 2011. The agreement is a good deal for the state on two fronts. Listen to this. I was talking about the agencies. The first five, California, the Prison Industry Authority, PIA, the California Earthquake Authority, the California Housing Finance Agency, and the California State Lottery all received reimbursement. They got their money back. Now, I was told SCIF got their money back too. I'm not for sure about that. It cost taxpayers nothing since all five departments were completely self-funded. SEIU also agreed to drop the four other furlough lawsuits pending in Alameda, Sacramento, and San Francisco courts, Jolly said. Those lawsuits had the potential to cost the state tens of millions of dollars in back wages and interest for roughly 80,000 of the 95,000 workers the local represents. Let me repeat that for you again. SEIU, under the leadership of Yvonne Walker, agreed to drop four other furlough lawsuits pending in Alameda, Sacramento, and San Francisco courts, Jolly said. Those lawsuits had the potential to cost the state tens of millions of dollars in back wages and interest for roughly 80,000 of the 95,000 workers the local represents. All that money could have been gotten back. So when they talk about tonight about the cost of doing this and the cost of doing that, and under Richard's leadership, he's cost the union all this money. I haven't cost the union anything. Do not fall for these lies that some of the board will say when they ask questions tonight, or if they call in today. Don't fall for it. Those are lies. They're baseless. Moving on. No vote of their membership was taken. No rescue by SEIU International ever arrived. So when they said that we're stronger together, 2-point-some million with International in DC, tell those who lost their homes and their cars and their marriages and their credit scores, Tell them about us being stronger with international. So there's a strong reason why international is now involved in our internal politics. They didn't come down to help us during the furlough situation or the POP situation, but now they're heavily involved and they're worried about the ethics. We'll get to that though. The small group of insurrectionists back these decisions without a question. They do not represent our membership, our values, and they certainly don't protect our vote. One of the key points the media likes to focus on is the number of votes cast in the election, 7,880. The number by itself is meaningless without any context. But the approved messaging would have the reader believe only a small fraction of the membership bothered to vote. Well, why did a small fraction of the membership bother to vote? Did everyone know there was an election going on? Because many people tell me they didn't even know about the election. They don't even know. They did not know that there was an election going on. They don't even know when the elections happen every 3 years. So, okay. Now, look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not done reading this. I'm going to stop here. I want to bring Bob Holtz on. He's our new bunk chair for Bargaining Unit 3. Is Bob there? Is he there, Bob Holtz?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Bob. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Richard.
Thank you
I'm
for your
doing really
patience.
well. Thank you.
Well, listen, I'm sorry I didn't get you on last Wednesday night. I apologize. When you won your bunk chair, that's fantastic. It was on video. Everyone saw it. Congratulations. You are the bunk chair for 3.
Yes, sir.
Now, you signed the pledge and you sent it back in. Thank you. By our policy file, the way it's interpreted, the swearing in of DLC presidents and bunk chairs, it's ceremonial, but some people take it very, very seriously. So, Bob, I'm going to give you the utmost respect. Can I swear you in right now?
No, that'd be great. I appreciate it. It was a good conversation on Wednesday and didn't want to interrupt it. So waited patiently.
Thank you. So
You bet.
we'll get started right now, and then I'll let you talk for a little bit. So here we go. Here's our pledge. It's in our policy file. And so I'll read, and then I want you to repeat after me, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I,
Robert Holtz,
pledge my word and honor
pledge my word and honor
that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
to which I have been elected
to which I've been elected
in accordance with the rules of Local 1000
in accordance with the rules of Local 1000
and to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my ability,
carry out the plans and programs
carry out the plans and programs
of the union,
of the union,
help build unity,
help build unity,
strength,
strength,
and participation
and participation
among members in the union,
among members in the union,
in the workplace,
in the workplace,
in our communities,
in our communities,
and in the political arena,
and in the political arena,
and purchase union label goods
and purchase union label goods
and use union services
and use union services
whenever they can be obtained.
whenever they can be obtained.
Mr. Bob Holtz, Robert J. Holtz,
That's me.
congratulations.
Well, thank you for taking the time to do this. Yeah, I understood it was ceremonial, and it's good to be recognized by the president and recognized for the properly elected, process that we used. It was great. It worked out really well. Eloise moderated exceptionally well. She's fantastic. I've known her for some time. I work at California Institution for Men in Chino. Been a vocational instructor there for about the last 8 years, but I've been with the department for going on 29 years. I've actually been on the other side on a management team, vice principal and principal. I was a fire chief at a state prison, so first line supervisor. So I know their playbook. and it's not very good. So I think we could do better. I think we could, if we come together as a union, as a group, as a force, we can make things happen. And I'll never forget, share a quick little story. I was a vice principal, and I thought I was going to come in and change up how things were done. And it was a trade advisory meeting, and the faculty pretty much said, "I hope it goes well for you, Mr. Holtz, because you can't count on us," because I didn't come at them in the right way. And that just showed the power of the people, the power of the group that can make change. And fortunately, I had a great peer that said, "Bob, you got to apologize. You got to do what's right, and you got to move forward." And we did, and we had one of the best schools. So I think, that's what we all need to do: move forward, make things happen, come together as a group, because I saw how a group works together. And I'm going to embrace, my vice chair, alternate vice chair, and get them involved in a decision process. It's not going to be just up to me. They're going to be part of. I just got something from Eloise regarding a calendar, and I need Terry's hindsight. I need my foresight, and I need Barbara Wheeler to be there to keep us in check. So we're going to work together really well as a team, and they're going to be involved and understand what's going on as often as I can. So I appreciate you getting the information out to the members like this, and I think it's really helpful. It's really been nice opening the door to the website without having to go through a password and figuring out what the heck to do now. It's really nice to go click and find what you need, rather than go through 9 security checks and get frustrated and not get where you wanted to go. So thank you for what you're doing.
Bob, I want to thank you for calling in. I want to ask you something, Bob, because I have to do all this stuff. And so with the newly elected bunk chairs, what is something that you feel was critical to ensure that in our next contract, as I'm your chief negotiator, but you'll handle your particular bargaining unit number 3, what is something that we have to do that hasn't been done before?
I think we've done a pretty good job engaging the members. I think with all what we have available to us now, I think we can do a better job with engaging those members, and make sure we're listening to what they're wanting, and not put forth any agendas that aren't member driven.
And when I've been telling people the 21% pay increase across the board for everyone, and the elimination of the 3.5% OPEB deduction for our retiree health care, and to stop the fact that 5.11, the dignity clause, where CalHR is the final decision maker, I said that will stop. How do you feel about those issues?
I don't think it's so far-fetched, because every day you see more and more organized labor getting, raises, getting cost, big cost of living increases, and things of that nature. The dignity clause needs to be tightened up. And one of the things that's really resonated with some of the things that you said is must endeavor. That language has got to go, because it says we can really, 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 really try hard, but we don't have to do nothing. We tried, but we just, and that's on the state side. They can, so that must endeavor needs to leave a lot of language. It doesn't do anything.
So wait, I have a question about that, because I know you're within CDCR. That must endeavor, I strongly agree with. And as long as I'm your chief negotiator, those words will never be in our contract while I'm the president. Now, that's a promise. I know you will hold it down for bargaining unit 3. I hope that the bunk chairs for 17, the RNs, the bunk chair for 20, the LVNs, and the other job classifications within bargaining unit 20, and hopefully the bunk chair for 15, hopefully they feel the same way as you do, because I feel very strongly about that. That word, that phrase, must endeavor, that is ridiculous.
I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it means. Like I said, it says endeavor means to try really hard. It doesn't necessarily mean to get anywhere. And yeah, it's soft in its language. Gotta go.
Oh,
Yep.
oh,
I don't
okay.
have to go, but that language has to go.
Oh, okay. So is there so is there anything else that you want to talk about?
No, I'm just thankful to be representing Unit 3. Good people. I believe we have a pretty strong membership in that group. I would like to take a close look at it and find out if there's members that they're employees that aren't members, because they definitely should be. So that's going to be top of my list.
Well, anything I can do to help you, Bob, I want you to reach out to me, and I'll do everything I can to make sure that you have the time to reach out to everyone in bargaining unit 3. And I know it's not easy working behind those prison walls. So I greatly
29 years, it's routine for me. I can do it. I can navigate. I've sat in front of, my dad taught me real early on to sit across from the person that you're going to have these discussions with face to face. So when you go to, and everybody out there listening, you go to sit down with the warden, if the seat is directly across from them,
right,
take that seat, because then you are on equal footing. If you take a seat to the left or to the right, you're at a disadvantage, because you're not his equal at that point. So always sit across from that person you're going to talk to. Don't take that seat off to the side.
And do you still feel comfortable when you sit down in the prison now that you're the bunk chair? Do you feel more empowered, or do you still feel that you're just, fighting for people the way you've always have?
I'm fighting for people the way I've always have. I've always been at the forefront, and I'm going to do the same thing, and probably better now though. Got to do it for more people, and I realize that kind of it's where I need to be. It's a place that I've actually, my career kind of drew me to this point in my life. Finish out a good contract, work real hard for the members, and take care of the people that work for the state.
Well, I'm glad that you called in, and I'm really happy that you won. And I'm glad that you brought up your vice, Terry Hibbert. And then you said your alternate vice chair was, you said Michael?
Barbara Wheeler.
Barbara Wheeler.
Barbara Wheeler.
Okay.
She's great.
Okay. And I'm sure you have a great bunk team as well. So,
we do.
All right. Well, fantastic. I won't hold you. Thank you. And I'll see you tonight at 6:30.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So I was on this impact, but here's what I want to do. We're going to change things up, because I don't really do stuff scripted. You see all this stuff laying around me. All right. So I see another person with their hand raised, and I believe that's Vanessa Seastrong. And I see Eric Murray. So it appears to me that we have bunk chairs 17, Vanessa Seastrong, and bunk chair 15, Eric Murray. Good morning, Vanessa. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Richard. How are you?
I'm doing just great. How are you doing,
Great.
Eric?
Doing great, thank you.
Very good. Is she able to come on?
She's on too.
Good morning.
Good morning, Vanessa. All right. So the staff is talking to me. My phone's ringing off the hook. First things first.
Well, I wanted to say you just swore Robert in, and you could have swore us all in at once, because we haven't been sworn in.
I'll get right on it, Vanessa. I'll get right on it. All right. So let's try it. Because I know Bob, I didn't see Bob Wednesday night, so I was trying to get Bob in. All right. So let's get started. Are you excited?
Absolutely.
All right, so here we go. Repeat after me. I
I,
I,
say your name.
Vanessa C. Strong,
Eric Murray,
Pledge my word and honor
pledge my word
pledge
and
my
honor
word and honor
that I will faithfully discharge
that I'll faithfully
that I will
discharge
faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the
office
to which I have been elected
to which I've been
which I have
elected
been elected
in accordance with the rules of Local 1000
in
in accordance
accordance
of the
to
rules of Local
rules
1000
1000
and to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my ability,
carry out the plans and programs.
carry out
carry
the
out the
plans and programs
programs. Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll throw my words down. Okay. Of the union,
Of the Union,
of the union,
help build unity,
help
help build
unity,
strength,
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 and participation
and participation
and participation
among members in the union,
among
among
members in
members
the
of the
union,
Union
in the workplace,
in the
in the
workplace,
workplace,
in our communities,
in our community,
and in the political arena,
and in the
in the
political arena,
and purchase
and purchase
and purchase
union label goods
union
union
label
label
goods
goods
and use union services
and use union services
whenever they can be obtained.
whenever
whenever
they
they
can be obtained.
Congratulations, bunk chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I'm glad that I saw you, the staff saw you right away. Your hands were raised. Thank you for your patience. I was trying to get through an impact statement before I got to the budget proposal for this evening at 6:30. Hopefully you'll be able to join us tonight at 6:30.
And can I ask one question?
Yeah, absolutely.
The papers that I received, from my understanding, there's more supposed to be to the budget, and I haven't received them. So I was just wondering, will I be able to get them? I don't know if anybody else got more.
Right.
I
So no,
only got
Vanessa,
them
everything that you received is the entire the balance statement. It's called the statement of assets. Oh gosh, assets and liabilities and net assets. So that is that particular financial document, and then the other document is the proposed budget. And so that's the entire thing. Is just simplified compared to years ago. And then actually, I was told by staff that in 2019, they simplified it the way it is now. So this idea that there's other financials that I'm hiding or holding back, that's not true.
Okay. Just want to make sure I have everything for
Oh
tonight.
yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. We have the responsibility to give you everything, and our controller Chris Brackett has made sure that has happened. But that's a great question. I'm glad you asked that so quickly.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Are there any more questions?
Not for me.
What about you, Eric?
No, I'm good. I think the Shell Endeavor needs to go. I think that's a
okay.
top priority for all of us.
So you also believe that Bob Holt said must endeavor. Oh, you know what? You're right. Both of you are right. So it's tricky. So Eric, you just said shall endeavor must go because it's the same thing. They made the effort, but so what? And then must endeavor. So shall endeavor and must endeavor must go in our contract. Do you feel the same way, Vanessa C. Strong?
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
You'll agree to that, okay? You see, I'm taking notes here. Hold on. Because I feel like in 15, those words are very tricky. And I know in 17 and in bargaining unit 20, that word shall endeavor, they're working the nurses, LVNs, and the registered nurses, they're working them into the ground, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Okay.
Another chair got on who was wanted to be sworn in, but she didn't get in time. And that's Melissa.
I've been sworn in.
Oh,
okay. Very good. Very good. So I'm sure Melissa probably has a strong opinion about the words must endeavor or shall endeavor in regards to bargaining unit 20.
Yes, it needs to go. And also institutional needs.
Okay. So when you say institutional needs, are you relating that to the operational needs or just institutional needs?
They use institutional needs for everything to get away with everything, to be able to mandate the nurses, to be able to move the nurses, to be able to do whatever they want to the staff. It's always falls back on institutional needs.
Or operational needs.
Well,
It depends on what department you're in. So it could be operational needs too. So you can use both institutional and operational needs.
So, you said operational or institutional. Okay.
Both, because like in corrections, they use institutional. In other departments, they use operational.
And sometimes we have good language, but they put that one thing in there and it ruins the whole thing because that's what they fall back on, to ignore the language that we've created.
The operational or the institutional part.
For CDCR, CCHCS, they use institutional needs.
Okay. So I'm glad that two different bunk chairs agree on this critical word. And that's why passing this budget tonight in its original format is so important, so we can get the year 2022 off to a great start, so we can, quote, heal our union, not point fingers at people, come together, work together. And I'm not so sure if ever in Local 1000 history, if we've said certain words out in the open and basically said, we're not doing it this time. And that's why I feel like, in a sense, this effort to remove me from office, because they know, the state knows how serious I am about getting a high quality contract, and not just about the money, but getting people to respect in that contract. And when you have two different bunk chairs, along with the third, Eric Murray, also saying the same thing, now you're starting to see us come together. And so you may see us, have internal bickering like most families have, but now we're out in the open. We're saying, hey, these are certain words that are disrespecting us, and we're not going to let that happen to us anymore. That's fantastic. And that's how you start your year 2022 off, by, quote, passing this budget tonight and not arguing over, well, we don't like this about you, Richard. We don't like that about you, so we're not going to pass the budget. That's not how we show our membership that we're working together. And it's not also how we can increase our membership so that we can all come together by 2023. We are a tight-knit group. And with a strike fund, if we have to use that after bargaining in good faith for a period of time and reach a legal impasse, in order to really show the state of California that you're serious about the fourth largest economy on earth, you may have to strike. And so we can put our differences aside now and start working together now, starting in 22. We'll be ready for 23. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I would.
And before the three of you get off, I just received a text message from DLC President 743 Amani. Hopefully she's watching. I don't see her hand raised. She's asking about the letter of resignation from our former CFO. So to the board, we cannot, Local 1000, release that information. That's confidential information. Now, she also states about other things that are being mentioned about assets and homes and all that. This is why I'm going through this impact statement. There are certain people on the board who are trying to scare new members of the board into thinking that they can be sued or whatever, and that's not true. A person, our former CFO, unfortunately decided to quit on December 15th, 3 days before the budget committee did their presentation. VP and Secretary Treasurer David Jimenez, I think it was last Saturday. So when he did that, that's his decision, but that's a private matter. And anybody who knows anything about labor law knows that when people quit, their resignation letters are kept confidential. So I tell all of you this, so maybe y'all can share that word with the rest of the board. Because you see here, I'm trying to talk to you, I'm getting all these texts, and I'm looking at the staff at the same time. But I want to tell you this in front of the entire membership. In fact, since you're on here, where's that paper at? I'm kind of jumping all over here. I'll say this to you. Maybe you have a couple questions. So and this is part of the budget presentation, actually. So you'll hear it again when I do the budget presentation here, and then you hear it again tonight at 6:30. Over the years, we've had people involuntarily be dismissed from Local 1000, and other people voluntarily just walk away. So for the year 2021, that total of involuntary was 8. And then people who just walked away, that number was 25. Well, I wasn't here the whole year. So you say, well, what happened after you got here? So I'll just tell you honestly, I have it on the sheet here. When I got here with new leadership, there's a new way of doing things. We walked away 8 people. 17 more people decided to walk on their own because they didn't like the direction of, quote, us getting out of politics and us putting our emphasis on representation versus organizing. Prior to me, 8 people had already quit before I showed up on June 27th. So for a total number of 33 people, 33 people have left this union through their decision or our decision. You say, well, how does that relate to going back to as far back as possible that we can track? If we go back to 2010, the number 33 is not the highest number. The highest number was 37. 37 people left, and that was in 2012. 33 was the second highest, but then we have other years where we had 30 people left in 2016, 31 in 2015, 32 in 2011. So when people like Amani are asking for transparency, I'm being as transparent as possible without violating law. So it's funny how people ask about transparency, and I give you so much. I gave you so much on the credit card statements, and then they said, well, that's too much transparency. We don't want to hear that because it doesn't, fit their narrative. So we got to keep people's private information private. But throughout the years, people have left this union. Now you have to remember, when Yvonne was elected in 2008, she never lost the election until 2021. So there were years when people were leaving. There were years when the numbers were low. The lowest year was in 2020 with 14 people left. Now, here is what a lot of people have asked me. Richard, why are people leaving this union so much? Money. Now, is it always money? No, not always. But we've lost some high quality people because of money. We don't pay enough. So on October 1st, of this year, when UAW got their new contract ratified, we tried to prevent people from leaving our union because of money. I did everything I could. Now, 14% over 3 years is not the most amount of money. UAW 2350 had not got a pay increase since 2006. So, we've tried to make up for that. Why did they not get a pay increase when we're demanding from the state that you pay us substantial wages, but yet we don't pay our own staff substantial wages? That's a possibility of being a hypocrite. So when people are asking about, transparency about a private matter, I can't show you that transparency. But people know that I'm the most transparent president you'll ever have because remember, I'm on Facebook doing these meetings. I don't have anything to hide. Now, with paying them 14% over 3 years, we hope that's going to prevent our staff from leaving in regards to money. And then the other thing is sometimes it's not about the money, it's about the satisfaction of working in a good workplace. And that's why we ensure that the staff have the telework agreement. Because we can't be demanding from the state to give us a telework agreement that we're fighting for now, a substantial telework agreement for all of us, if we don't practice what we preach. And so hopefully Eric and Vanessa and Melissa, you understand what I'm saying. We put that part of their agreement. And then we also made sure the staff had Juneteenth, had that day off. And then finally, I'll say this. There's been questions about the staff getting off time, getting off days before the holidays. I thought that we wanted to be the #1 union in America. I thought that we wanted to treat our staff better than anybody else because we know as state employees how we're treated by the state of California. So why would we turn around and treat our staff with the same lack of respect that the state of California treats us? Because remember, Vanessa, Eric, Melissa, we're not hypocrites. So we want our staff to have some time off with their families during the holidays. It's the right thing to do. We want to build up our solidarity. That's what we want to do. So tonight, when you hear people say, and maybe some DLC presidents will call in today, saying, well, you shouldn't have given that time off, and how much did that cost us, and that's just too much money. It's never too much money when you're trying to ensure that a person has time to spend with their family, their loved ones, during the holiday season. In fact, the state of California has it in the government code. I don't have it memorized. They can give up to 30 days, 8-hour days per year. And so some of these agencies will let you off a few hours early, a day before the holiday. A few hours early, and they're still just fine. And it's not robbing the taxpayer. If we demand justice and respect from the state of California, we must first give our love and respect to our staff here at Local 1000. And I know some people say, well, the staff doesn't work hard enough. They don't work around the clock. They don't give us their best. Let me tell you something. I work with some incredible staff. And we're not going to let one bad apple destroy the crop. We're not going to do that. And we're going to stay focused, and we're going to be positive, and we're going to go forward. Now, sometimes we may have to talk about our past to go forward, but we're not going to let the lies and people's allegations that Richard did this and Richard did that. We're not going to let that happen to our union. All right. Is there anything else I missed that you asked? Melissa, Vanessa, Eric, is there anything else you would like to talk about?
No, I agree with what you said. And whoever's complaining about them being able to spend time with their family should actually be ashamed of themselves.
All right. So thank you for calling in. And I'll see, if you don't have more questions, I'll see you tonight at 6:30 for our budget presentation. But I'm going to go over that budget presentation here in a second as well. So you're going to hear it all day today. So if you have questions, you can always just call back in, and I'll take your calls. Okay, so we're going to go back here to this impact statement. Where was I at here? Okay. Wait a minute here. Here it is. One of the key points the media likes to focus on is the number of votes cast in the election, 7,880. The number by itself is meaningless without any context, but the approved messaging would have the leader believe only a small fraction of the membership bothered to vote. Okay, the last statement is true. Only a small fraction of the membership voted. All right. Now, just like in the previous elections, 2018, 7,230 total votes, and 2015, 4,475 total votes, all organized under Yvonne Walker, and places the 2021 total at the top for voter turnout. So in the last 3 elections, this was the largest voter turnout. And I would say it was the largest turnout, second largest turnout in Local 1000 history. I think the largest turnout was in 2011. All right. A centrist approach would be to ask the former president why previous elections under her leadership cannot record a paltry 15% of the union's eligible voters. Instead, these journalists give a free pass to the former administration, who has overseen all member votes since 2011, including 2 unreported strike votes and 3 unreported ratification votes for our contracts. Okay. According to the historic research, there was never any time a redo election under Yvonne Walker until 2021. A president that had 4 elections and multi-votes waited until this election to screw up is hard to believe. A do-over for VP of bargaining cost the members, well, they say 300,000. It was actually 360,000. All right. Yet unreported was the fact that one of the DLC presidents was not eligible to run at all. This information went unreported while under her name, while while her name was found to be attached to a list of anti-democratic agenda items submitted in August. A year after Governor Newsom had taken nearly 10% from state employees in a post-election lame duck emergency session, the union leadership rushed to express their fealty to the governor and donate $1 million to combat the recall attempt against him. The call for the emergency board meeting was delivered on the same day it was announced that Richard Lewis Brown was declared the winner on Friday, May 28th, 2021. You know what? That's a great point. I forgot. That's a great point. The call for the emergency board meeting was delivered on the same day it was announced that Richard Lewis Brown was declared the winner on Friday, May 28th, 2021. Now, you say, is that just a coincidence? I don't know. I don't think so. This was also Memorial Day weekend, which meant that the only board members could have possibly polled their membership was Tuesday, June 1st, 2021. That one day was clearly not enough time, which means that the board acted on their own interests and not in their member interests as it is specified in the policy file. This is the status quo these leaders endorse and would have you believe that it is the only way business gets done. Many board seats changed on June 30th, so not every current board member ever had a vote on this matter. However, membership should know that many of the loyalists who also ran unopposed also still hold a board seat and still cling to the status quo. I have to pause for a second because whoever wrote this, they really were writing. On July 1st, President Brown's first full day in office, demands to hold the S back began across Facebook. Accusations of canceling full-time union leave, hold on to this. Accusations of canceling full-time union leave fell on President Brown, yet the end of union leave was caused by President Walker's unethical departure to facilitate a smooth transition of authority. Her actions were akin to tossing the keys as she was exited and waving a middle finger to the incoming president. All right. People have asked me, what training did I get when I took over? I didn't get any training. What day did I start? June 30th. They said, no, you swore in June 27th. Why didn't you start the day you swore in? That's not the way it worked out. I would have came over early in June, but the former president said you'll start on June 30th, which was the same day I found out that our former chief of staff, I was told that she had been terminated. I don't know if she was terminated or quit. I'll have to look it up. Okay. So I didn't have any training. And many of our new DLC presidents who didn't get training, I understand what you're going through. And our bunk chairs as well, our newly elected bunk chairs. For a month, this campaign was waged at the president-elect, and this is how the previous administration and her loyalists welcomed the incoming president. On July 2nd, the do-over election for VP of bargaining began, saddling President Brown with $300,000. It's actually $360,000. $300,000 if debt. It started on that day. So $300,000 of debt on day 2. Okay, that's a great point. It's actually $360,000. All right. August 6, 2021, the protest period had ended, and Irene Green was again elected VP. She won the first time in June, and then she had to run again through no fault of her own, and she won a second time. President Brown showed class by congratulating her personally, yet the opposition had to find the negativity and complain about the cost of sending a card. So being polite, having manners, and showing class is something that has to be turned negative. On August 11th, 2021, the Taylor mother and daughter tandem put their lack of class on display, uttering their now famous quote. Yet nobody from the board denounced this vulgarity for what it was. There were some people on the board who did denounce that. Did they say it openly and very loudly? That's subject to debate. All right. Yet the loyalists and their cult followers wanted to point fingers at President Brown when his first 5 weeks had been filled with nothing but hate and vitriol being spewed at him like he was a monster. On August 20th, 2021, exactly 1 week after Irene Green was declared VP of Bargaining, the small cabal of opposition on the board submitted their agenda to change the structure of the union. From the time of taking office until now, it had been, listen to this, from the time of taking office until now, it had been only 37 working days. I want y'all to think about this for a second. These numbers keep coming up. 7437. 37 working days since the time I took office, they tried to submit their petition to change everything, to create a special board of meeting. But they never did submit a petition. They never did it correctly. Now, in 6 weeks, Richard was labeled the greatest threat to the union. They said he was going to destroy the union and has been called every name. In 37 working days, some members on the board determined that they had seen enough and that a complete structural change for the union was needed, overriding the membership vote. Overriding the membership vote. And that's why tonight, passing this budget in its original proposed format under my leadership as a new Local 1000 president, if it does not get passed tonight, overwhelmingly, unanimous, the way it was proposed, that is a slap in the face of the voting process in our great country. That's what that is. And, I'm hoping for the very best. And we'll have to go from there. We stay optimistic. And when people are asking questions about, well, how much did it cost the staff to be off? Again, it's so funny how we want the state to treat us with love and respect, but yet the staff, who never had a pay raise since 2006, who was never given time off before a holiday in a substantial amount. They may be getting an hour here or an hour there. But under my leadership, I'm letting the staff know, you're just as important as I am. You're just as important. Yes. Yes. And so people are complaining about that. But remember, were these same people who are complaining about the staff getting time off during the holiday season to spend time with their families during this pandemic, were these same people complaining about when the cops came to my house under a false pretense? Were they worried about my life? I'm just saying. Okay. So let me continue on here. 37 days. Was it only 37 working days? Those agenda items were not written and submitted on the same day. This agenda was in place long before that day they were mailed. How long before is the real question. Did they start writing the day he took office or the day it was announced he would be the new president? Either way, they rushed to make a rush to judgment about President Brown long before he had ever taken a single action as the sitting president. Richard Lewis Brown is a firebrand. His unconventional approach appeals to some and turns off others. The controversy that surrounds him is fed by entrenched loyalists spewing the same old hollowed-out, bombastic rhetoric, benefit for only the fringiest of QAnon subscribers. Okay? What pillars of the establishment has President Brown shaken that has caused such backlash? His 10-point platform has such audacious goals like union transparency, union accountability, eliminating the salary stipends for the statewide officers. I got myself in trouble doing that. You know that, right? Okay. All right. Setting a 2-term limit for all voluntary elected positions, including myself. His agenda has been referred to as the death knell for Local 1000. Unbelievable. Furthermore, he has openly stated the union will increase representation of state employees at their work sites. We want everyone to be a job steward. We want everyone to be a job steward, which means I want all represented employees, whether they pay dues or not, because the contract protects all of us. But by the policy file, you must be a dues paying member to be a job steward. What I'm trying to do is increase our job stewardship in all the work sites so we're always protected. I'm not trying to destroy the union, and we need everyone to pay money to the union. I don't know how many times I have to say this. That's why passing this budget is so important tonight. It's 6:30. All right. Let's see here. A clear departure from the consecutive years of hemorrhaging job stewards under the previous leadership. Reversing course, President Brown has eliminated Yvonne Walker's LAPS program that was immediately recognized to be a 9-month-long loyalty test rather than a program to develop new stewards. Everyone has an opinion about that LAPS program that was created. I never liked it. I thought it was a way to control who became stewards. Anyone who wants to become a steward should become a steward, and they should be allowed to become a steward. Are there some bad apple stewards? Absolutely. Are the bad apple stewards in a very, very, very small amount? Yes, absolutely. I trust the people that I represent. Hopefully, we can learn to trust each other. And when that stewardship program stopped in March of 2020, it never started back up. So when I came into office on June 30th, 2021, I was trying to make up for lost time. That's what I was trying to do, and I still am. I want everyone to be a job steward. I want everyone to be a dues-paying member of Local 1000. Let me say it for you again. I want everyone to be a dues-paying member of Local 1000. I probably didn't say it enough times. I want to pass this budget tonight in its original proposed format. I want us to heal as a union. I want our family to come together as we enter the year 2022. I want everyone to be a dues-paying member. Did y'all hear that? Okay. I'm just saying, just in case you missed it. All right. He has stated anyone that wants to be a steward can be a steward and has restored many employee stewardships since his first day. That's absolutely right. There are many people who were former stewards under that LAPS program lost their stewardship. Why? They should not have lost their stewardship. They were reinstated. And many of you have been doing stewardship work for all of these years and was never recognized for it. You know the contract better than a lot of our stewards. You know who you are. Under Yvonne Walker, 100,000 state employees were represented by less than 500 job stewards at 2,100 job sites statewide. You do the math. That's what it says here. 100,000 state employees, under 500 job stewards. And then we wonder why some of our job stewards are being worked into the ground and why they're so tired all the time. All right. So this is just about done here. This impact statement has leaned heavy into the former union leader. And why shouldn't we? Yvonne Walker had 13 years. She justified by saying she wouldn't have changed a thing. That was her article in SAC-B. Yet candidate Walker never once put out any publication in the last several elections stating what her position was on any issue. Instead, she only promised more of the same. This was accepted by the media and her loyalists at face value without ever attempting to examine her track record. Even before Richard Lewis Brown was sworn into office, Old Guard loyalists and other factions screamed ad nauseum their opposition to term limits. No side letter agreements, opposition to more representation, and strong bargaining power. Screamed ad nauseum about their opposition to term limits, no side letter agreements, opposition to more representation, and stronger bargaining power. Is it too much of a stretch to consider President Brown's agenda might not be the problem in SEIU Local 1000? You know, we're getting to this budget here. I have the PowerPoint. Trust me, when I call it, they're going to bring it up. I'm going to talk about something real quick. Hold on. Give me 1 second. That impact statement, when it talked about any publication, you see this? The same picture, same little tan suit. I didn't take my new pictures until after this brochure was printed, the 2021. Had the blue suit with the orange tie. All right. You see this? This is what caused me all my problems. See that face? See that? I'm just smiling. Okay. In a tan suit, I didn't have on the traditional blue or gray political suit. I had a tan suit on. I was wrong for doing that too. And so it says here in 2018, don't stop believing. And then in 2021, I said voting matters. You see this? It says this union print label that you can call that company because I believe in unions. So when we talk about SEIU Local 1000 and this pledge, use union services whenever they can be obtained, and you see people campaigning and they don't have a union label on their flyer or on their brochure, because I'm the only person who ran for Local 1000 who printed his own color brochure. Oh, that's a guarantee. With the union label, because I'm not a hypocrite. And then I did it again in 2021, and it says legally used right here, because there was prior elections where our ballots were going out with a union label that was not legally used. And they were actually violating this pledge. So when these people are telling you that I'm violating all these pledges and I need to do this and I need to do that, they're not telling you the truth. Now, here is the truth. You say, whoa, hey, Rich, hey, buddy, man, dude, that cost you some money for those pictures. How much that brochure cost you? You're right, it did cost me some money. This one too. Especially when you have a union print shop printed out. But how can I not have a union print shop printed out if I'm talking about I'm for unions? You say, well, how did a person on the AGPA salary afford all that? You had to be working with the Freedom Foundation. No, it's called financial discipline. It's called financial discipline. You say, well, we don't believe you, Richard. I know, you don't believe nothing I say. You know what I would tell you? Pull your credit report. Let me see your credit report, and I'll show you mine, and then we'll see who's talking. A lot of people are doing a lot of talk on Facebook. And all these lies that they're talking about, lies. They told you that those brochures were printed by money I received from the Freedom Foundation or the Right to Work and all that. That's an absolute lie. I have a college degree in finance, 4-year degree, Arizona State University. A lot of people will come and tell you things, and they may have a little bit of truth, but they'll mix it with a whole lot of lie. And then they'll let you try to figure out what part they're lying on and what part they're telling the truth on. We will pass this budget tonight. I have full confidence. And with the new DLC presidents and our new bunk chairs, 6:30, Chris Brackett, David Jimenez, they're going to present that budget, take the questions, and then we're going to do a roll call, and we're going to pass that budget. And everything's going to be out in front of you. See, what they try to do is they try to close things off. They try to get to a closed session. Remember when we were doing the UAW 2350 contract ratification, and they wanted to go to a closed session because they didn't want you to see how they were going to act and how many of those same people voted against that contract because they didn't want the staff to have that pay increase? This is why I'm going to spend all day with you. All right, so here's what I want to do. I don't see any hands raised. So I want to go to this this budget right now. How long am I talking for? Woo! Woo! Hour and a half. So what? We're going to keep going. Dig in. We ain't at 2 hours yet. Oh, what? We're going to talk a little while longer, and then we're going to take a 2-hour break. The staff's telling me that they're tired. They want to take a break. So, all right. So let's bring up this this budget presentation real quick. And then we'll take a break here a little bit for like, I guess, 10 minutes. All right. So here we go. I got it up. Board of Directors, special board meeting. So this presentation was prepared by Chris Brackett, our Local 1000 controller. He had got a promotion in the summer. And Kenny Sims, our Local 1000 research director. All right. Let's go back to their names again. Chris Brackett. I can't tell you how hard Chris is working. Chris is a wonderful person, has a great family. This man is working and working and working. And I can't thank him enough for the time and energy he has put into Local 1000 over the years. Same for Kenny Sims. These two men, these two gentlemen, have given their very best to Local 1000, and I want to acknowledge them. I want to take my time and acknowledge them, and I'm going to keep acknowledging them, acknowledging their great service throughout this day. All right. Let's see here. Officer stipends, the savings. I'm going to be crystal clear about how does this affect the budget. It does affect the budget. Look at this. If you're wondering why they're trying to strip me of my powers and why they're trying to run me out of the union, look to the money. Since I started, we've saved $72,000 from July through December. $72,000. Is that more than the $51,000 we spent for the last rally to protect those jobs at CCC? Yes, it is. Is that $72,000 more than the $55,000 we spent on the CalPERS election to inform you of other candidates that was running, to give you a different perspective, so you would have more information to decide who you wanted to choose for those two positions on the CalPERS board? Okay. All right. Now, is that $72,000 in savings? Is that less money than that $360,000 we paid for that redo election for the VP of bargaining? A mistake that could have easily been caught if someone would have taken their time and manually looked at everything versus just letting the system do everything for them? That $360,000 for a recall for the VP of bargaining that could have easily been caught if they would have announced who was running for what offices back in January instead of holding it a secret until those ballots went out in April. $360,000 could have been prevented. Let's go out into the future. 2022 is next year, and then we have budgeted 2022, 23, and 24 officer stipends, the savings. We're going to save over $500,000 for the whole year of 24, all the way through 22, 23, and 24. $526,000 in officer stipends that won't be paid. We're going to save that. $526,000. Let me salute David Jimenez. Let me salute Annika Walls. And let me salute Irene Green for not taking that money. Now, many of you say, well, what happens if they do create this new structure, Richard, and they create that chair position? What's going to happen? The chair is going to take the money. That chair, if they think, anyone that thinks that when they tried to do that illegal meeting, which they did, the illegal meeting, and they created that chair position that's not valid, that means nothing, they want the money. They want the officer stipend savings. They want that money. They don't want to save that money. They want the money for themselves. Let me say it for you again. I counted my money out for, I think it was for this year, I was going to forego $46,646. Let me look at it here. Here it is. I'm not taking the salary stipend money. If we had reelected our former president for this year, her regular salary this year would have been $58,600. But her salary stipend would have been $68,800. She would have been making $10,000 more in salary stipend than her regular salary on a job. Mm, mm, mm. Woo. This is maybe the reason why they're trying to run me out of office. But there's a number of reasons. They can't accept the election victory. But this very important fact of the savings and officer stipends that should have never been established to begin with, because this is a volunteer position. I'm getting paid my regular salary. The dues paying members are paying my regular salary plus 35% for retirement. Why do I need a salary stipend as an officer? Well, you already know about the credit card. No one ever posted those credit card statements before. So when people say, well, I don't want to, I think Richard's spending money wrongly, I'm showing you where I'm spending the money. But you don't like that either. We're getting ready to save $526,000. That's $500,000 over the next several years, because we're not paying out stipends for the statewide officers. Maybe that's why they wanted to create a whole new structure and create the chair position so the chair could get that stipend. I'm going to say that for you again. $500,000. Look, this is California. $500,000 for a home. Well, it may not get you that dream home, but I tell you what, $500,000 is $500,000. In today's time, we're in 1970. That's a lot of money. You give me $500,000, I'm going to do something. I'm going to come up positive somehow, some way. That tells you my sincerity. If I was trying to destroy the union, then why would I not collect that salary stipend? If I was trying to destroy the union. If I didn't care about you and your money, then why would I not take the salary stipend? You know I'm working. The VPs didn't take the salary stipend. Now I said in my platform, hold on. I think it's in my platform point. That's super important to me. I'll tell you my sincerity. So when these people say I'm doing all these things wrong, eliminate the salary stipends and time requirements for all volunteer elected positions. That's number 2. I meant that. And I'm verifying my mouth. So when they say he's not doing anything, he's not getting anything done, how am I going to increase membership? Working with you, of course. If I'm taking a salary stipend and I don't have your essential worker premium pay petition, I don't have your money for those 2 days of pay you lost for a whole fiscal year, then how am I taking a salary stipend? How am I doing it? How am I taking a salary stipend when I don't have a guaranteed telework agreement? I'm not taking no salary stipend. I'm serving you. I'm not serving myself. I volunteered for this. And as I'm reminded every day, you brought this on yourself, Mr. Brown. You knew what you was getting into. You knew they weren't going to treat you right. I knew they weren't going to treat me right. Having the cops called to my house, no, you've gone too far, because I could have lost my life. You've gone too far. I could have stayed back in St. Louis and lost my life. I came out west looking for a new life, a new beginning, to create a new way of doing things. Officer stipend savings. We're saving that money. Long-term membership rate. Now take a look at this. They tell you ever since Richard has come into office, he's destroying our membership. I told you back a few months ago, membership has been on the decline for years. Now I told you from 2017 up to now, it was a 2.2% decrease. This goes back to 2009. We had a high number of 65.8%, 2009, September. Now, we went down in August of 2014. Then we went down to about 60%. Then we went up to 64% in June of 2017. It looks like we kind of stayed nearly the same, 64% of June of 2018. And then we started going downhill. You said, well, that's the Janus. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The Janus is for non-members, not members. That Janus decision said you can't collect money without someone authorizing you to collect that money from them because you're using that money for politics. So you can no longer just take money automatically from someone's check if they belong to a union and that job classification is represented by a union. So all of your fair share in your NGOs, they went away. But they were never members to begin with. But we started going downhill after that. Maybe some people said, you know what? We don't want to pay any money to this union. And it started going downhill. Now, if you look at this, we're at roughly 55% or 54.7% here in December. But look at this. That thing's been going downhill and downhill before I even arrived on the scene. I believe from June of 2019 or June of 2018 through June of 2020, you see this big dip. Wait a minute here. Hold on. Here we go. June 2018, 64%. Then it drops, and it drops, and it drops. And then it gets to about 56% by, 56% by June of 2021. Well, hold on. And now it's December, it's at 54.7. I can't do the numbers fast enough in my head. Bear with me. So since I've taken over, it's kind of really gone down 1.3%. But these people, some of these people are on the board telling you, we can't pass the budget because Richard's causing the membership to fall into decline. That's an absolute lie. How many lies can you tell about me? I don't know. I guess enough till you run me out of office, I guess. This is showing you clearly membership's been dropping. It's showing you the highs as far back as we could track, 2009. And it's showing you the low. But it's been at this for a while. Going down, going up. Then it's been going down. And that's why it's so important that tonight we pass this budget tonight in its original format. That doesn't mean we're going to argue and fuss over every little thing. No. Show some confidence in leadership. Let our members know that we can pass a budget. We may not agree on everything, but we can pass our budget in a timely fashion. They were telling people, Richard won't even allow us to ask questions on the budget. That's a lie. And I'm looking for the hands raised to see if any of the DLC presidents saw this today. The email went out to everybody equally this morning so I could talk to represented employees so they could ask me questions about the budget because they've never been included in the budget before. Their voice has never been included in the budget before. It hasn't. I don't think most of you even know about when we had these little board meetings. And while we use these corporate terms, board of directors, I thought we were fighting corporations, not trying to be one. Yeah, we're a nonprofit corporation, C5, Form 990, if you're just, counting. But why are we using these corporate terms when the people we're fighting is the corporations? Sorry, maybe I've gone off on a tangent. Okay, I'll start smiling. I'll relax a little bit. But this long-term membership rate, of all the slides, you should take a close look at this. It's going to go up on our website. Hopefully it's up there already so people to take their time and go through it. Now, look, everyone can interpret numbers the way they want. I understand that. I do. Now, we're going to talk about this slide, and then we're going to take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break. Local 1000 political party affiliation. Let me run this down for you really quickly. You see all these numbers and Democratic Party, the Republican Party, Decline the State, Other, Libertarian Party, Unknown, Green Party, Independent Party, Reform Party, Conservative Party, blah, 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 blah. All right. Key number, grand total, 81,200 people, 220 people responded to this survey years ago. Okay, now, nearly 49% said they were Democrat. So let's do this. 81,220 people responded years ago to this. I'm not sure, it's either a survey or when you fill out, somehow they figured this information out. I think it came from a survey. Now, nearly 49% are Democrat. Okay. We're going to go non-Democrat. And you'll see where I'm going with this about increasing our membership and how we have to get out of divisive politics, out of partisan politics by always supporting Democrats. So here we go, non-Democrat. 21% Republican. 23 says they don't want to tell you. Could that be a Democrat or a Republican? I'm going to say that's a Republican, but I could be wrong. Anyway, they're not telling you they're a Democrat. All right. And then we got other 4. And so I'm going to take that Libertarian, make that 1% rounded. And then I'm going to take the unknown and the no party affiliation, and I'm going to round that to 1. Hold on 1 second here. And then we still have that 0.4 of the Green Party. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to do 21 plus 23. What is that? 44. And then I'm going to take 2 and 6. Okay. So I got 50. Wait a minute. 50%. Let me try it again. So I'm going to take 21 plus 23. I'll take off the 0.3. So I'm going to have 44. And then I'm going to take that 4. And then I took the 6 and the 0.6 and the 0.4 for 1. And then I took that 0.9 and made that 1. So that's 6. Yeah, 50%. All right. A little bit over. So this is what I've been saying to you. So when they say that Richard's crazy, I'm not crazy. Half our union is not a Democrat. You say, well, you don't know about that 23.3% decline to state. I'm going to say, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do know. All these Democrats in the state of California who stick their chest out, who are proud to be Democrats, and they will tell you quick, we're a blue state. They're not ashamed to tell you that they're Democrats. Half our union is non-Democrat. So every time we support all these social justice issues and all these things that are, quote, Democrat-based, you're alienating half your union. All right. Now, here's where we go back for a second. Let's go back for a second. Let me see if I can go back. Remember we had a high of 66%? You say, well, those were all Democrats. No, they weren't. Not all of them. That was during the time period, during the Schwarzenegger situation, the furlough. And then it started going downhill. Not all of our members are Democrat. Hold on. When half our union is non-Democrat. So when I say that, being involved in political spending is alienating half our union, this is what I've been telling you for years. This is what I've been saying to you. And some people have said, no, we have to do all the social justice. No, that social justice is something that comes from international. That's what they do. But since we're a franchisee, we carry out their political agenda. You say, well, if we carry out your political agenda for international in DC, then why can't they come and help us when it comes to enforcing our contract and not going through the POP or the furlough? That's when they tell you that that's a local's business. We don't want to get involved. So it appears to me international gets involved in things that they want to get involved in, and other things that would cause them to really show that they really care for you, they don't get involved in. Let me say it for you again. When we were being furloughed, 2009, did international come down and say, hey, we're going to help you fight that furlough off? No, they did not. Did they help you fight the 2010 POP or 2012 POP? Did they help you recently fight this 2020 POP? No, they did not. If we're going to increase this membership, and I mean increase it substantially, we cannot be involved in politics that favors one political party over another. Why is this so important? Because we have to pass this budget tonight. And that budget is a sign of us coming together and recognizing, in order for us to increase our membership, we cannot do things the way we used to do them in the past. The status quo is over. It's over. All right. So I have 12:53. I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to come back at 1:10. 1:10, I'm going to come back. So we're going to stop here with this budget presentation because I have a lot more pages to go through, and then I'll keep going through it over and over and over again. So if you come on late, you can catch me talking about this over again, and I get you caught up. All right, so we'll take a break right now. We'll come back at 1:10. I'm Richard Lewis Brown. Today is December the 29th, 2021. It's 12:53. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm back. I'm Richard Lewis Brown, the Local 1000 president. Today is December 29th, 2021. Tonight, 6:30, special board meeting, one agenda item only, passing the 2022 budget. We were doing the budget presentation ahead of time, and so we've stopped for a moment. We just have come back, and I don't see any hands raised in the queue. Anyone is free to raise their hands, whether you're just a dues paying member, maybe a non-dues paying member who wants to become a new dues paying member. Anyone can raise their hands in the queue. Any DLC president, if they're on hand, or bunk chair, if they have any questions, because I know a lot of them said that they didn't think they had enough time tonight at 6:30 to 8:30 to ask all their questions. So they're free to come on now and raise their hand and ask a question. Tonight, 6:30, Chris Brackett, our controller, will go over the presentation, the budget presentation that I'm going over right now. He'll go over it again with David Jimenez. And then we'll take questions again tonight from the board only tonight at 6:30 to 8:30. Unless no one has any questions, then we'll do a quick roll call. We'll take a vote and pass the budget. All right, so I'm looking for hands raised in the queue. And I don't see any hands raised at the moment. All right, so how important is it to pass this budget? It's very important. It shows that we have confidence in our leadership. It shows we have confidence in our elections. As you know, I won the election, so I'm the third Local 1000 president in Local 1000 history. And unfortunately, we were not able to get to all of our routine business last weekend. We ran out of time. So we're going to get to it tonight, special board meeting. We're going to bring in the good year with good charm. I want to, before I go back to the budget presentation, I'm going to read another impact statement. And then I'll go back to the budget, and you'll see me going back and forth. And then anyone has questions, please raise your hand. And I'll try to check my phone to see if people are sending me questions on my phone as well. All right. So here's another impact statement. And it says, Dear Mary Kay Henry, as a board of directors member and a DLC president, I fully support Richard Brown. Our members voted him in for 3 years, and I respect their votes. I do not respect or agree with the way that Bill Hall and Teresa Taylor handled and arranged their meeting with the entire board on October 16th. I have never met or spoken to either of them, but somehow they think they speak for everyone on the board. After reading the transcripts of the meeting, it is still clear to me who was actually present. It is still not clear to me who was actually present in the meeting and how they actually voted. Let me stop here for a second. And that's the great thing about when I do videos. You don't have to guess who's there and who's not. I'll do everything out in the open. So when they had the insurrectionist out of order improper meeting October 16th and 17th at the California Democratic headquarters in downtown Sacramento, no one really knows what happened. You never saw the Zoom. But tonight, our special board meeting on proposing and passing our 2022 budget, you're going to see everything. There's not going to be any secrecy. So if they say, well, we have questions that we don't have enough time, or we want to take this to a closed door session, they're not telling you the truth. That's why we open this meeting up to all of the membership, and we're doing it the whole day. So that anyone that has questions, they can feel free to raise their hand and ask these questions. So that's why I had to stop on this impact statement at that paragraph. Because what they did in October, no one really knows except for reading from the transcripts. But you can read from a transcript, but you can't really get a sense of what really happened unless you were there, or you can watch it on video, because you can always watch it again on video. All right. They were planning to take down Richard Brown as soon as July. Since September, I received a barrage of emails from them informing me of what they were planning to do. I didn't know that. Many of the opinionated replies to these emails were consistently rude, harassing, inappropriate, and downright racist. I have been privy to other conversations regarding their meetings that also conveyed thinly veiled racism. I have followed the Facebook conversations from mostly white people towards a black president. It's disturbing the hatred these people have towards R.L. Brown. Every week they consistently bully him publicly and accuse him of being crazy if he defends himself. It is their white privilege on full display. I have witnessed how they manipulate the truth to fit their narrative. They continue to meet in secrecy and are not at all inclusive of all board members when they're conducting union business and making decisions for all of us. It is for these reasons that I find it incomprehensible that the leader of a huge organization would take the word of a few. I know there are other board members that support Richard Brown. Did you do a proper investigation and attempt to speak to all of us on the board, or are you only listening to a chosen few? Please stop feeding the frenzy of legitimizing their attempts to disrupt our union for their own personal gain. Legitimizing their attempts to disrupt our union for their own personal gain. Their greed has caused a huge disruption within our union. I hope that you will stop the division that the Bill Hall and Teresa Taylor crew are promoting and keep them from destroying Local 1000. Now, this person wrote this, and I'm touched by it. I'm not going to say the person's name, but I'm deeply touched by this. This statement, I followed the Facebook conversations from mostly white people toward a black president. I think we've been here before in this country. Every week they consistently bully him by publicly, they bully him publicly and they accuse him of being lazy if he defends himself. It is their white privilege on full display. Well, that's a powerful impact statement. Okay, so we're going to read some more impact statements, but I'm going to also go back to the budget here. So I'm doing multiple things at one time. And here's another impact statement. Sure, I don't skip over people's stuff. If you get rid of the new president, like it seems like you're trying to do, who seems to be the only one who fought for us in recent years, I will never join the union, and you will lose the support of many, many state employees. Prior leadership before the current president is the root cause of most of our problems. So here's another one. This is why 5 DLC presidents are trying to remove RLB from the presidency. President Brown is exposing Yvonne Walker for her misdeeds. And then it says here, to Tel Aviv, then to Rome. That was on that trip. And then this person is saying, the whole time President Walker was in office, she was using our money from SEIU to fund her trips. Okay. Here's another one, and then I'm gonna go back to this budget presentation. Some DLC presidents who sit on the board launched an assault against President Brown. This is corruption at its core. This BOD does not represent me nor my voice, and I, as a dues-paying member, reject any efforts they have in motion to remove President Richard L. Brown's powers and make changes to the policy file. This attack is not only illegal, but racially and politically motivated. I voted for President Richard L. Brown as the SEIU Local 1000 president. I did not vote some BOD chair. I demand for President Richard L. Brown to remain as the SEIU Local 1000 president. BOD, you must listen to the voice of SEIU Local 1000 members. Okay. Now we're going to go back here to this budget presentation. Now, we're at the political party affiliation. We're talking about that. So here, let's go back for a second here. I'm trying to go back. Okay, because I want to give credit. This presentation was prepared by Chris Brackett, our Local 1000 controller. He got a promotion in the summer. And by Kenny Sims, our Local 1000 research director. These two people do great work, like 99.9% of our staff. And hopefully the staff is listening because I want to give you credit. There's so many great people working for Local 1000, and they don't really get credit for it. And when I get a chance to give them credit, I am going to give them 1,000% credit. Officer stipends, the savings. Between now and 2024, because I'm not taking a salary stipend and the VPs are not accepting a salary stipend and I'm not authorizing them to accept a salary stipend, we're saving $526,000. That's a lot of money. Now, the long-term membership rate's been going down since 2009. It's gone down, it's gone up, and now it's currently going down. But that started before I came into office. You'll see the number June 2018, 64%. It's been going on a downward spiral ever since. And it looks like that 56% was in December of 2020. Let me go back. December of 2020 was at 56%, and it's gone down 1.3% since I've arrived in June of 2021. So I am not destroying the union. When people tell you I'm destroying the union, they're basically slandering me because that's not factually true. All right. And then we talked about the Local 1000 political party affiliation. 81,220 people, 81,220 people responded to a survey years ago, and 49% Democrat, 50% non-Democrat. This is why we can't be involved in political partisan issues that favor the Democrats, because we're alienating half our union. If we're going to grow our membership past that high number of 66% back in 2009 September, we're going to have to do a lot of work. But it can't be involved in political situations. It can't be involved in social justice issues. And listen, there is nothing wrong with social justice issues in our great country. Some people say we were founded on the social justice issue of religious freedom, freedom of speech. And of course, we wrap all that up into one word: democracy underscored by capitalism, or capitalism underscored by democracy. You tell me. All right. Staffing. There's been a question raised about our former CFO who left on December 15th, 3 days before the budget committee meeting on December 18th. He left. People want to see his resignation letter. That's a private issue. It's a labor issue. That letter won't be revealed. He is not the first CFO to leave. We've had other CFOs leave as well, and no one asked to see their resignation letter. How many more, Richard? Go all the way back to at least 2009. We've had 5 before this current CFO quit, or resigned, should I say, on December 15th. Now, some people say, well, why did he have to quit in such a hurry? Couldn't he have given us 2 weeks' notice? I don't know. He could have. That's a question you'd have to ask him. But maybe he thought it was just important for him to leave right away. But that's what he did. Now, he's not the first one to leave. He's the 6th CFO we've had. And we will hire a 7th one. That's a guarantee. When you look at this Local 1000 staffing levels, you'll see right now we have 8 vacant positions. We're staffed at 145. And This idea that I'm destroying the union, everybody's quitting the union and running to other unions, that's not true. And some people have, quote, left the union on their own because they were seeking more money. And that's why we tried so hard to ensure the staff on October 1st, 2021, got a substantial pay increase of 14% over 3 years, along with telework, along with the Juneteenth holiday being celebrated. Because we're not hypocrites here, we lead by example. And we also have tried to lead by example by making sure our staff had time off from work during the holiday season. And there's nothing like having time off from work during the holiday season to spend time with your family and to rest. Because some days here at Local 1000 can go quite long. And over the years, we've averaged people leaving our union, either involuntary or voluntary. We've averaged about 25 per year since 2010. You say, what about this year? 33 this year. You say, is that a high number? The second highest, but we've been in the 30s for several years. The highest year was 37. The number 37 appears. And you say, well, I only took over for half the year, so what am I on the hook for? 8 people we dismissed because of new leadership, and then 17 more decided to leave on their own, either because they didn't like the direction of the union or they were seeking money elsewhere. And then before I arrived, 8 people had already left. Okay. But our staffing is doing just fine. So this idea that, we're understaffed or staff's not getting paid correctly, that's not true. But we want to make sure we pass our budget tonight, our 2022 budget, to ensure the operations for Local 1000 go undisturbed, not interrupted. We've always passed our budget, our original budget, every year. It's never gone a year where the budget wasn't presented in its original format and not passed. Why would it be any different tonight? Why would it be any different tonight for this budget in its original format to be passed? Why? And then they tell you, well, we only got the budget a couple of days ago. There have been times in Local 1000 history where they've never received the budget until the day of the meeting. But they don't tell you that part because they only tell you what they want you to know. And there's been times when they've been given the budget the day of, and then the budget was returned back to Local 1000. They didn't have a chance to keep the budget in front of them. All of our information, everything I'm talking about right now in this PowerPoint presentation is up on our website because I'm transparent. But then I can't show you the former CFO's resignation letter because that's a private labor issue. And not being advised, you cannot share that issue. But that's no reason to not pass this budget. So when they tell you we're losing membership, we can't pass the budget. They tell you Richard's working with the Right to Work Foundation. That's why we had the insurrections meeting in October 16th and 17th to strip him of all his powers. That is a lie. All these lies that they've made, talking about I'm declining the membership, that's a lie. Staff's leaving, that's a lie. Lies upon lies upon lies because they're spreading fear. You cannot increase your membership by creating fear. You increase your membership by being inclusive, by being transparent, by showing people their voice matters for the first time in Local 1000 history. All the voices, not just the Democrats, not just the Republicans, but everybody's voice matters. And we want everyone to be a dues-paying member of this union. We must increase our membership so we can show the state of California we are a united union. I've been asked, has the board ever asked for resignation letters in the past for other people who have quit? No. Then why are they asking you, Richard? I think you know why. I think you know why they sent the cops to my house on May 25th of this year at 5 o'clock in the morning on a false allegation that there was a woman screaming inside my house. I think you know why. I think these impact statements that I'm reading, and I don't pre-read these impact statements. I just put them in the book and then I start reading them. They're telling you why as well. Before I go to this next slide, right here, I'll go to the next slide.
Great.
Okay, give me 1 second. I see Vanessa C. Strong. So give me 1 second, Vanessa.
Oh.
She's the bunk chair, newly elected bunk chair for 17. So I'm going to read the purpose statement because someone has asked me to read this. Local 1000 is a strong member-led union. The purpose of Local 1000 is to have the power necessary to give our members and all Californians the opportunity to have a good life, live in sustainable communities, and enjoy the fruits of social, economic, and environmental justice. We will achieve this by engaging and developing our members and by creating strategic alliances with key leaders and organizations who share our purpose and values. Some people say, well, Richard, you never changed the purpose statement. They're right. I never changed it because I know people feel quite strongly about this. My question is, when it says to have the power necessary to give our members and all Californians, my question is, why do I have some people on this board who say, hey, if they don't pay money, we don't care about those people. When it talks about here in our purpose statement, all Californians, and I know all Californians are not paying dues to our membership. They're not dues paying members. So I'm seeing some very interesting things about what people say and what our purpose statement says. All right, I'll stop talk right there. Before I go back to Vanessa Seastrong, our bunk chair of 17, I forgot to catch Richard Roca this morning. So I'll do Richard first, Vanessa, and then I'll come right back to you. Go ahead, Richard. Richard Roca, I see your hand raised.
Hey, Mr. President, thank you for having me. I apologize to anybody else. I know I'm not a board of director or any of that. I just, I really wanted to exemplify what, how truly thankful and happy I am personally as a state employee, and I represent many veterans in my unit and my department, and of course the committee, in saying that we've never had this transparency. In fact, we've never known truly where our money went to, other than what we're told, mostly by the previous administration. And while I know most people really don't want to go in the past or review the past, I really want to exemplify how many people really truly do want to know. They want to uncover this because it was a slap in the face to most that our money was sent to a governor in a fight that, as we've seen, many political alliances
That was those who contribute to.
did not support, and without even voting or asking on the day out the door. And so for this CFO, who quite frankly really shouldn't have been allowed to give a resignation letter because he should have been shown the door, isn't it interesting also that we never see anybody from staff that raised the flag, any whistleblowers that were saying, hey, this money is being misspent, hey, this money. So for Richard to really go above and beyond and show the character, even though he knows he's surrounded by people that are undercutting him and his administration, he's given every one of them an example, an opportunity to show what they're made of, to show what they're by, instead of showing them the door. He's been willing and open and transparent in every step of the way to work with people, even though they may not be on his side. While I beg to differ, I would have cleaned house, starting with the attorneys and the representative or lack thereof, your opinion, because we were screaming from the mountaintop as veterans and a unit and a department, all sinking exactly the discrepancies that we were shielding from this management group, where nobody came and fought. Half of the veterans had to go and pay for their own attorneys, well, even though we were still paying to for representation from these lawyers that quite frankly treated us as though we served them and they didn't serve us. So I have nothing but great accolades to share, and would like to add an exclamation point to all of this administration for not taking the stipend. What an outstanding show of character by all of you, and should be applauded. So I just wanted to get my point that I didn't get to make earlier this morning, Rich, on the things that you asked that I thought were important. And the most important thing is, I agree, is we need to get membership up. but we cannot get membership up if this union doesn't observe seniority. I can't tell you how many 15, 20-year employees that feel as though this union doesn't represent them or doesn't put seniority in every single line of business. Everything that it should be predicated should be based on seniority. Any change, as an example, when the veteran staff was selected to go first and serve in the unemployment insurance department, it was interesting that there were 3-month, 2-month, 1-month employees left behind. Could you imagine how the 15-year veteran felt? It almost feels as though the union doesn't care about them. And that's the thing that I will sign on as my exclamation towards Richard and how to thank him for positioning me in a veteran committee is by standing confident that I'll be able to get our veteran state employees at 80 or 90% but when my term ends as a committee chair. That's how we thank the union president. That's how we thank this administration, by getting membership up. And it's not that we don't care about non-paid members. It's that we all are smart enough to recognize that there will be a fight that will come probably sooner than later, that we will have to strike and we will need a membership fund unlike any previous. So I just want to let anybody who's on the board of directors, anybody who's a decision maker in our contract, we had better put in the language, the veteran committee had best be recognized in the next contract. Supra, seniority speaks above everything else on the contract. And we must have this transparent fiscal responsibility that Richard is laying the groundwork of. And I have nothing but accolades for where we're going with the direction under this president. And that's all I really wanted to say. So thank you for the time, Mr. President, and anyone else.
Richard Roca, thank you for calling in. He makes a great point about the veterans. Before I go back to Vanessa, a lot of people feel like Richard, who are not veterans as well, about seniority for our union represented employees, that should be spelled out in our contract. And Richard, and to those who are non-veterans, they are both right. That seniority language must be in our contract. In every job classification, it should be a standard thing. When you sign a contract in a union, you should have seniority, period. You should not be losing your job while under a signed contract, period. It's just that simple. That's what a union does. It's about seniority. You put your time in, you should be given a level of respect. That's what I've tried to do for the staff here with their UAW contract. All of the work they've put in for all of these years, I've tried to give them a measure of respect. That seniority is very, very important. One quick thing. He talked about some of the prior spending, that credit card situation that I put up weeks ago, and how the former CFO never talked about those spending habits, and how some of those charges could be looked at as being questionable. That's a great point. One person can look at a spending of a credit card and say, hey, it's valid. Someone else can look at it and say, it's not valid. Remember, they're criticizing me for having my shirts pressed and my pants pressed at the French Boulevard Laundry. Remember they were saying that? You're looking at one right now. It's pressed up, it's starched up, so I can look presentable. And they were complaining about that. Some people say, we want you to be pressed up. We want you to be starched up. That's that military term. We want you crisp and clean. Other people say, we don't care how you look, and we don't want to pay for it. So everyone looks at this a little bit differently about how the money was spent for Local 1000. But like Mr. Roca said, I'm showing you everything. So if I was really trying to hide something from you, I wouldn't be trying to show you. Now some things I can't show you because of the legalities of it all. But, for some people to say, well, you have to show me something, but you can't show nobody else something. See, that's secrecy. And if you notice, I want to show everybody equally. I want to show everyone equally. All right, so I'm going to go back to the bunk chair 17, Vanessa C. Strong.
Okay. I had a question about the slide. That's why I was, because of course I don't know anything about
Which one? Which one?
the last one where you is about the staff. Yeah, that one. No, before that.
Okay, here we go back. All right, give me 1 second, Vanessa. I'm trying to go back. This one here?
And I just want you to explain to me
Okay.
about the exempt rank and file and the non-exempt rank and file, because I don't know if you had said it. My internet keeps going out, so I keep getting slapped off. So as
All
I'm
right.
on, I'm trying to listen because I want to know about the budget. And the information I have doesn't go into detail like this. So I
Well,
have a lot of questions.
This was something extra that we put in. And let me make sure I say this right, because I always get this turned around. When you see the exempt rank and file, that is our hourly. I'm pretty sure that's our hourly. I wish they'd have put that in parentheses. And then our non-exempt is our non-hourly. Or do I have that flipped backwards? I have it backwards. All right. So the exempt is our non-hourly, and the non-exempt is our hourly. Whew. Okay. Thank you, staff.
Okay.
I'm supposed to have that memorized.
Okay. So it wasn't what I was thinking. Okay.
Yeah, it's
so
actually the reverse. Yeah.
if that explains it. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So we're showing you. Let's go back in time to the Zoom. Someone asked me to put up the structure of the organization for the board of directors, the DOC presidents, and the bunk chairs. And then they asked for the staff organization. So we put them both up. And now you see this again in this PowerPoint presentation. The budget, 2022 budget presentation is up on our website too. And so we're showing you the staffing levels. And then if we go forward, you see the local 1000 staff departures for 2010, 16, and you see voluntary or involuntary. And then you see 2011, 32 departures. Remember, 2021, we're at 33, which, oh gosh, I just can't make these numbers up. So they say I went by 33%. Our departures is 33 for 2021. If you round it, they say I won by 34% just by the voters in my category. Okay. 2012, 37 departures. That's the highest number. And they made that kind of small because there's so many departures. 33 departures 2013. 2014, 29 departures. Let me stop and slow down for a second. And all this we're doing today is on closed caption. Tonight at 6:30, we'll have our sign language interpreters. All right. And then we're going to go on to 2015, 33 departures. Wait a minute. 2015. Okay. So on these departures, this is including those who didn't give us the reason why they left. That's why my number is a little different on my paper. Okay, so 33 departures in 2015. And then I said 33 for the year 2021. Okay. So we've had 33 twice. All right. 31 in 2016, 2017, 15 departures. 20 departures in 2018, 2019, 19 departures. 2020, 14 departures. That's when the COVID kicked off in March of 2020. And here's our 33 for 2021. And then the highlighted stuff is for those concerning the CFO. Okay. Yeah, and this is our staff departures by year, involuntary, not available, voluntary. You'll see a total number from 2010 up to now is 312. 312. And you'll see in the years, 33 is mentioned twice. 33 in 2013, 33 in 2021. And you'll see in the 30s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times in the 30s. So when they say when Richard took over, he was causing everybody to leave and quit and give up on Local 1000, the staff, that's not true. This is why I keep saying that all this stuff that they've been saying about me, it's lies. I say it's hot garbage. I say it's slanderous. I'm showing you these numbers. Now, people can show you numbers and argue from many different pivots, many different platforms. Here's what we do know. 312 people are gone, one way or the other, since 2010. So we have 12 years. So I'm going to do 312. 312 divided by 12. So it's 26 a year. 26 a year. $26 a year, people leaving one way or the other. And I'm trying to show you these things so that when the board meets tonight and they say they cannot ratify, they cannot propose, they cannot vote to say yes on this 2022 budget in its original format, you'll know that it's not because they don't want to pass it. It's because they want to defy me. This is a personal thing. They don't want to see the Local 1000 operations continue. They'll say, well, you didn't give us the information fast enough. And I just told you, and I told people in the emails, there were times when the board never got these financial documents until the day of the meeting. And sometimes when I give it to them, they snatch it right back from them. What I've done differently is I gave it to them on Monday as soon as possible. After we went back and redid everything and checked everything to make sure it was accurate. And then I put up on the website so that all of membership can see it. And not just membership, but our non-members can now take a look at how we operate our budget so they can feel good about becoming a dues-paying member of Local 1000. This information cannot just be hid or kept by the president or the 3 VPs or that 65-member board that includes the president and the 3 VPs and the 51 DLC presidents and the 10 bunk chairs. You cannot keep hiding information from our membership and then expect to grow membership by gaining their trust if they don't know how you're spending the money. All right, moving on. And this is just another ratio. And they did a 25.3. Okay, so with this particular graph, it doesn't include the 8 that did not give us the reasons. And that's why that top number is 304 and not 312. Okay. For some reason, some people didn't tell us why they were leaving. We don't know why they left. It wasn't recorded in our system as voluntary or involuntary or whatever. And that's how we recorded our system. All right. Now, someone's asked me this question. As you see, I'm on the phone, taking text messages, trying to keep up with everybody. Hold on one second. Okay, I won't say that. And I won't say that part. Someone's sending me secret text. Okay. All right. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm told that the MRC expansion is working well. We went on October 1st to a representative style organization, which is what we were under CSEA. Then we went more to organizational that involved politics in the 2007, 2008 timeframe. And so this is good. And now we have maybe 1, maybe 2 reps per DLC. Some DLCs are so big, we need 2 reps. I don't know what I'm doing. Now, this slide here. All right. Let me try to regroup here. Representing employee voices. I have stuff everywhere on this desk. As you can see, there are certain DLC presidents in orange who ran unopposed. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean they're doing the job so well that there's no one in their DLC that wants to compete with them for DLC president? No, but some would say yes. Some of these DLC presidents who ran unopposed ran again. They've been DLC president for years. As I've stated to you, many people in our union didn't even realize we just went through an election. Okay? So when we see the people who ran unopposed, which ironically the number 33 appears, again, some of the people who are, quote, trying to remove me from office, who are trying to strip me of my powers, their names are reflected strongly. Do I need to say their names? Okay, I won't say their names. But hold on one second here. I'm just going to do a quick glance of this. Give me 1 second. We have 33, and I'm going to do a quick glance. Let me see if I can count them really quickly to myself. Okay, so I give me 1 second. Okay, a quick glance of that 33. 18 of those want me out of here. They want to strip me of everything. 18 of this 33 want me out of here. And they say that they're representing their membership, but that is not accurate. That is not true. Because number one, who did they run against? What votes did they get? When they tell you, when some of these people on the board tell you, well, he only got 2,637 votes, which is only 33% or 34% rounded with my particular category. Some of these people ran against nobody. I had more votes than them. They didn't have any votes together. 33 of these presidents had no votes. And 18 of them want me out of here. They want to, quote, destroy your voice in a democratic process. Now, I still love them. I still want to work with them. I'm still going to work with them. And I can forgive them for trying to have an out of order illegal meeting in October. Oh, yes, I can. Remember, fear overcomes anger and madness? But if I'm looking at this and these people are telling you that they're representing their membership and their DOCs, that is not true. No, they're not. $18 of that 33. And you notice, now here's the funny thing. I'll call on anybody right now and let them come on and let them talk. And you don't see no hands raised. You wait till tonight. You'll see all those hands raised so fast. But they don't want to talk right now. Oh, we have a hand raised. All right, so let's call on DLC President 772, Mary Dela Cruz. Go ahead, Mary.
Hi, thank you for taking my call.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I just first of all want to thank you for your PowerPoints and sharing this information. I am 772. I am one of those ran unopposed. This is my second term. The first time I ran, our whole slate won.
Okay.
And we replaced the slate that was running. But I will tell you that we support 772. Our e-board supports you 100%.
Thank
and
you.
Thank you for educating us and being transparent. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Now, I'm glad that she called in. When we sent the email out, where's it at? Give me 1 second here. Because I know a lot of people are talking, and I want to make sure because, when I lay things out, I'm going to lay them out. Here, let's go back for a second here. Because I said an email went out. I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to read it. This morning, an email went out. I asked the staff to send it out. They did it perfectly. Here we go. December 29th, 7:06 a.m. The emergency board of directors meeting will be held by Zoom tonight only, December 29th, while the board of directors meeting itself will run from 6:30 to 8:30 to authorize only the board to vote to pass the new budget. Local 1000 President Richard Lewis Brown will begin the meeting at 11 a.m. to allow a lengthy discussion about the proposed budget with represented employees and board members alike. I'm going to read it to you again because I'm going to show you tonight, and I'm going to show it to you in front of everybody. I'm going to show you about people. An emergency board of directors meeting will be held by Zoom only tonight, December 29th, while the board of directors meeting itself will run from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. to authorize only the board to vote to pass the new budget. That means our dues paying members can't vote on the budget, only the board. We voted these people in, and they vote on the board to pass the budget. Local 1000 President Richard Lewis Brown will begin the meeting at 11 a.m. to allow a lengthy discussion about the proposed budget with represented employees and board members alike. So today, it's open to everybody. So they have plenty enough time. When they were saying that I wasn't going to allow them, the board, to ask questions and stuff, they were wrong. But that's the narrative they want to create. Now, this will mark the first time in our union's history that everyone will be able to view and ask questions about the new budget. Listen to this. Everyone will be able to view and ask questions about the new budget in the most transparent manner available to the public without any backdoor agreements or side letter handshakes. To register for this important financial meeting, please click here. A Zoom link will be sent to you after you register. To review the 2022 proposed budget, including a statement of net assets, quote, the balance sheet, and a statement of proposed activities and proposed budget, click here. The only item on the agenda for this special board of directors meeting is to ratify the proposed 2022 budget, which requires a simple yes or no vote to ensure the operations of Local 1000 continue without delay. In its entire history, Local 1000 has never failed to pass a budget that was presented in its original format. In the spirit of transparency, it should be duly noted that proposed financial budgets have rarely, if ever, been presented to represent employees prior to discussion, and oftentimes financial budgets have been retrieved from board members after they were allowed to view the information. I look forward to seeing you later. And I see one mistake. I've been telling you that oftentimes the board does not get these financial budgets until the day of. We should have said that in this email, but I know I'm a little wordy, and the staff cuts my words down and makes it very presentable and grammatically perfect. So that's what they did. But I'm reading this to you because here we are. We're gonna be here all day. You say, "Can you talk all day, Richard?" You know I can. Listen, where's the board of directors? You've heard one DLC president. You've heard bunk chair 15, Eric Murray. Bunk chair 17, Vanessa Seastrong. Bunk chair 20, Melissa Vartanian. And bunk chair 3, Robert Holtz. Now, I know people will say, well, they're busy working, Richard. They'll see you tonight. Okay. I wonder, because sometimes you can't tell on social media who's working and who's not. Sometimes you would think that people are working from home and on social media throughout the whole day. That's why I'm going through this, and I'm going to take my time, and I'm going to keep going over this over and over again. Now, I do see some people who sit on the board watching, and I'm not going to say their names, but I know that people are watching. and recording information. Yes. Yes, they are. I hope they are. All right. So, because I'm looking, 33 presidents ran unopposed, but 18 of them want me out of here. They want to rob the people of their voice. Why is that so important? Because this country was founded on the democratic principle. We'll forget about the slavery of the enslaved African. We'll forget about the broken treaties with Native Americans. We'll act like that didn't exist. And we'll forget about the Mexican-American War and the money of Guadalupe Hidalgo didn't get there. All those millions of dollars. We're based on voting and respecting the vote of the people. And by certain people on the board trying to remove the voice of the people, they are destroying the union. The very union that they say they care so much about. Representing employee voices. 33 ran unopposed. 18 of them want me out of here, but yet they say they're speaking on behalf of their membership. But we did a PowerPoint talking about that. Here we go. Remember this PowerPoint from months ago when I was doing all those PowerPoint slides? And you said, why is he talking about all this? Because I knew what I had to do. Representing employee voices. Do you feel your DLC president represents your voice when he or she votes for you at BOD, such as the $1 million given to SEIU State Council to help Governor Gavin Newsom successfully defeat his recall? I wrote that statement. I wrote that because I know the words I put in there. No, 65%. Yes, 34.8. 65% of the people who responded said no. Okay. Hold on one moment. Now, someone's asking about the salaries. What about employee salaries? And for our staff, we put the range as I've been advised, and then I think we did not put the range for management because that's kept confidential information. So I'm telling this person that's confidential. And this person I respect greatly because they are truly transparent. And all this person has to ever do is come down and talk to me. So this person is saying, it's pathetic your gossip presentation rather than a budget presentation. You need professional help to talk about the budget. Please stop embarrassing. Now, this is someone texting me this. Obviously, she doesn't care about my degree in finance. This is the type of people that text me. But yet, when they come on video, they try to act professional. Okay. And, I've already said that tonight, our controller is coming on at 6:30, but I'm starting out ahead of time. How can I start out ahead of time talking about the budget presentation? Because I've gone through it with him already. Who do you think helped him prepare it? He's not the only one who's college educated. I can see things and say, hey, listen, the way you're presenting this, you have to present it a different way to make it more clearer. He's still overall responsible along with Kenny Sims, but who is the person who's overall responsible over everything? Is it Chris Brackett, the controller? Is it Kenny Sims, the research director? Is it our VP, secretary treasurer, David Jimenez, who's also college educated in finance? No, the president of Local 1000 is overall responsible for every single thing. All right. Moving on. Representing employee voices. Has your DLC president or bunk chair asked you your opinion about motions to be presented at the BOD prior to voting on these motions? 83.4% no. Well, if they haven't contacted you, then who are they voting for? What kind of motions are they presenting? They're presenting their own self-interest motions. Let me read this slide for you again, because this is a good one. This is why they're not saying anything. This is why they're so quiet right now. And I see the names, and I'm looking at names in the queue, and I'm smiling. I'm smiling because I knew they wouldn't say anything. Why? Because the truth hurts. Has your DOC president or bunk chair asked you your opinion about motions to be presented at the BOD prior to voting on these motions? 83.4% says no. Representing employee voices, are you aware of dates and times for BOD meetings? 80% several months ago said no. And you wondered why I sent this email out 5 different times. 2 times to just the board, and then 5 more times to our membership. And people were still texting me saying they didn't get the email. Now, how long has this been going on for? How long has this been going on for? How many years? Do people even know what BOD stands for? How many years has this been going on? Has the voice of membership been ignored? How has that affected our ability to increase our dues paying membership? As you saw from the slide, it's been going down for years, since 2018. Let me go back to it. We had a high in 2009, 65.8%. Went down to 59%, 59.7% in August 2014. Went up to June 2018 at 64%. It's been going downhill ever since. Ever since. What happened? Why have voices been ignored by our union? And you kind of wonder when it went up. It was a high at 66%, rounded, September 2009. Then it went down to 59%, 59.7%, or 60% by August 2014. Then it went up in June 2017 by 64%. Did it really go up, or did we increase our hiring for the state of California? Well, I wish I had that information. I wonder, when we increased hiring, that's when our numbers went up. So if you increase hiring, then you have a chance of increasing your membership. But if your membership stayed the same, and then your membership went up, then you could truly say you were increasing membership. But how are you really increasing membership when the hiring for the state of California possibly went up during that same time period? You didn't think I knew all that, huh? Okay. All right, so let's go to the next slide. Are you aware of the contents of the BOD agenda and current events involving the union and its represented employees, including dues paying members that will be discussed at the board meeting? 85% said no. Have you been invited to attend and given the opportunity to provide feedback at the BOD meeting prior to voting on issues? 81% said no. So, what's going on here? Oh boy. So, it's about keeping people in the dark. Here's the funny thing about people. They're texting me saying, how much did my salary increase by? And it tickles me, because sometimes I look at my phone and I see the hypocrisy and the lies that they say. How much increase did you get by representing the members? Now, this person obviously didn't hear my the previous video, where I said that my salary stayed the same. I didn't take a salary stipend. My money didn't go up at all. But see, that's how they're so fixated on trying to sell their narrative that I'm making all this money off of you, and it's an absolute lie. All right. Now, have you been invited to attend and given the opportunity to provide feedback at the BOD? 81% said no. But here's the thing about this. When has a person ever been invited to a BOD meeting? You never have, and you never will, unless I'm your president. I'm just telling you this. There's a reason why there's this concerted effort to run me out of this union. Would you like to have a voice at the BOD meeting to speak on matters that concern you as a represented employee or dues-paying member? 71% said yes. And so when I was reading those impact statements, because we're a member-ran union, we're not a board of directors-run union, when I was reading those impact statements and I couldn't get through, and I wasn't able to get through all the routine business last weekend, there were some people who had a fit and said, he's destroying our union. But that's not what this survey says. I'm letting people's voices be heard. And remember, today is an open day. Anybody can call in, DLC president, bunk chair, dues paying member, a non-dues paying member. They can talk to me about what I've said so far on these budget presentation slides. No one's really calling in. See, that tells me something. That tells me a whole lot. You say, well, maybe everybody's at work. I don't think so. And you know that word spreads around when I'm on Facebook. Oh, yes, it does. All right. Statement of assets and liabilities and net assets. Now we're getting into the budget part of this. And when I was showing you these prior slides, I'm showing you why there's no reason why we cannot pass this proposed budget in its original format tonight at 6:30. It's always been passed before in the past. So why is it now all of a sudden a problem? Statement of assets and liabilities and net assets. It's the balance sheet. That's what this is. For a nonprofit, the owner's equity is called net assets. October 31st, here's our cash. Unrestricted, restricted. As you can see, it actually is higher. October 31st, 2021 versus December 31st, 2020. Okay, but December 31st, 2020, that whole year is basically closed out. So we still have time to go yet. So we're not closed out yet for 2021. We'll close out on December 31st, 2021. The information for November and December is not closed out yet. Is that not normal? Absolutely not. It's very normal. A lot of work has to be done to create these numbers, to finalize stuff. Hold on one moment here. Okay. Now, this person now has said they're sorry, and so I'm saying I accept their apology. Hopefully she's watching the video. We cannot post the salaries for our staff. We put the ranges up. Why can't you post the salaries for the staff, Richard? Because I'm being told I can't do that. Why can't you post the salaries for our management? Because I'm being told I can't do that. Well, who's telling you that? Staff? Is it true? That's what they tell me. I'm being legally advised. Okay, I'm just saying. Now, because when I got started here on June 30th, 2021, I wanted to put up everybody's salary, every single person. I was told, can't do that, Richard. Can't do that. All right. And here's the thing. No matter what we're paying this staff, it ain't enough money. Because if it was enough money, they wouldn't be leaving all these years. It's not enough money. And all these unions in the state of California that's been coming to Local 1000 and picking off our best people, we're going to stop all that madness. And I say that with love, peace, hair grease. I don't say that with a threat. I'm saying that with this positive energy. Yay, yay. Because I don't want someone to say I was throwing a threat out. Okay, so there's our money. Moving on. Here's our current assets. In the investments, we're a nonprofit, so there's a rule on how much money we can make in our CDs and other stuff like that. I can't remember the exact percentage amount. I'm sure Chris Brackett knows that number. Our money that comes into us October 31st, 2021, we're right on time. And you'll see that that number is a good number. Now, you notice how I'm doing this. I know what I'm doing. I'm letting you guys take time to look at it, see if there's any questions. You know, the state of California, when it does its budget, they put their information out in January. And then they do the, I think, the revised in May, and they finalize it. And they give you all the numbers. So what we're doing is no different than the state of California. This is our balance sheet for a period of time. Here's our property. Here's our number for October 31st, 2021. Total property and equipment. And then there's our closeout on December 31st, 2020. Our liabilities, what we owe out. And as you can see here, that number is a little larger than December 31st, 2020, our accounts and union leave payable. And then our total current liabilities is larger for the closeout of October 31st, 2021. Okay, let's keep going here. And there's our non-current liabilities. Let's go back for a second. And what you're seeing is the variance difference in our far right column. You don't see it fluctuating very much, except for a few categories. And I'm gonna let, if anyone has questions, I'll let Chris talk about that. And then there's our net assets for a nonprofit. Interesting thing about the strike fund number looks the same, but we know that that number is going to increase. Interesting that they say that they had $4,381,598 on December 31st, 2020. That's interesting that they say that, because they never had a strike fund before. So mysteriously now it shows up. All right. So you see our total assets, what brings us in money, easily convertible to money, what makes us valuable. And then you see that number, October 31st, 2021, which is very similar. It's a little larger than the number on December 31st, 2020. And then you see the total liabilities and net assets, quote, owner's equity. For 2021, those numbers match because the total assets have to equal your total liabilities and net assets. That's the accounting equation. All right. Now, what we just went through was basically a balance sheet. Now we're going into, quote, the statement of activities and proposed budget. This talks about the past. 2019, 2020, and then as of October 31st, 2021, what we projected for 2021, or what was projected for 2021, and then we have our proposed budget for 22, 23, and 24. A budget is a proposal. You say, hey, we're budgeting this much money. Do you make your budget? Do you break your budget? It's hard to say. It's no different than you having a household. You say, we're going to spend, I don't know, $2,500 every month on such and such. And so 2,500, or let's say 2,000 a month for 12 months, 2,400. Did you make your budget for those 12 months? Were you financially disciplined? I doubt it. Maybe. But that budget of 2022, 23, and 24, it's a proposal. That's what that is. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Oh boy. Okay, so, hold on one second here. This is what happens, you do things out ahead of time. So, I don't know who's looking at this really closely, but I'm looking at it. So we are on slide, let's see here. $39. All right. Let me catch up to y'all. 39. 39. Give me 1 second here. All right, so easy catch. Slide 39. Budget 2022. Oh, that's me. Okay, so it's good. It's good. And what you're seeing is a budget forecast for 22, 23, and 24. That's what you're seeing. So when you see 2019, and let me take my time when I answer this, because this is for one particular person that sits on the board. A lot of people are very intelligent, but sometimes you can't be intelligent in every aspect. 2019 dues revenue, 46.5, 46,500,000 and something. Okay. Now you went down in the money we received from our membership to 45.2 in 2020. We're projected by the end of this year to have 44, or just say 45 million. Okay. Now, we're going to raise our membership over time. And over time, through 22, we're going to raise our membership to a certain level to where it's going to be at 52 million or 52.2 million. And by the grace of God through Jesus Christ, if you believe like that, I do, whatever belief you have in, then I want you to stick to your belief that we can raise our membership to 65% by January 2023. And then hopefully, throughout the entire year of 2024, it will be at 80% plus. And that's why those numbers are so much bigger than the prior numbers. 2019, you knew what you had. 2020, you knew what you had. As of October 31st, 2021, we're at 37.2. I'm just doing a 37.2 million. $37,234 and 613 $37,234,613. 37.2 million. I'm gonna stop for a second. We're gonna pause. I'll say it again. At the end of October of this year, we're at $37,234,613. So I'm saying 37.2 million in dues we received. We're budgeted. Oh, I should have this number in my head. We're budgeted for the end of this year to have basically 45 million, $44,942,638. I'm trying to remember our monthly figure. All right, moving on. Now, you say, well, is this good or bad? It depends on how you look at it. On our Form 990s that goes back to 2009, 2008, that's on our website, we're telling you what we collected from our membership on our taxes. And you can look this information up on the internet if you go to any of those certain websites about nonprofits, because a nonprofit has to post their tax forms so they can keep their nonprofit status. So what we're talking about here is not nothing that's secret information. Now, here's the great thing about transparency. Remember when people were telling you that we don't use your money for politics? And I said, yes, we do. And they said, no, we don't. This is where you catch people. And this is why you don't see people asking me questions and trying to dig on my chest, because they know that I have the answer for them. Listen to this. Dues and refunds. If you leave state service, you go to a different bargaining unit that's not represented, a different job classification that is not represented by our 9-10 bargaining units. Like I said, you retired from state service, you separated, whatever. We have to pay you back some of this money that we took from you that month. And so you'll see where we've had to pay back money in dues. You may have canceled your membership. That'll affect that too. Then it says transfers to PACs. And that transfers to PAC, that's to our issues PAC. No, our candidate PAC. Our candidate PAC. You said we have a candidate PAC? Yes, we do. And $1.50 of all of our dues dollars, $1.50 of every dues dollar goes to our candidate PAC. That's politics. But I told you that. Told you that when I was running campaigning all these years. $1.50 of every dues dollar goes to our candidate PAC. That's the transfers to the PAC. That's from our dues money. Now, we have 3 other PACs. So the candidate PAC is $1.50. On our membership application, get to it here. On our membership application, right here, it talks about by writing my initials in this box, I instruct SEIU Local 1000 to not, and not is capitalized, all 3 letters, to not withhold an additional $2 per month for political activity. That $2 is our issues PAC. Not the candidate PAC, the issues PAC, the additional $2 of your dues paying money. In fact, the money that the board voted on June 2nd to give SIU State Council $1 million to help Governor Gavin Newsom successfully defeat his recall, that money came from our dues money for those who did not initial the box. It came from the issues PAC. You say, what about the COPE PAC? The COPE is this PAC. That's money that goes to international. Once we reach a certain threshold on the COPE money to international, they send us the money back, the overtures, back to us, and then that money goes into our quote issues pack. All right. And so you look at the dues revenue, and then you look at the total revenue for the years. And we have budgeted for 22, 23, and 24. Hold on one moment here. Because I know I have it right. I just want to re-verify. Okay. Now we're going to go on to the next slide. You see our expenses. And you see the proposed budget for 22, 23, and 24. We know the staff got a pay increase of 14% over 3 years, 7% this year, 4% next year on October 1st, and 3% in 23, 3% pay increase. And that's the proposed, what you're estimating the costs are going to be. So like most organizations, the cost of staff goes up. It's no different than our salaries. Well, we got a 4.5% this year because it was a 2.5 for, July 1st, 2020, then a 2% for July 1st, 2021. So they added it all together with a 0.05 for the POP. So we had a 4.55% pay increase on July 1st, 2021. Next year, on July 1st, 2022, we'll get a 2.5% pay increase. So our salaries will go up, and so will the staff and management salaries of our staff here. And then we have to remember with the overtime and other issues that when we start organizing, ramping up in 22 for that contract negotiations in the spring of 23, that's going to increase costs too. For overtime possibly, and for paying the staff. Other compensation, that's in regards to staff. In order to be lucrative and to keep our staff here, sometimes you have to offer incentives to keep staff, particularly management. And that's what you're seeing here on other compensation, and that cost is going up in 22, 23, and 24. That's the projected cost, and that's the budget that we have for that. And you'll see here as of 2021, we're at 330 or 331,000 if you round it. So we just say 330.9. We were projected for 391. Oh, this is good. So it looks like we're gonna fall under the budget of the 396. Okay. Then you have the health insurance waivers. And we don't really do cell phone reimbursements anymore. All right. And that's the retirement and taxes. Wait a minute. And you see we're projected to go up in those numbers as well. because everything goes up. All right. Wait a minute here. And so we're still falling under budget. And so this is what a lot of people have said, Richard, you're not taking enough credit because we're actually running cheaper with you in charge than if we had the incumbent still running things. Possibly, I would say yes. Some of that is attributed to the union leave. Union leave, okay, that pops up. Okay. So let me say this for hopefully the last time. I started office June 30th. I did not end union leave. I just didn't extend it. Their union leave ended when I started. And the former president left it up to me to create new union leave for the bunk chairs and anyone else that was on full-time union leave. Which, you know, I see her viewpoint in doing that. I guess a lot of people would say, well, if that was the case, then why didn't you hire your own CFO versus the former CFO who left on December 15th? He was hired on June 8th. Why didn't they allow you to make your own hiring decision on your own CFO? That I can't answer. And I can't answer with only 21 days of training from the former CFO before the current CFO resigned on December 15th. So when our current CFO resigned on December 15th, he had been hired on June 8th, and the person who trained him, which was the CFO before him, only had 21 working days to show him everything that he could do, that he needed to know on how to run Local 1000's finances. Unfortunately, that CFO had been here. Well, fortunately, that CFO had been here for 7 years and over 9 months, but yet he only had 21 days to train our current CFO, who resigned on December 15th. So how much training did he get? I don't know. So as far as the union leave, I did not end union leave. I did not extend it. And then when I did start union leave for certain bunk chairs and certain people, so we could increase our membership and we could help with job representation, I've done that, but you don't hear much about that because they don't broadcast that. And I don't broadcast which bunk chairs I gave union leave to, which people got union leave. I just don't tell people's business. But there are people doing the work of the Local 1000. But you'll see where the projected cost has gone down dramatically. Projected cost for union leave in excess of 30 days, I would say that looks like 1.4 million. And we're only at, whoa. So union leave in excess of 30 days. We were projected for 1.4 million. And we're only at 1.3 or rounded. So I'll just say the whole number for you. As of 2021, October 31st, we're at $1,250,070. We were projected for $1,398,524. But we were budgeted for 2.5 million. And we spent 2.9 million in 2019. So, you know, I'm smiling because when I tell you they have to run me out of office for a number of reasons, this is one of the reasons. So we're budgeted for 1.1 million in 2022, 1.2 in 2023, and then 1.1 in 2024. Now remember, our contract is up, so we're going to have more people on union leave in that year of 2023. That's a really low number compared to 2.9 in 2019. Well, to some people, that's great. That's great financial responsibility. Other people say, oh, heck no, we're a member-run union. we should have more members on union leave so we can increase that membership to, like you said, Richard, you said 80% January of 23 and over 90% by October of 2023. But I told you earlier in the slides, we want to be at 65% because that's a more modest approach for us to hit by January of 23. And then by October of 23, we want to be at 80%. Okay. So I'm looking at the union leave board of directors. In 2019, doing business as normal, $104,571. 2020 was dramatically reduced because they were doing it by Zoom, so you saved a lot of money. As of this year, we spent as of October 31st, 2021, we spent $2,500. We were budgeted for $15,000, so we'll come way under that. They budgeted $20,000. They budgeted $20,000 in 2019, but they spent $104,571. And then in 21, they budgeted $3,000. Okay. And so they budgeted $21,000. No, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Let me read this again. They budgeted $3,000 in 21. But they had projected $15,000, but we only spent $2,500. Okay. So I'm looking through this. All right. So into the future, we kept the numbers pretty low because we're hoping that we can do these board of directors meetings in person. Hopefully the COVID won't keep us where we have to do it by Zoom for health safety precautions. So I see where those numbers came from for budget 22, 23, and 24. So we should be able to say that, yes, we can beat this pandemic by hopefully March or June of 22 to where things can go back to being normal again. That's what we hope for. All right. So then we have other employee member expenses. All righty then. Travel. 2019, we spent $2.7 million. Now, someone has just reminded me that, Richard, we also we had bargaining that year. And they're absolutely right. And so that's why that travel was at 2.7 and the meetings was at 3.5 because it was bargaining. That was a bargaining year. Okay. And we have to remind ourselves in that bargaining year, this is where it gets tricky. Our prior contract ended on January 1st, 2020, a very unique contract. And normally our contracts end on the fiscal calendar on June 30th or July 1st. But this time it ended in the middle of a fiscal period. So I want to say it started, was it July 2nd, 2016 through January 1st, 2020? That was our prior contract. Does that sound about right? Our prior contract, not this current contract, but our prior contract started July 2nd, 2016 through January 1st, 2020. That sound about right? All right. So that's why the costs in 2019 were so high. And then you see our costs go way down. In 2020. Wait a minute. And so in 2020, it goes way down, of course, because of COVID. And then of 2021, as of October, the costs are way down, of course. And we had projected basically 85,000 for 21, even though we had budgeted for 67,000. So you can see the effect that COVID has had, or the pandemic. In 2019, they budgeted 3.5 million, but they only spent 2.7. And then for the meetings, they had budgeted 3.2. So for 2019, they had budgeted 3,183,000, but they actually spent $3,540,335. Oh, I see what happened. Because remember, the contract went on, and we the side letter was in June 19th, June 19th, 2020. October of 2019 is when our contract actually got ratified. Because remember, there was a second revote for bargaining unit 11 that got done on October 13th. So that's when they gave us the date of ratification for our contract, for our current contract, October 13th, 2019. Okay, so I see that. As you see, our budget is really low for 22, 23, and 24 compared to the prior years for travel and for meetings. But this is just a forecast. We may go over that, we may go way under that. We don't know for sure. And this is about office supplies. Okay. Communications, how we communicate our message. And as you can see, we're way. Oh, wait a minute. So we're under budget in these areas that was projected. And then we have the media advertising. And so you see, we're increasing our costs because we want to make ourselves more visible to increase our membership. So that's why those costs are budgeted a little higher. And then we go to the professional services. And everything looks pretty. Everything looks good on this. Someone has brought up the attention about the interpreters, making sure we have interpreters for all of our Zoom meetings. So in 2019, they paid $182,000. 2020 went down. 2021 it went down dramatically. And so, we can always afford to ensure that we have interpreters. Even though all of these Zooms are also closed caption. So when we were doing our Zoom calls before me and they weren't doing it by Zoom, I'm not sure how those Zoom calls are being interpreted for those who are hearing impaired. Okay. And then we have professional services, page 2 of 2. And so I've been asked this question about the external organizing, why we pay out all this money. Because this is a political situation. And that's an agreement, I believe, that we have with International. And this particular page talks about our money that we pay out to International and to our SEIU State Council and to our other labor affiliates. And as you can see, it can be costly. And it's based off our per caps, how many dues paying members we have for SEIU International. That's the 7520 per caps dues. And you can see the number is going up and up. So, regardless of how Mary Kay Henry may feel about me personally, financially, the money is still being sent every month in a timely fashion to SEIU International and to State Council. And when our membership goes up, their money goes up as well. The money we pay them, because that's part of our agreement. And the other labor affiliates, when our money goes up, their money that we pay them to stay unified, to help them and to help us, their money goes up as well. Okay, that's the CSCA part. We pay CSCA for their support. And this is the facilities expense. And I'm sure that David Jimenez has a lot to talk about looking at these costs. And then these are other expenses. And the great thing about being a dues paying member, we do pay member death benefits. And we pay that through a CSCA. That's one of the benefits we offer you when you become a dues paying member. And then you see our donations and all this other stuff. Okay. This is our amortization and depreciation on on the things that we own. All right. And then we have other income. Which, as you can see, the parking lot is the big one. People are not coming to work, so we collected 89,000 in 2019, and only 25,258 in 2020. And then we thought we was going to get 17,000, but we're only at 14,000 right now, 14,684. So it doesn't seem like it's a lot of money. But it is income. All right. And then this is the last page. And I'm going to go through this again. We're going to take a break, but this is the last page. And you can actually see where we didn't do so well. We didn't do so well in 2019. We did fine in 2020. And we're projected to be just fine this year, change in net assets. And then as you see with the projected membership increase for 22, 23, and 24, it's really going to really dramatically increase our change in net assets. All right. You've been patient. It is almost 3 o'clock. We're going to stop. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to come back at 3:15, and we're going to start this all over again. All right, I'm Richard Lewis Brown. Today is December 29th, 2021. We're taking our second break of the day. We will return back at 3:15. Thank you for your time. Hello, everyone. We're back on. Today is December the 29th, 2021. I'm Richard Lewis Brown, your Local 1000 president. Tonight, 6:30, emergency board meeting to pass our 2022 budget in its original format. Tonight, we'll hear from our controller, Chris Brackett, research director, Kenny Sims, I believe, as well. And we'll let also our VP Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez. They'll do the presentation, they'll take the questions, and then once we're done, we will do a roll call, make sure we have a quorum, and we'll vote the contract. So, and that's going to happen really quickly. So that's the budget for the 2022 budget to ensure that Local 1000 continues to operate without any disturbances. Now, I've been on since 11 o'clock today, and we sent out emails for the last several days. We sent out 5 different emails, and we sent out 2 emails just for the board of directors, our 51 DLC presidents and 10 bunk chairs, along with the 4 statewide officers, including myself. It's vitally important we pass this budget in its original format tonight. And so when they do this presentation tonight at 6:30, the board will be able to ask their questions to Chris Brackett, Kenny Sims, and David Jimenez, our VP Secretary Treasurer. And then we'll do a roll call, and we'll take to ensure that we have a quorum, and then we'll vote on the contract. Never before in Local 1000 history have we ever been so transparent, if ever any type of transparency when it comes to the board of directors meetings. And never before has a budget not been passed in its original proposal, in its original format. Tonight will be no different. And I'm hoping that we'll have a 65-0 unanimous vote that the importance of passing our budget to show that we believe in our leadership, we believe in our membership, we believe in our elections, and most of all, we believe in a labor union that's on the right track. And we're going to see that tonight. And what you're going to see tonight in front of the whole world, you're going to see our board come together on a meeting that I called for as the president of Local 1000, and we're going to get this budget ratified really quickly. And when we go out these numbers, it's actually the budget presentation is up on our website. So we're really no different than the state of California when they put up their budget in January, and then they put up the other budget in May. And then the LAO, Legislative Analyst Office, they'll oftentimes review the budget. And so, we're being transparent for the first time in Local 1000 history, but not just with our board of directors, because we're not a board of directors run union. We are a member ran union. And so I'm really excited about this. This will be my first budget as Local 1000 president. And I'm really excited about our union coming together. And sometimes we have to go back in the past, learn from our past to prepare for the present to go into the future. I'm taking questions all day today. I've had a few people ask questions. I had a few people make comments. It's been a really quiet day. And, the board of directors, they're also free to call in and make questions and comments as well. So before we go back to the PowerPoint, I want to talk to you about the importance of passing this budget. We've always passed the budget in a timely fashion. And when people say they don't want to pass this budget, the people on the board, what they're saying when they say that is they're not believing in our union. And many people on our board, a number of them ran in unopposed elections, 33 of them. 18 of this 33 want to strip me of all my powers and remove me from office. This is a travesty, because they're ignoring the will of the voters. And you've seen people say many disparaging things about me, some of it racial, some of it just flat out evil. But we're going to stay positive. We're going to stay energetic. And we're going to stay focused. Passing this budget tonight means that we believe in our essential worker premium pay petition drive that's still going on to the end of the month. And some people say, well, did you get way past 17,000? I don't know if we got way past 17,000 because it's the holidays and things have slowed down. But passing this proposed budget tonight in its original format tells our membership they believe that we're fighting to get that essential worker premium pay for them. We're fighting to ensure we get the best telework agreement with the state of California, the very best we can get, and we're not willing to do side letter agreements that reduce our dignity or our financial value while under a signed contract. By passing this proposed budget tonight, it shows that even though we may have our differences in our union, at the end of the day, we still come together to handle business. And even though we weren't able to handle all of our routine business last weekend, because we're not a board-run union, we are a member-run union, we're going to get it done tonight in an emergency board meeting. Tonight is the start of the new year, actually. So even though New Year starts on January 1st, 2022, we're getting started the 29th, the 30th, the 31st. We're getting started 3 days early. 3 days early, we're getting started on a new year of 2022 by passing this budget tonight in its original format. Even though people have tried to slander me and say mean things about me that are simply untrue with no basis of truth, I am still optimistic and I'm positive and I'm full of hopeful, exciting, enthusiastic energy. We're going to get this done tonight. I know we are. And we just have to keep the faith. And as we say on this journey in life, don't stop believing. The PowerPoint presentation, I went through it once already. Let's go through it all over again. So I don't see any hands raised. Are there any questions before we go to the PowerPoint presentation again? Are there any questions in the queue? Are there any questions in the queue? All right, so I see a Peter Usury. So go ahead, Peter.
Hello, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, I just have a real simple question. Could you please tell us how many board members it takes to form a quorum?
Yes.
Did I miss it? Did you say that earlier today? And
No, I never did. That's a great question. So for a quorum, I've been informed that 65, it takes 33 for a quorum. That's what I'm being informed.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to tell you, thank you for your military service, and thank you for representing us as president. Have a happy new year.
Oh, happy new year to you as well. And you're very welcome. As far as the quorum number is concerned, Peter, we're 65 strong on the board, 51 DLC presidents, 10 bunk chairs, 4 statewide officers. It takes 33 to have a quorum to conduct business. 33. If only 33 people show up, then you have enough to conduct business. But of that 33, you say what would constitute a quorum of that 33? It would only be 22. So if only 33 show up, then only 22 would be needed for a quorum. No, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. No, I'm so sorry. I said that wrong. 65 is the board. You need 33 to conduct business. So 33 people have to show up in order to conduct business. So I said it correctly. I wanted to make sure I go back and retract what I'm saying. Okay. Are there any more questions tonight, or this afternoon, should I say? So we're going to try to go back through this again. I'm going to say what I said all over again. Hopefully I can say it faster, be understood better, more clearer. To drive this point home, so that when people come on tonight, the board of directors, and they ask these questions, hopefully I've answered some of the questions, maybe not every single question, but if I can cover at least 80%, that would be great. All right, so we're going to bring the PowerPoint back up. All right, so here we go. This presentation was prepared by Chris Brackett, our Local 1000 controller, Kenny Sims, our Local 1000 research director, and I helped out a little bit as well. All right, so the importance of passing this 2022 budget, we have to ensure that Local 1000, its operations are not discontinued, and it won't be discontinued, and that we will continue into 2022 with none of our operations being interrupted at all. At all. And it's going to show that we are a unified union. This budget should pass 65-0 tonight. And anyone who's voting against this budget and they're saying because they're afraid of this or they're afraid of that, that is not the truth. This budget every year has always passed in its original format. And it's always been done on time. If anyone says that they can't pass this budget tonight, that they cannot feel the enthusiasm to pass this budget because of baseless allegations, because of hearsay, because our former CFO quit on December 15th, didn't give us a 2-day notice, and we wish our former CFO nothing but success in the future with his next job. But if they say that that's affecting them on their ability to vote yes on this excuse that they dress up as a valid concern is not a valid concern. That's an excuse. There's no excuse to not vote this budget in its original format, 65-0 tonight at 6:30. No excuse. We have had other CFOs quit in the past or retire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 CFOs before our current CFO resigned on December 15th. 5 former CFOs. Okay? Our current CFO who resigned on December 15th. I keep saying this over again. That person had only been with the union since June 8th. That person had 21 days of training from the former CFO who retired on the same day I started, June 30th. Our former CFO who resigned on December 15th, 3 days before our budget committee meeting last weekend and before this budget presentation, had only worked with us for maybe 190 days. And his letter of resignation cannot be disclosed. It's a private, confidential matter, not even to the board. That's what I'm being advised. It cannot be disclosed. So if someone tells you they can't pass this budget because of the CFO resignation letter, that's not true. They're just looking for an excuse. That's just an excuse. And this is why you don't see no hands raised. This is why there are people who are watching who are texting other people on the phone saying, he's saying this and Richard's saying that. So this is how you attack him tonight. Trust me, I'm not new with this game of life. A CFO resigning is not an excuse to not pass the budget. And I want to thank Chris Brackett and Kenny Sims and David Jimenez for working and staying diligent. And David Jimenez for him handling that budget presentation last weekend for the budget committee. He did a fantastic job. And everything that was being thrown at him, he stayed calm, cool, and collective. Now, that's not hard for David Jimenez. If you know David, you don't rattle David. But you know they're coming for me tonight. And you know what? I still love them anyway. All right. We've had 5 former CFOs. The 6th one recently resigned on December 15th. We'll hire a 7th one. In the meantime, we'll keep going. Why is this officer stipends the first slide you see? When you save $500,000, you better put that up front. Since I've taken over as president, we've saved $72,000 till December of this year. $72,000. We're going to save over $500,000. I'm not going to authorize the salary stipends to be paid to the VPs, and the VPs didn't want it anyway. And that's a shout out to our VP Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez. A shout out to our VP Organizing and Representation, Annika Walls. And we know Annika Walls has been put through all kinds of things since the last time she was elected in 2018. And for her to say, I'm not going to take that salary stipend, that's amazing. And to Irene Green, our VP of Bargaining, who had to run in 2 different elections in the same year through no fault of her own. She didn't accept the salary stipend either. Oh, and before you ask, are me and Irene going to be able to work together in 2022? Yes, we will. What time do you have? What time is it? Ah, there we go, our numbers. 3:33. You heard me say it. I will work with Irene Green. All right, Irene. Hold on, I'm writing it down. All right, next slide. Long-term membership rate. People tonight, some people on the board will tell you they cannot pass this budget tonight because the membership is falling and it's Richard Lewis Brown's fault. That's an absolute slanderous lie. Membership's been going down since 2009. Gone down, gone up, and now it's on the decline again. Okay? High point, 66%, rounded, 2009. High point again, June 2017 to June 2018, 64%. Then it reached down to 56% by, I believe, what is that? December. Hold on 1 second here. Where is it at? 56% by December 2020. And then it's gone down to 54.7%. Down 1.3% since I've taken over from the 56% in December of 2020. I had nothing to do with this. Not one single thing. We talked about our membership going down by from 2017 up to now by 2.2% per year. So if they tell you tonight membership is why they can't afford to pass this budget, that's a lie. CFO resignation, that's a lie on why they can't pass the budget. We've had other CFOs in the past. So membership decline. First they said they're afraid. That's the first lie. Afraid of what? You know, someone said something to me. I'm gonna get to that here in a second. But afraid of, quote, challenging the status quo. Yeah, maybe that's what they're afraid of. Some of them on the board, not all of them, some of them. We don't want to stereotype everybody on the board. Okay. CFO resignation letter. CFOs come and go all the time. Did he have to do it 3 days before our budget committee and in this budget presentation? He didn't have to. Did he give us 2 weeks notice? No, he did not. Do we wish him success in his next job? You better believe we do. Every job is not meant for every person. So just because a person couldn't make it here at Local 1000 and they had to quit, doesn't mean they can't go somewhere else and have a tremendous career. And I say that wholeheartedly. This idea that the CFO resigned and we want to see the letter. If you don't show us the letter, then we're not going to pass this budget. That's a selfish, egotistical, self-serving person who would say that 9 times out of 10. Is there that 10% chance that they're being sincere? Sure there is. But I'm telling you, I don't believe that. Number 3, membership decline. That's not true. That's an absolute lie. Number 4, they say, well, Richard's under those lawsuits. And you know, I can't talk about the lawsuits as I'm being advised by the attorneys. There's lawsuits all the time in every organization, all across America. And there's allegations against people's character all the time, all across America. So for them to tell you they can't pass this, and that they're so afraid and they're so concerned, and that they're going to get sued, that's an absolute lie. Were they this concerned over those credit card charges years ago? Were they concerned about the dues paying membership suing Local 1000 for the prior president giving $4,528 as a gift and another $1,800 as a gift to leaders of this union? Were they that concerned then? There's 5 lies. Then they're going to talk about demeanor and ethics. And they can't pass this budget because they don't believe in my demeanor and my behavior. That's an absolute lie. How many times have they called me these names? I have the text messages. You've seen it on Facebook. You saw the racist cartoon character that was put up on Facebook? So that's a lie. Number 7, they don't know, they didn't have enough time. I've told you, they've had plenty enough time. Oftentimes, these financials were not given to them until the day of the meeting. And then the information was pulled back from them after the meeting. This information is up on the website for everybody to take a look at. Everybody, not just the board of directors. Every single person represented by Local 1000 can take a look at how we're spending money so that can help us increase our membership to our non-members because they can have faith that we're doing the right thing. What's the 7th thing? The demeanor, the transparency, not enough time. Not enough time to get questions answered. We've been going on all day, but they've been real quiet for a reason. Then they'll say, well, he didn't tell us until this morning about this. How many people do you know are teleworking for the state of California? They telework, they're on social media, they're texting their friends. Don't tell me that someone has not told them this morning that Richard's doing a video at 11 o'clock. They got the email. First, they told you that they didn't know about the special board meeting. Then they told you I wouldn't allow them to ask questions. I already told you tonight at 6:30, Chris Brackett, Kenny Sims, David Jimenez, presentation, 6:30, ask your questions. But they don't tell you that part. And remember, this is a meeting that I called for. Let's move on. Political party affiliation. Half our union is non-Democrat. 49% is Democrat. It's like the country. We're just split 50-50. We don't want to ignore our libertarians, our Green Party, U.S. Constitutional Party. But our country is really split between the 2 major parties, and our union is no different. That's what this thing is telling us, this slide. And this is why I have said we must pass this budget tonight to show our non-members that they can come back to the union for the first time, or they can become new members for the first time. We must show our non-members that we're not just a social justice organization that supports the Democratic Party. If you're going to increase your membership, the way our slides show here, with the projected revenue, 65% by January 2023, 80% by October 2023, then you must do things differently. And you can't keep supporting all these social justice programs and anything that supports the Democrats, because you're going to alienate half your union. So you say, well, Richard, we were at 66% in September 2009. Yes, you were. But that's funny because this country has really become quite different after 2008. And maybe you didn't know to the 2010 midterm elections. It's funny how when certain people win elections, you know, the long-term consequences show up down the road. Under my leadership, we will unify this union. It starts tonight with passing this 2022 budget. It starts tonight. And I'm excited. I feel good. We're not going to let no one wreak havoc tonight. We're going to do this in front of everyone. There's no secret meetings, no backroom handshakes. Oh, we got to, we can't talk about this in front of everybody. Oh, yes, we can. It's their money. Why would you want to talk about the dudes paying money behind a closed door? Ooh, see, that's live. I felt that one. I felt that one. All day I've been talking. Today I finally felt that one. All right, so look, why would you want to talk behind a closed door about our members' money? I'll put up the credit card statements. What are you trying to hide by going behind the closed door? You say you represent membership. And I've told you 33 of our 51 DLC presidents ran in unopposed elections. They didn't get not one single vote. Not one. And they laugh and they criticize and they demean those 2,637 people who took a chance on Richard Lewis Brown. Oh, I'm feeling it now. Woo! I guess this coffee's kicking in now. I'm starting to feel it now. All right. I'm excited. Caught my second breath for the day. 343. Tell you these numbers, y'all keep laughing at me. You just watch and see. Now listen. Those people who voted for me and everyone who voted for their candidate, I salute you. Voting matters in this country. There's nothing worse than people to complain about something not going right, and then they sit on the sidelines and they won't vote, they won't work. They just sit back and point the finger at somebody else and say, it's all your fault that my life is not where it should be. Everyone who voted in this local 1000 election, your voice matters. And it always has mattered, and it always will matter as long as I'm your president with my powers fully intact. And we're not going to let no one, no minority group, try to steal the voice of local 1000 voters. They voted me in on that 10-point platform to get the job done. Oh, yes, they did. And we're not letting no one steal your voice. Not tonight, not no night. We're going to do this tonight in front of everyone. We're going to pass this budget 65-0. Anyone that tries to offer you these excuses on why they can't pass this budget, what they're saying is they don't believe in you. They don't believe in the membership and the vote of the membership. That's what they're saying. And they are free to come on right now, any of these DLC presidents or bunk chairs, and have a conversation with me. Yes, come on. I'm waiting for you. They said I didn't give them a chance to talk last weekend. They've had all day from 11 o'clock up to 6. I may take a little break and then we get started right back at 6:30. But maybe that was their strategy to say that I wasn't going to allow them to talk last weekend. Maybe that's their strategy. Maybe they've convinced you with all these baseless lies before I even took office that I'm trying to destroy the union. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And you know I'm not trying to destroy this union. Why would I try to destroy a union and put it all over the media, social media, on our website? And one day, a future local 1000 president is going to say, there's the evidence of who that man was. I'm going to touch somebody's life today, tonight, for the rest of my life. Oh, yes, I will. When they tell you they're afraid to pass the budget, they're telling you they're afraid to challenge the status quo. They want things to stay the way they are. They want to collect the salary stipend with their imaginary chair position. That's what they're saying. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, I see a caller. Bunk chair 17, Vanessa Seastrong. Good afternoon, Vanessa.
Now, Richard, I don't think that's fair for you to be saying all this because
Mhm.
this is my first time
Mhm.
ever seeing the budget. And from what I'm hearing, this is not the full budget. And for you to say that
It's the full budget, Vanessa. Whoever's
if
telling
we
you that
vote-
is telling you a
well,
complete lie.
Well, the budgets that they were sent previously.
It's
in
the same
other
budget from 2019 that was sent. That's a
years.
complete lie that they told you.
It's more detail is what I'm hearing. This is
The
not
budget that you
detailed.
received, along with the board, along with all the dues paying membership, along with the non-represented, the email that went out, what was sent out is the same thing that was sent out by 2019, and that's what I've been informed by staff. So whoever's telling you that is telling you an absolute lie.
So the packet, because I remember being in a board meeting as
Yes.
a witness, just
Yes.
sitting outside observing, and they
Yes.
gave them a whole packet of the budget. And what I received is only 7 pages. And that's just because I did front and back
Right.
of them. But this, I've seen just witnessing that they got a bigger packet.
So
And even though we didn't get it because we
Right.
were observers,
right.
but for you to say that we're the reason why we won't pass it, I'm gonna pass what I see is right.
Okay.
And so for you to say that, I think that's wrong for you to say that about me because I'm part of the
No. I didn't. I just said some. I said some. So listen to this.
Okay.
Listen to this. Check this out, Vanessa. Don't go anywhere. I have the proposed budget. I have my scribbles and writing over it. I was informed by staff. This is the same format they did in 2019. Now, as you see here, here's a 2016. That 2016 looks like it's a lot bigger. Okay. They did it in 2019 and they consolidated, but it's the same information, but it's consolidated. So what you got is the same thing they sent in 2019. That's what I was told by staff. And I asked that question. I said, why does this look different? And then when I looked through it, I said, oh, I see what happened. It's the same information, but it's presented to you differently, consolidated on a smaller piece of on less paper. That's what they did. So when they tell you that we didn't get
So-
everything and I'm
okay.
hiding something, that's an absolute lie.
Well,
It's a
like where
lie.
it's supposed to be the breakdown of the DLCs and their expenses
Mhm.
and like when we're talking about the staff, it tells their salary stuff,
Yep.
but it doesn't tell individual. It tells like their we do the classification and what they salary. None of that stuff I received.
No. It's all in here, but it's been consolidated. So listen to how I'm using my words.
That's why I need more understanding because from what I'm seeing, I'm
Right.
like, I don't see anything on these papers that I received.
Listen
They're
to this.
just
Listen to this.
finalizations
Well, listen.
of
Well, hold on.
everything.
Well, hold on. So listen to this. I'm being told by staff that what was sent out in 2019 is the same format as this time, but they consolidated it for less time, for less paper, to make things simpler.
But when they're
20
consolidating, are they leaving off data?
No,
'Cause I'm not
absolutely.
getting-
No. Hold on. They can't leave off data because remember.
I
all
mean,
this
not
informa-
data, but
Right. You have to remember,
information.
listen to this. All this information has to jive. The numbers have to balance because it's being reported in taxes. So they cannot
course.
be withholding information from you. So when these people are saying some, and I don't know if it's some of the members on the board or some of the members who are outside the board, this information you're given that's being put up on our website, and we are a nonprofit and we submit our tax returns, it's the accurate information. Nothing, and I do mean nothing, is being held from you. Those numbers add up.
I guess
And
in the
that's why-
previous years, they went into more detail. Is that the difference?
Right. Well, and you know what? They may have in previous years. In 2019, they changed the format. That's before I got here. And that's why I'm taking my time all day today. And I'm so glad you were able to come on because they've been saying these things. And what I let people do.
And you know,
I'm-
a
I'm-
lot of people, Richard, I didn't even know about your email this morning because I don't get up in the morning and look at an email.
Right.
And
you're
so
right. And you
I
text me.
didn't,
and
you
then-
told me about this email
Now,
this morning when I was talking to you about some other issues.
hold on.
and-
Wait a minute. I'm glad that you said that.
And so if you wouldn't have told me, I wouldn't have known about this meeting until later when I looked at my,
Well,
I don't look at my personal. when
Well,
I'm
well,
trying to
listen,
work.
hold on. I'm glad that you brought that up because I was just talking about this, about this paper. And what I did this morning, I said we sent out 7 emails, 2 to the board and 5 to everyone, including the board. 7 times, the number 7. Now this morning, that email went out.
This morning meeting at 11?
Yeah, when I started talking at 11 o'clock this morning, I said, I took my time and I said, we sent out all these emails and I read the times. Now, this morning's email went out at 7:06. Okay,
Yeah,
here
this
it is.
morning.
That's right. But the first time we sent a board email was on December 20th at 10:31 a.m., just to the board. And then later that day at 6:19, we sent it to everybody.
That said we were going to have the 11 o'clock one?
No,
I only seen the one for 6:30.
Wait a minute. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
Now here's what I did. This morning, I sent out an email saying, hey, because I was being told the board was worried that they wouldn't be able to talk. And I said, what are they talking about? So I said, we're going to let the members talk all day because we know members can talk. That's what I did. And I opened that thing up.
But you know, the board is not off on union leave. So people are at work because I'm just looking at institutional. They don't have their phones. They're not allowed to be on the phone. When I'm at work, I can't be on the phone or on any Zoom or anything. I'll get fired for doing any social media during work time. So this is not a fair time. Now people are getting off now, and more people are getting on now. I see from this morning we had less people. Right.
So here, now listen. I don't talk about where people work, and I know why you said what you just said. Here's the great thing about me. What I allow people to do is sometimes I'll allow people to just lie and just build this narrative against me. Because normally people say, Richard's very reactionary. You say the slightest thing to him, he'll jump on you and start fighting you. And so what sometimes I do is I just let people pound on me. And when they think that they pounded me into submission, then I come out and tell you that these people are wrong. They're lying. Their allegations are baseless. And when they were saying, some of these presidents were saying that I'm not going to allow them to talk, I've said this repeatedly throughout the whole day. Tonight, 6:30, Chris Brackett, Kenny Sims, David Jimenez. The presentation, the board will ask questions. Once it's done, we're gonna open up. We're gonna do a roll call for the quorum. We're gonna take a vote. Now I've been saying this all day long. So even if they were not able to come on today, they'll still have their time tonight.
Yeah, because I still have a lot of questions about this budget.
And that's why I'm taking my time going over these PowerPoint slides over and over and over again. So everyone who's watching can contact their DLC president and say, what are you doing? What do you mean you're not voting yes on that budget? Richard took his time all day long to explain that. And not only did I explain it, I put it up on the website for everybody to take a look at. So there's no excuse why a budget has always been passed. And remember what I said, Vanessa, sometimes this information was not given to the board until the day of the meeting. And they still passed that budget in its original format. And then sometimes the information was taken back from them. I'm excited. I'm ready now. You woke me up, Vanessa.
Well, I just didn't like it when you were saying that we are not the board and I'm now part of the board. And I'm like, wait, you're talking about me now. And I had to get back on.
No, because you educated me last.
I'm working while I'm talking to you, so I'm
still working. Hold on, Vanessa. You educated me last week. I don't forget those conversations. So listen to this. Listen to this. I have said repeatedly, 33 people ran unopposed, DLC presidents. 18 of them want me out of here. I said, we have good people on the board. We have new bunk chairs and DLC presidents on the board. And some of them, they're not like you, but some of them are probably being misled by people who are lying. Remember when they were saying that I was part of the Freedom Foundation and the Koch brothers and all this and that? Those are absolute 1000% lies. But they keep saying that to build.
That's what I heard too. When we had our meeting, I did let you know that.
Okay, that's fair enough. Right. But listen, that is a 1000% lie. And when they say that I'm the one destroying the membership, that's a lie. And that's why I'm going through these PowerPoint slides myself, because Chris and Kenny, they're so professional. Yes. Of course, you know David. He's Mr. Calm, Cool, and Collective. But don't try David Jimenez. Don't try him. So these people, the way they're going to present these slides is one way. But as the president of Local 1000, I'm going to tell you ahead of time what's coming. And then I'm going to let the people say, oh, wow, Richard was actually telling the truth again. Again, he was telling the truth. So all these ideas about we can't pass the budget, some of the board is saying that. Not all of the board, but some of them. But if you tell a lie enough times, you can get other people to believe your lie. These are lies that some of the board and some of our non-board members are saying so they can defeat the proposal of the passage of this 2022 budget, a budget that's always been passed every year, regardless. But now, after 13 years, you have a new president, and some people don't want to accept my victory, then they'll do anything and everything they possibly can to stop this budget from going through. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
But keep calling back. I got Kevin Manager here, former Vice President, Secretary Treasurer, Kevin Manager. Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, loud and clear, Kevin.
Excellent, excellent. First of all, just for clarification, maybe I didn't listen to everybody, but I didn't hear that you were part of the Freedom Foundation. I heard that you were serving their goals by spouting right to work talking points that they said. So
That's
you
the way of
were
saying that.
doing their work, but you were not working for them.
I
You were
heard
not
both.
receiving a check for them.
No, I heard both. Because
No
remember,
doubt. People get sloppy with their language. I just want to clarify on stuff that
well,
could have been misinterpreted.
wait, no, wait a minute. Before you go on, I don't mean to cut you off, Kevin. There is one particular person, actually two, I'm not going to say their names, that they said that I was working for them, and that's how, excuse me. That is how I paid for these brochures. They said you didn't pay for that, they did. That's why I say that, Kevin.
Okay, that's neither here nor there. That's past campaigning stuff. I wish we could put the whole campaigning stuff behind us, but as long as you have brochures,
No. It actually is there, because they were saying that's how those brochures got paid for, because an AGPA could not afford that. So it is very, very, I would say, essential to this conversation about why they're saying some of these people on the board don't want to pass this this proposed budget tonight.
Well, we disagree on that point, but it's a minor point, and it's not really germane to the budget discussion you want to have here.
Okay, very good, very good.
It's already been brought up that, you did send out, the union did send out 5 emails this week about this meeting, but it wasn't until 7:05 this morning did it say anything about starting at 11 a.m. Now, I was working. I didn't even see it until about 3:10, 3:15 when you were on break. So I missed that and didn't get on board until recently. But here we are. So not passing the budget, first of all, you are correct that it has always passed pretty much as it was presented. There have been some moderate, mild little shifting of some monies here and there in the past, but that's nothing to be surprised about. But it did pass pretty much as it was presented. The difference was those budgets were reasonable. They made sense. This budget is expecting a $7.2 million increase in 1 year from 2021 to 2022. That is a 22.5% increase in revenue. And following that, on top of that, the following year is another 10 million expected revenue, another 19%. So you're blowing up, you're expecting another 30-something% of revenue based on what? Previous budgets were always more conservative on what their expected revenue was. And so it's better to err on the side of caution on your projected revenue, so that if you make more, great. But if you don't make as much, then you were already prepared for that, and your expenditures were already in line with expecting to make less money. So passing a budget that expects a 22% increase in revenue in 1 year would be, frankly, irresponsible and a disregarding of fiduciary responsibility. And there's no plan to see this coming in.
Hold on, Kevin. Kevin, wait a minute. Hold on, Kevin. See, you in my field house now.
Yeah,
so
I would expect you to do better about this.
No, hold on a second. So we're going to go back. I don't have the PowerPoint. I have the PowerPoint in front of me. I don't have the slide in front of me on the screen. So from what I can see, we were projected for basically a 45 million for 21. That's where we believe we're going to end up at. and the budget was at 40, basically 45. And then in 22, we go up to a 52.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
Yeah. So, and then in 53, we're going to 62, and then 24, we're going to basically 66. Here's the thing. When I was talking about increasing membership, I was dead serious. Dead serious. And so what we're looking at is a 65% dues, not 65, a 65% membership increase by January 23 and 80% by October 23. Why is that so important, Kevin? I'm gonna tell you why.
Makes
We
your
need to
fantasy
be-
come true.
Say again.
It helps your fantasy come true. Those numbers are unreasonable.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. See, when you use words like that, helps my fantasy. Yeah. No.
You
listen,
use
listen.
words like that all the time, sir.
Hold on,
You
hold
call
on.
people
Okay,
liars
all right,
because
listen,
you
all right, look.
disagree with them.
Hold on. I'll give you that one, Kevin. But here's the problem when you say fantasy. Is it a fantasy that I want to get people a 20% pay increase across the board for everyone equally? Is that a fantasy? Because it's
That
going
you
to take
want
our
to? No, that's
membership.
not a fantasy. That's a goal that you trumpet loud, and it gets people behind you. And if we could all get that, that'd be fantastic. Of course, we want to get that. The question is, will we get that? Should we base our budget, our expenses in the future, on what we hope to get? You know what? I could buy a lottery ticket and base my future's family budget on that. That would be foolish. Same thing here. You have to be more restrained in your expectations. And if you make more money, get that membership driving up that you say you're going to, then we're going to have a surplus at the end of the year, and we could do even more, and you can have a better budget based on that. But you make the money first. You don't count those chickens before they're hatched. That's irresponsible to do that. And so you putting out there, it's the spin, the self-serving, deceptive spin, because they passed a budget before because it made sense. This doesn't make sense to anyone's experience. And also, one little point on the CFO quitting, suddenly, after 5 months, that is cause for grave concern. And it is total BS. It is a lie. Someone has either lied to you or you are lying to us that you cannot disclose that letter to the board in closed session. Yes, it is confidential.
Hold on a second.
In closed session, they have a right to see every
Hold on, Kevin, manager. It's funny how you come on, and I'm glad that you came on because I want people to see you for how you really feel about Local 1000. First off, it is not a fantasy by increasing our membership to 65%.
Do it first.
And hold on a second. Hold on, and I caught myself in my numbers. 65%, and then by 75%. That's the correct number. I said 80 because I'm always thinking much higher. It's not a fantasy. When you say that's a fantasy, that's a slap in the face of Local 1000 people who are working around the clock to get this done. That's the first thing. That's a slap in their face to the staff. Hold on a second. That's a slap in their face. Number two, I went to college and I do have my 4-year degree. I'm not a fantasy. Number three, in order to get a substantial pay increase of a 21% pay increase across the board, you must have the numbers. So this idea of it being a fantasy is clearly wrong. Number four, for you to say the CFO quitting after 5 months and that's a grave concern, no. People quit jobs all the time. That's how you put the spin on it. But let me spin this back at you. Let me put the spin back at you.
Spin. Give me your spin.
Let me put this right back at you. Takes one to know one, Kevin Manager. Hold on a second. Obviously, I'll put enough spin on it to win an election and defeat the incumbent who had never lost an election before, if that's enough spin for you. Or it was on God through Jesus Christ. Pick one, okay? But I'm here. So this idea of you saying I put a spin on things or whatever, the idea is you're the one trying to put the spin to cause a situation before passing this budget tonight. What I'm simply saying is if you embrace my leadership, and I don't care how you dog me out on Facebook because everyone sees your posts about me.
I hope
and we
so.
saw the, hold on, wait a minute. We saw the post you said about going to this budget meeting tonight. See, that's why I'm so glad that you came on. Here's what we know. Here's what we know. People who support Local 1000, who support this president, who support free and fair elections across the country, they don't talk like you. They don't. So when you come on and say these things about fantasy and illusion or whatever word that you want to use, that is in your mind. I won an election because I inspired people. Now, I wasn't able.
Don't support Local 1000. Are you saying
No.
No.
That's what you're saying. What I'm simply saying is,
you just said
I tried. Listen to me. I tried to inspire in 2015. I tried to inspire in 2018. I was successful in 2021. So somehow, when you talk about my fantasy or a fantasy with this proposed budget, obviously the staff believed that what I was talking about, they lowered the numbers down. I said 80% by January 23, 90% by October 23. They said, Richard, let's be more conservative. 65% by January 23, 75% by October 23. They were conservative. And I said, you know what? You got a great point. Let's do that since you want to know so much, Kevin. But I'm glad that you're calling in because I'm here to educate you when you need it. And by the way, thank you for acknowledging that the VPs are now able to do their job. Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. Now, as far as this budget tonight, it's going to get passed, Kevin, and hopefully you'll be rooting to pass this budget and not on Facebook saying don't pass the budget.
This budget is irresponsible. The fantasy is you won because you got your people to vote for you and you campaigned and you were effective at that, obviously. You learned your lessons and you got better and better and you passed. Congratulations, you won. Now it's time to govern. Governing is different from campaigning. And governing takes a certain level of conservative and foresight and working with other people. This budget expects a, what was I want to say, 22% increase in revenue. Now, even if you increase your membership, there is a cap of $90. So we were weakest in Unit 1. So even if you increase Unit 1, you're not going to get the full increase for every member. It's going to be 1.5% of their salary because there's a cap at 90%. So, and we're doing pretty well with the lower paid jobs. On average, new members bring about $55 per month in. You're going to need about 1,000 new members a month.
Yeah, that's correct.
You're talking about.
That's correct. And that's why we aim big. That's why in this country called America, we aim big. We don't aim low.
Aim big.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait.
Sir,
go ahead.
There's a difference between aiming and then basing your reality. I can aim big. I can have a plan that I want to take my family to Tahiti, but I'm not just going to buy the ticket right now because I don't have the money. I need a plan to get that money together and plan the trip. A budget is a plan of what you plan to do, not your dream. You work towards the dream. And I love that you have a 3-year budget so you can see that you're working towards that. And also, congratulations to David Jimenez for having multiple budget meetings and having it open to the members. I really like that. I appreciate that.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. Stop right there, Kevin. Hold on a second. You just caught yourself. I just caught you. Now, wait a minute. This budget, see, I don't tell people's business. He replaced you when MTC decided to run again, and you decided to go run for bargaining, and he replaced your spot. And I knew that was a mistake, but I let it go. So when all of this was created, and I looked at it, and David Jimenez, and of course, Chris Brackett and Kenny Sims, they didn't talk the way you talked. So I had the support of your candidate on your slate. So why is it now that you're saying all this fantasy stuff when your candidate who won successfully, Secretary Treasurer David Jimenez, didn't say the same thing to me?
Let me answer that.
Go ahead.
My loyalty to people is superseded to my loyalty to the cause of a strong union that puts our members first and protects them in the workplace and beyond. That cause is not served by a budget that cannot be maintained. You will incur expenses you cannot pay for because your revenues will not meet your projections.
That's an absolute lie. That's an absolute lie. It's projected, but you don't have to, quote, meet your budget, still carry your expenses. Because if that was the case, he wouldn't have done the numbers like that. So there you go again, trying to come across like you're so intelligent.
Already had a CFO leave.
Listen.
You already had a CFO leave.
No. Hold on a second. That CFO left on his own. Okay, that person left because they chose to leave 3 days before the budget committee presentation and the board of directors meeting. That person decided to leave on their own. So don't try to bring that person into this conversation, because what you're doing is you're supporting those on the board who do not want to pass this budget. So what you're doing is you're calling in to, quote, inspire them, because I can guarantee you, once you're done talking to me, you'll be on Facebook making comments that don't support Local 1000 or its president. That's what you will do.
Local 1000. I do not support a president who puts forward a budget that cannot, and it's not.
And you know what?
And I would urge everyone to
and so Kevin,
to their fiduciary responsibility and
Kevin,
not pass
you
a
can
fantasy
talk.
budget.
Kevin, you can talk. Kevin, you can talk all that responsibility that you want. Here's what I do know: out of your slate, 2 people won. Okay, you had a second chance to win again. Wait a minute, hold on a second, because you use all those fancy words, but let me drop this on you. You can use all the fancy words and come across as reasonable. Hold on a second, because this is Kevin Manager, and let me get him straight. No, stop, put it down. Let me set him straight right now.
Put what
You can
down?
use all the you can use all the fancy words and come across like you know what you're talking about. But the voters decided that you did not know what you were talking about in the election 2 times. And when you ran for bunk, they decided again you didn't know what you were talking about. So all your reasonableness, all your education did not get you.
Truth isn't decided by a vote.
Okay. Anyway, people heard you talk all this time, and they've seen your actions on Facebook. Enough said. Let's move on to the next caller. Move on. All right. Who's our next caller? DLC President 772 Mary Dela Cruz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. Again, thank you for going over this budget. I'm kind of saddened. I am on the board of directors, and I also was when Kevin Manager was VP. And I'm a little saddened because I can remember Kevin being in that hotel, Kevin, where you've explained to us when you were VP of Fine Treasurer that, hey, sometimes the only time you see that report is right before when Yvonne hands it to you. You didn't have any issues with that, Kevin. You were silent as a rock. And so, I mean, you had the opportunity to speak up right then and there in front of all the board of directors and share that, Kevin. You chose to be silent. There many times we were way in the nights in the hotel in a room, Kevin, all of us who were strategizing to remove Yvonne Walker. Don't squint, Kevin, because you were right there with all of us, and we can name names, Kevin. So for you to now say, well, like, wait a minute, what? Kevin, you knew repeatedly you would never even be part of putting those finance reports together. You told us that with your own words. So now you're here in front of everybody making it sound like you're knowledgeable and you shouldn't do this. You know what? If you put your standards, your heights to the ceiling, that's as far as you're going to go, Kevin. And perhaps, I'm just saying, perhaps, maybe that's why you didn't get voted in, because I can remember when you were on that slate, Kevin, I said, why should I vote for you? You know what your response was? Because I'm going to retire in a year and a half, and I don't like to retire as a VP. Well, that to me, you just said you're about the members, Kevin. Oh, come on, don't shake your head. We were all on there. We were all on there when you were giving your time on the MTC, telling us why you think you should be reelected for president of Treasury. And then you flipped. Then you said, well, you know what? Instead, let's get David in here and I'll go to bargaining. It was like from one day to the next. And I'm like, what? And your whole concern was you wanted to retire as a VP and you wanted to be out on union leave. You told us that, Kevin. I'm sorry. And it's very disheartening that I hear you talking a different language now. Oh, wait a minute. But that's right. Your DLC president, the one that said, go suck a dick, is the one that appointed you. That's right. I can see why that happens. Okay. But anyway, thank you, Richard, for all you do. And truth will prevail and transparency will have its day. I'm sorry, Kevin. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. So listen, I know everyone's concerned. And it makes me smile because a lot of times people think, oh, Richard, what's wrong? What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with me. Never has been. And when I speak with passion, that doesn't mean I'm yelling or I'm this or I'm that. See, that's the portrayal of Black men in this country when we speak with passion and we call people out for their supposed sincerity. And you just heard someone call out Kevin Manager because his sincerity, that he does an expert job of appearing to be sincere. Maybe he is. Who am I to judge? But I know Kevin Manager. There are certain people I know like the back of my hand. I think I remember his birthday. I think it's November the 16th, 17th, or 18th. He's a Scorpio. See, I remember you so well, Kevin Manager. I don't forget. And you come on and you go on Facebook. And here's the thing that troubles me. We're trying to grow membership in this union. We're trying to create that exciting, enthusiastic energy for this union. And then you come on with it's not reasonable. You're in a fantasy world. You're hurting people's feelings. We are trying to inspire people in Local 1000. We want everyone to be a dues paying member. Oh, I'm saying it loud and I'm saying it strong and I'm happy. We're trying to inspire. And sometimes when you're trying to inspire, everything is not out in the open. And so what you've gone through, Kevin, and tried to pick this thing apart. And what we're trying to do is inspire people to pass the budget, to get off to a fantastic 2022 year. We don't care about COVID. We don't care about negative energy. We don't care about internal bickering. Tonight, 6:30, we're passing this budget. That's what we're doing. Don't offer no excuses, because anybody can offer excuses about losing. Anybody can offer excuses. We're going to win tonight. Tonight, we win. Tonight, we win. No jealousy, no envy, none of these lies, none of this propaganda, none of it. I'm not having it tonight. Now stand up and be strong and be an American. I mean that. Be strong. All this negative energy about what we can't do. I don't live my life by someone telling me I live in a fantasy world of what I can't do. I don't live like that. I don't get down like that. Don't come at me talking like that. Come at me with positive, exciting, emotional energy. We'll figure out these numbers, because we remember, before the numbers came, we were here. All right. So, who's in there? Oh, okay. So listen, I see Richard Roca. Let's go to Angela Morales, and then we'll come back to Richard, because Angela Morales has not spoke yet. Hi, Angela.
Hi, President Brown. How are you?
I'm doing just great.
I just got on a little bit, but I wanted to ask you a question. And I didn't really look at all the financials, so I apologize. But when I get home, I will. Can you tell me, in maybe the last 30 to 60 days, how much the membership has increased? Because I think there is an increase. If my I know that there was a couple of people that signed up that said that they were going to sign up, filled out the paperwork, and were coming back actually in my DLC. So I'm just curious if, because there's a lot of people saying they want to come back, they support
Right.
you. And, if the estimates on the revenue are just based on what we have right now and the increases that you're saying, I think that, and I could be wrong, and I always say that I could be wrong, but I'm going to venture to say that there has already been a slight increase.
So I can't give you the exact answer, because sometimes when I get those reports every week, it shows a net loss. And the problem with the net loss is you don't know if people are just retiring or separating. Some people are just quitting because they don't want to be COVID tested. So the reports that come in, sometimes those reports are somewhat clunky to read. So we're going to, wow. We're going to acquire a new system so we can track our reports better. And so that number, I don't have it on top of my head right now, but I will have it eventually. And okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because like I said, there have been not a couple. I'm very reserved when I say that, but there have been a lot of people that have been saying, I want to come back. I like where the union's going. I like that, everything is being exposed, because they've been following on Facebook as well. And I tell them about, hey, call in, get yourself registered. They send out the email to you guys. I said, you can listen in if you want, just to see the transparency, because a lot of people are like, well, everything's hidden and everything, and I get it. I really do. But at the same time, I just want to make sure that they know that, we're doing this, and that it's not Yvonne Walker, because they're hearing different stories out there. And I always just try to say, look, if you really want to know, then get on those conference calls, those Zoom calls. I said, and you'll know. I said, and get on SEIU Local 1000. I said, because everything is there. Everything you want to see, what was spent by the previous presidents, not just the president, of SEIU. I said, but you'll get to see everything. I said, and you make, your own determination. And that is one of the things that that's why I support you so much. I appreciate the transparency. I don't believe that our budget should be hidden either. I don't believe that any of the stuff that was done in the past should continue. And I know I'm not alone. I don't know these individuals, and I hope that these presidents make a conscious decision about what they're doing, because these are people's lives at stakes. You had the opportunity, you guys know, and if there's some board of directors on here that support you, I know that they will make their best effort to pass the budget, but think about the lives involved that if you don't pass the budget, that's where I'm like the most sincere about it, because it's like we as members, yeah, we don't have the right to vote for that, but I would say anybody that is on here as a guest, you know what, send out that text to your board of director encouraging them to actually pass the budget. We need those people in the resource center, we need those people doing what they're doing on union leave, we need all of that. And the division of this union needs to stop. It really does. And I know that we talked about this on the other call, but I want to go ahead and I just wanted to say that, because I know people are quitting, I know people are leaving, but I know that the membership is increasing. And I apologize for the noise in the background, because I just wanted to say something about that. But I will be on that call, and I will look at the financials before I do get on the call, so that I'm prepared if I do have any questions before you start. I'd like to do that. And I'm sorry that I'm not prepared right now.
Well, thank you for calling in. I want everyone to take a look at this 2022 proposed budget. And before we go to Richard Roca, let me say this really quickly. This idea of raising our membership. Remember, I'm on video for saying 80 and 90% for January and October, respectively, of 23. And the staff said, we have to be more conservative. Say said 65 and 75. And I said, okay, that's fine. Because I think big, I aim big. I thought in this country, in this great country, we always go big. And when people always try to tell you, well, not always, but when they tell you that's not feasible, that's not reasonable, and we're talking about creating a new culture for Local 1000, to me, what's not feasible, what's not reasonable is someone to say that. We're trying to overcome all of the status quo from the past. And when people used to tell me, you'll never, and I remember this man's name. He said, you'll never, ever beat the incumbent. Because you're not reasonable. You're in a fantasy. Now, it wasn't Kevin Manager. What that person did was inspire me like you can't believe. And I'm already motivated. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. You put my smile on, put my happy eyes on, because I don't want to look too serious. But you motivated me. And I'm motivated to drive up this membership. If you want to help me, great. If you don't want to help me, then I say with love, peace, and hair grease, get out the way. I'm coming. We're passing this budget tonight. This is about passing one agenda item, the budget. Special board meeting tonight, 6:30, Chris Brackett, Kenny Sims, David Jimenez. They're going to open up. They're going to go through this PowerPoint presentation. They're going to take questions from the board, only the board, because we're going to give the board priority at 6:30 to 8:30, the way we promised in the email. Then we're going to do a roll call. Hopefully we'll have a quorum, and we're going to pass this budget tonight. And we're going to be off to the races for 2022. Oh, yes, we are. And when they try to tell you that this budget is a fantasy budget and I'm in la la land, and Kevin Manager didn't say I was in la la land. He said fantasy. When people use words like that about fantasy, that is a slap in the face of those who are looking for inspiration. I was told that when they came from England years ago, they were in a fantasy. That they didn't know what they were doing, that it wasn't in the budget. Next caller, Richard Roca. Welcome back, Richard.
Hey, sir, thanks for taking another call. I have a couple questions that I don't really know about.
Sure.
And I'll ask them and then I'll give you time to answer after I get off. But so the first question I have is the vote, the way these folks vote this evening, is it public information? Are we sharing that so we can see who voted yes and who voted no? And two, my other question is, what is the extent? I think it may be time to explore what is the extent of your authority to make executive decisions and move beyond a board of directors vote and maybe get this union back to something like membership votes. I mean, it just seems like um, at some point these people, for whatever reason, are just unworkable, and it seems like you're bending over backwards. And as veterans, I look at everything in terms of warfare, and you just got to move on. Some people you just can't work with because they're not willing to work with us. So I would really like to see how this vote goes. I really am hoping that we can see who is in the negative column, and how do we remove the board of directors? How do we remove their authority? How do we make this a membership vote union? I think that might be the fairest way to get back to things. And listen, like I told you when I candidated for the committee chair, you're getting 90% membership from your veterans. So you can chalk that up in the positive column for yourself. We will support our fellow veteran. So you can count that. Okay. So keep it up, Rich. The transparency is killing them. They can't handle it. Just keep showing it. Everybody here wants to see it. I really appreciate that that insight that the fellow board member, I guess it was Mary, offers. I'm sad to see, hopefully, believe me, we need this union to stand up and fight for the members. I'm not sure what Kevin, why he's stuck on everything. Did they have all these questions when they let the $1 million giveaway take place? If they didn't, they should. I really hope they can come, sit down, and talk, and break bread, have coffee, whatever they need to hear, so that they could start working for us. Is really what we got to get back to. And I think you're in a good direction. There's going to be some ripples in the ocean on the way, but you know what? Just keep fighting, Rich. We got you. Good luck, bro.
Richard, thank you very much for that phone call. The vote tonight will be a roll call vote, and we will record it. We will record this roll call vote tonight. It will be a roll call vote tonight. No excuses. Everyone's going to be accountable for their vote tonight. It should not be no secret. There's never been in the history of Local 1000 where the budget meeting was kept in secret. Never in the history of Local 1000 has a budget never been passed in its original format. You heard Kevin Miniger say that. No secrecy. Everyone's going to be accountable for their vote tonight. We don't want to kick nobody off the board. They're trying to kick me off the board. We want to unify our union. We want to put our differences aside. We want to be positive. Some people have said things about the membership should have to ratify every change concerning the bylaws and policy file. Everyone is having different ideas. I don't have all the answers, but I'll keep working to get you those answers, Richard. That's a promise. And I'm going to keep being transparent, and I'm going to keep exposing people for who they are. Some people, because we got some good people on the board, starting with Bunk Chair 17, Vanessa C. Strong. All right, next caller. Mario Chacon. Go ahead, Mario.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
I'm with Richard Roca, Mr. President Brown. I say Richard, because in the Army, like we said before,
loud and clear.
Lead, follow, or get the heck out of the way. And I'm with you all. This is a member-led union, and I'm with Mr. Roca. This does not have been a member-led union. You can tell it by the disbursement of funds to San Juan, Puerto Rico, Pebble Beach, San Diego. Maldonado came down to San Diego many times. I never saw her, but Richard, I saw more of you in what 1 week than I did the presidents in the 15 years I've been in this union. I mean, I don't know. I'm with Richard Roca. You can make a unilateral decisions. We'll support you. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Richard. You're doing a good job.
Thank you very much. I can't make unilateral decisions on how the membership can, quote, really vote on every single thing, because if I was making unilateral decisions on every single thing, then I would be a dictator.
And that's true, Richard. However,
Okay.
you are being transparent, and I like
You're
that
right.
a lot. You are being transparent, so the decisions you make, and I agree with Mr. Manager about I rather under promise and over deliver, but that's your management style. I'm with you on that. Okay, but still, you're being transparent. You're being upfront what you're doing, as far as supporting for example, the proposed closure of Laskin County. I'm with you on that, totally. So, yeah, I agree you can't be a dictator, but you also at the same time, I love your transparency. Keep it up. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for that phone call. Listen, this idea of me making all these promises and not being able to fulfill it, and I failed in reducing the dues by 50% on day one. My goal is to still reduce the dues by 50% after we reached that 90% membership level. We may be able to do it at 80%, because we all deserve a break, a financial break, for all we've gone through with this union. But this 10-point platform is not radical. I know you think that it is, but it's not. I'm already, quote, doing the job stewards, but they're dues-paying members. But we want everybody to be a dues-paying member, and we want everyone to be a job steward. So I'm promoting that. So this idea that I'm trying to destroy membership is not true. All right. Now, we have a DOC president on the line that I've never spoken to before. She's DOC 706, Erica Chatterapal. Erica?
Good evening, Richard.
Good evening.
Yes, you said it correctly. Erica Chatterpal. Thank you. I wasn't able to join earlier due to the short notice, but I am a new DLC president. I've only been in Stewart for 3.5 years. However, I have concerns, Richard. The weekend that the board of directors was supposed to vote on the budget, I felt it was a really waste of my time. Can you tell me why? As a new steward, I feel like most of our meetings are a waste of time. I have family, I have children. I don't have leisure to spend that many hours in a meeting that was supposed to be held on the 18th and the 19th. Then we got last minute notification of today to be able to talk about the budget, which is great, but we work. Why wasn't the board of directors meeting called on the 18th and the 19th? And why did we get such short notice in regards to speaking or talking about the budget? 4-hour notice.
Okay. So I'll be glad to answer that for you, because I've never spoken to you before. So the first thing is congratulations. The second thing, on the 18th, the board of directors meeting, everything happened the way it was scheduled. It was the Human Rights Committee that whole day. So everything happened on the 18th. On the 19th, we weren't able to get to all the routine business because we're reading the impact statements, because we are a member-run union, not a board of directors-run union. So I apologize if I wasn't able to get everything done and to respect your time. Now, as far as this morning, that email went out because I wanted to give represented employees a chance to talk, because from 6:30 to 8:30, that priority is on the board of directors, period. So we're going to do the presentation, the budget presentation for 2022, and then take all the questions from the board and no one else. And then we'll call for the roll call, make sure we have enough people. We'll vote this budget in. So I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to you. I apologize if you felt that I didn't respect your time. So many people in our union have been disrespected for so many years, and they feel like this is their first time where they can take an active part on the Zoom meetings. Local 1000 listens to you on Wednesday night because I open up to everybody. And then on our board of directors meetings that most people didn't even know we had them. So I apologize if that disrespected you.
No problem. I would like to touch on an issue that I'm facing as a new DLC president. And I've numerously sent emails to records, or I think you call it communications, asking for membership cell phone numbers and personal emails. And the first attempt, they said, you were provided a binder, just use the binder. That's the best we can do for you. The binder has a whole bunch of pages and chapters, except for like the last section that has only a few pages of the member's worksite number, work number, which we are all state agencies. Try to call DMV. I'm from DMV. Good luck. Ever try calling a state agency, they direct you with, do you know the extension number, the name of the person you're trying to locate? It never is a direct number. So all I have is that to work with. So the second time I requested, they still said no. I need a membership list. How am I going to reach out to my members or non-members, right? Because we're trying to increase membership. And again, it was denied until the third attempt. I got a list of membership, but I'm telling you, I'm from DMV. And in my DLC, we have 7 DMVs. And I have all numbers to my DMVs. However, 100 of those members were missing off that list. So it's a very inaccurate list to start off with. So I don't even know about the other state agencies, what numbers and what numbers I do not have. And again, it was their work number and their address for work. That doesn't help me. I need personal emails. I need cell phone numbers, because if those are the tools, Mr. President, that you use to notify us of survey monkeys, and those are the cell phone, they said, we cannot provide you this information because it is personal information. But at the same token, they're using my personal email. I've not given any permission. I have 2 emails. I have SEIU, one that's Erica Chatterpaul 1000 at yahoo.com. And I have my personal email, which is White Mamba, which that's where I'm getting most of my emails. Nobody asked me for my permission. It is personal, but they're using it. And I get phone calls from your assistant at my personal cell phone. They don't call me at work. So if SEIU is using the same tools that are being denied to our DLC presidents to effectively do their work, why is it? Why is it that a double standard, which all I'm asking is tools to increase our membership? That's all I'm asking. And it has not been provided to me. So when I go to worksite to increase membership, I go blind. I don't know who to ask for. I don't know what members are not members. I would love to have those resources. Is that available to us? And if it hasn't been available, why not?
So I'm glad that you called with that question because it relates directly to the 2022 proposed budget tonight that has to get passed. We have to show everyone in this union that we're working together. And sometimes we have internal bickering, and sometimes the communication is not clear. Let me apologize. I normally don't do this. Let me apologize a second time. When you asked for your membership list, you should have been granted that membership list through reports on the very first time. You should have had those personal emails. Period. As far as the non-member information is concerned, I'm being advised that we'll get sued if we provide non-member information because non-member information is protected and a non-member could sue us. Now, that's what I'm being advised. Maybe in the future, that advice that I'm being given will change. But I want to make sure that every DLC president, when you call and say you need something, I need to get it done for you. Period. Those member information for you to communicate to members through their personal emails, when you ask for it, you need to CC me on that email, and that should be done first time you ask for it. And as far as the non-member information is concerned, the way they've done it in the past, the VP Organizing Representation, Annika Walls, wants to create a new way of reaching out to those non-members to help our DLC presidents organize those DOCs to increase that dues paying membership so we can effectively come together to fight to get a quality contract in the future when our current contract ends on June 30th, 2023. So I apologize to you, Erica, but we're going to fix that problem for you concerning
I
member lists.
appreciate that. But also know that's one reason, like when you say on the calls, you know, has your DLC contacted you about the agenda? You know, you need to be aware of what's going on in the board of directors meeting. How do we? We don't have their cell phones. We don't have their emails, even members. How do we do that? As a new DLC president, I'm starting to create my own little list, but I have 1,250 represented employees that hopefully one day will be members. But out of those 800, I probably just have 800 that are members. I probably only have 200. So how do we reach out to them, since when we started in June of June 30th, I think 30th of 2021.
Correct.
It's really an unfair question to new DLC presidents that have not been able to create a list due to, you know, seniority or because they've been president previously. There's no way for us to reach out to the members. As a matter of fact, David Jimenez, our previous president, asked me that, and I said, David, how do you want me to? How do you want me to reach out to the members that I don't have their cell phone number? I don't have their personal email either. Even if they're members, I don't have it.
And you're right, and that's why we're going to correct that problem. And I said sometimes at the staff there may have been some miscommunication, and then I'll take responsibility for that. And I'm not going to blame David or blame the staff or blame Monica. No, I'll take responsibility. We'll fix that problem. And so when you ask for those members' emails and their personal information so you can communicate to those members, you will get it. You won't have this problem anymore. That's a promise. And then we're still working on, you're very welcome. And you're right about being a new president. You didn't walk in with a lot of training, and neither did I. So we'll get through this together. There was something else you said.
About the Survey Monkey?
No, about communicating tonight on this board meeting. 6:30, the DLC presidents, you'll hear the presentation. You'll be able to ask your questions. That was not going to be an issue. I did this today because I know a lot of people, either one, they're teleworking and they're on social media while they're working, while they're raising their kids. Number two, they're on vacation and they're on social media. Number three, they're talking to their friends on the text phone, and they'll say, hey, Richard's on, he's on there running his mouth, and they're on here watching me. So the word spreads really fast. I wanted to make sure that once we review this budget presentation all over again, because it was supposed to go last weekend, but once we reviewed it all over again, I said, okay, this looks good. Chris liked it, David liked it, Kenny Sims liked it. I said, okay, we're good to go. But I wanted to give people all day to look at it and talk about it with me. And then when they talk about it tonight at 6:30, then you'll hear it all over again. But I have a way of explaining things and saying things kind of quick, kind of to the point, so that when they come in tonight, their work is really already done for them. And so some of the DLC presidents are watching and they're texting other DLC presidents. And I have all those emails that they send where they're yelling at me. You know what they do. And they're saying all these things. So I'm addressing all of their questions right now in front of everyone. And oftentimes people come on here asking questions that the DLC presidents are asking. So everyone hears the same story, where before people go to the board of directors meeting and then that information stays secret. And then those DLC presidents and bunk chairs, they come out of there and then they tell their constituents, people of their respective job classifications or DLC areas, what they want them to know. This is what Richard Roca and Mario Chacon is saying. They don't have to guess. I just give it all to you, and then you decide what you want to do with it. But thank you for calling in, Erica. You have any more questions?
Yeah, one question from my member was that a Survey Monkey that you sent out in regards to the, I guess it was for the president. I took it and I'm like, am I supposed to answer it for my previous president? Was it designed for the new president effective June 30th, or was it designed for the previous president? Because they didn't know how to answer it. I'm like, I'm going to answer it for my previous president. as far as, did your president notify you of the $1 million given to
So
the
that right,
California?
right. That came out, I think, in either October or November. So that was for you,
Yeah.
but you weren't the president when they actually gave the money.
Right. And
So
some of
if you
them were
would've-
answering as I was the president.
Right. So I think in that survey, you were allowed to put your comments in, and they were supposed to take note of the new DLC presidents that were not part of that board that voted to give $1 million on June 2nd to SAIU State Council to help Governor Gavin Newsom successfully defeat his recall. So you're supposed to answer it, but you're also supposed to, put in that survey, listen, I wasn't part of that situation. And that should have been accurately reflected. So if it wasn't, then I apologize.
Okay. Thank you, Richard.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for calling in, and I'll see you later tonight at 6:30. Okay. And that was our DLC 706 President, Erica. All right. Next caller, Brian Hockett. Good afternoon. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Richard. I've talked to you a couple times, and I think you'll agree I've always been polite and respectful, correct?
Yes.
Okay. A couple of things have come up during the meeting that I want to touch on. As you know, through my conversations with you, I'm trying to understand how the union operates, and I've been kind of going through the policy file. And the question came up, and it's a pretty straightforward question of how do we change the policy file? And the answer is simple: a simple majority vote by the board of directors. And then I have a question too, is what do you feel about if I sat there and say that the DLC serve as a basic structure for members to participate in the democratic process in the union? Would you agree with that?
Well, I want to go back to what you initially said. You were going through the policy file about the majority of the board can make changes to the policy file and basically bylaws too. The other callers, Richard Roca and Mario Chacon, they were saying that because there's a certain number of people on the board who are trying to strip me of my powers, that they felt that they're trying to ignore the voice of membership. And that's why they were saying, what can we do to ensure that the voice of the membership, when they vote for a president, that the membership's voice is heard and not overshadowed by a few people on the board of directors. So you're right, and they're right too. So there's two rights to this. So
well, there's recall processes. So yeah,
that's another situation. You're right. Yeah.
To change the policy file, it takes a majority vote of the board of directors, which are composed of, if I understand it correctly, the DLC president plus the executive membership of the union.
DLC presidents, 51, 10 bunk chairs, and the 4 statewide officers. You are correct.
And the 4 statewide executive. Okay. Yeah. The other part is, would you agree that the DLCs serve as a basic structure for members to participate in the democratic process within the union?
That's the way it was created. I can't say that's not. I can't say that's how it's actually happening, but that's how it was created.
Okay. But you agree with you agree with that fundamentally, though. That should happen that way.
Well, that's the way it was created. That's the way it should happen. It doesn't happen that way, and I think the question you're asking is a larger question about, in this great country, are we really a democratic society that we brag and tell the whole world and we send our military into other countries? Or are we really a democratic republic where a handful of people in unlimited terms in our federal government make decisions that sometimes doesn't reflect the country? I don't know. You have to tell me, Brian.
All right. And I also heard you say several times to respect the vote.
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a second, but I want to go back to the dues. I'm not going to go and say the increasing the dues is not increasing the due revenue, which is increasing the membership, is realistic or not. I know that I looked at the chart you sent out with the trend line of membership was going down even in the last several months based on the PowerPoint you presented.
Right.
But the issue I have with that is, you said, if I understood you correctly, and I wrote it down, is that you expect that membership to be at 65,000 in January of 2023.
If you're going off, quote, if we're at 100,000, I would say yes. And so right now we're under 55,000. Make sure I get this right.
Right.
Yeah, we're under 55,000. So for us to jump to 65,000 by January of 23, it can be done, but it takes work. So what the previous caller, DLC President 706 Erica, was saying about her ability to communicate to her members and also her non-members. To keep our members, we have to communicate to them. And then to get to our non-members, we have to communicate to them as well. So it can be done, but it takes a lot of work. And when people say this is just a fantasy or, it doesn't fit the box, your greatest ideas in life don't fit the box initially because you're going off of faith. And then off of your faith, you put it into action, but it goes against your common sense. So we can get to that number, but we have to push. But it's not going to be easy because we're trying to eliminate all the status quo way of thinking years ago about not being transparent, not putting our operations out in front of everyone so we can inspire our non-members. And this is why people were really excited by, when I ran, and I'm, they say, you run a campaign one way, and then you have to govern another way. I would tell you that every day I come to office, I come to work, is a campaign to keep my job. Now, I have to govern too, and I have to work with Annika and David and Irene and the staff and all the DLC presidents and bunk chairs in a very efficient and effective manner. But every day I'm campaigning to keep my job. Hello, Brian?
I got disconnected and I was still muted and I came back.
Okay.
All right. So I wasn't talking about, a stretch goal or anything like that. I'm just saying, based on what you said, Richard, is that having 65,000 members by, we'll call it the end of 2022 or the start of 2023,
yes,
the numbers don't add up. And what I'm saying on that is based on the numbers I calculated, which is the current revenue divided by the number of members, which I got a number of 55,900 and something, it ends up about $66 on average per member. And the number is right, 65,000, but that's not at the end of the year. You would have to have an average of 65,000 throughout the whole year. So if you increase steadily every month on a straight line curve, you would be 50% short of that number. The numbers don't add up. And just before you go there, I have an accounting degree, passed the CPA exam.
Oh, I know you do. I know that.
So
I'm
I'm
not
just saying
so
the numbers don't add up.
Well, Brian, those numbers do add up. Maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. And that's why Chris Brackett, who also has a CPA, will tell you tonight how they add up. So I'm glad that you're calling ahead of time because that's an important question. But I have full confidence in Chris Brackett. Now, if Chris Brackett, who had to jump into this because our former CFO just quit all of a sudden, if he possibly may have made a mistake, he has the integrity to admit it and will correct the numbers. But I have confidence in Chris. So we'll leave it at that.
I like to hear it. And I don't like playing gotchas. I'm just saying the numbers came up and it just, they don't make sense to me.
And remember, we represent nearly 100,000, so we have to go up. So
oh, we don't have to, but it would be optimistic to have it go up. I'm not saying unrealistic.
Well, here's what we'll say. You got your degree in accounting. I got my degree in finance. You know, we're like sister and brother. And we sat in those classes and argued over numbers left and right. And only people like you and I know this. And those who went on to get that MBA or get their CPA license, pass all those hard tests or get their CFA, we know it's in them, but it's also in us as well. So we can look at numbers. Sometimes we make mistakes in spreadsheets. There's nobody perfect out here. And I kind of wondered, and this is the great thing about people in our union, because we represent over 730 different job classifications. If I put this stuff up, if there's a mistake, somebody's going to catch it. What I want to know is all the mistakes that the state of California has made when they put their reports up, were their mistakes caught? I just want to know. I would like to know, are people going through all their stuff and calling them out for the mistakes they may have made? But they have a larger set of people that have all the time to get it perfectly right. And when
I understand, but we're talking about this right now. We're not talking about that.
Hold on. But I'm making my point though.
Well, you got the microphone.
Because when I see people going through all this, it makes me excited. I love that because that shows me, Brian, that you care. But what I want to know is you would have never been able to look at this until I showed up on the scene. And then all the things the state of California has done, all the times they've hid money in accounts and stuff like that. Were our state employees going through their financials this thorough and asking these questions? Because I don't think they were. And that's why I said tonight, this budget must pass 65-0. Because we must have confidence in ourselves. We must have confidence in our staff that we are doing the right thing, and we're going to increase our membership. Doesn't matter about our internal feuds and factions and all that. We will win this tonight. All right. Oh, okay. I think people are getting a little, hold on one second here. All right. So it's almost 5 o'clock. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, or actually an 18-minute break, and we'll come back at 5:15, and we'll run that to 6, and then we'll stop, and then we'll start all over again at 6, and we'll get a jump start on the 6:30. All right, so we'll stop right now. I'm Richard Lewis Brown. Today is December 29th, 2021. It's 4:57 p.m. Let's take a 18-minute break to 5:15. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Lewis Brown. Today is December 29th, 2021. It is 5:15. We're going to go to a little before 6, and then we'll take a little quick break before 6, and we'll start all over again, 6:30. Local 1000 special board meeting tonight. We're going to pass the 2022 budget. Tonight, 6:30, you're going to hear Chris Brackett, our controller, Kenny Sims, research director, VP secretary treasurer, David Jimenez. They'll present the budget presentation slide that I've already been talking about all over again. Take questions from the board of directors, 51 DLC presidents, 10 bunk chairs, 4 statewide officers, including myself. After that's all said and done, we'll do a roll call, make sure we have enough people. We'll do a vote, yes or no. We will pass this budget tonight. One quick thing. Prior caller, Brian Hockett, he was talking about making changes to the bylaws and policy file, majority vote. He's right, but he's off. He's not factually complete. One quick thing. If we're going to change the structure of Local 1000 and create a new position that's going to alter the way business is run for Local 1000, that's going to require the vote of the membership. That's that part. Other thing, someone else brought to my attention, the board cannot take disciplinary action against me by stripping me of my powers, which is what they're trying to do. That's not how you do that either. So even though Brian Hockett asked those questions, they have a deeper symbolic meaning and they need a more complete answer. All right, let's move on. Oh, we have a person hand raised. Michael Gus. Good evening, Michael Gus.
Hi, Mr. President. On the last one of these, you let somebody else talk for an hour and didn't interrupt. So let me talk for as long as I need. I promise it'll be way less than an hour. Please don't interrupt. I want to address what you just mentioned. Number one, for members who are not aware of this, there are multiple HR1 complaints that have been filed against you. I don't know whether board members have filed them or whether members have filed them. I know of one member who filed one. And those complaints for months did not receive a hearing. And then you appointed Mary De La Cruz, the hearing officer, who comes on this call every week and says how great you are. So I don't really think that's going to be a fair hearing. We should hire an arbitrator for those. Number two, in your budget, which I read, and it's not really a budget, it's a spreadsheet. Budgets would actually have, we're spending on this. This is what it's going to be for, a summary of why it's needed. But in your spreadsheet, you have dues increasing by $8 million in the next 2 years, when every time we talk to you, you tell us you are gonna cut the dues by 50%. And membership is declining. So, again, I said this last week to the members of the board, you can be held personally liable. And the problem with your budget is it has forecasts that just don't make any sense, because you say you're going to cut the dues in half, the membership's declining, but then you're going to raise the dues by, it's about, 20, 25% when you look at it. The math doesn't add up. It's fuzzy math, to quote George W. Bush. And so you can't pass a budget on fuzzy math. You just can't. Number three, for 6 hours now, and I had to work today, so thankfully I didn't have to listen to all of it, but I checked in on my breaks. We've had to listen to the woe is me story. And I'll end with this. Under your so-called leadership, Mr. President, us members have received absolutely nothing. We got 4 hours of ITO from the governor. We don't have any essential worker premium pay. We don't have a permanent telework agreement. We don't have a telework stipend. We don't have any of that. But we get to listen to you talk about, oh, they're after me. It's all about me. It's me, me, me. Your administration is the administration of me. The problem with that is unions are about we. They're about what's best for us. And what's best for us, the members, is to not pass this budget, to come back with more reasonable forecasts. Yes, there'll be some hurt for staff, but we can make them whole in the end. And we should, and the board should. But what would be more irresponsible is to pass this budget that doesn't add up, that doesn't have explanations for a whole lot of things that I didn't go into, and then not be able to meet our obligations and have to lay off staff, which is what's going to happen if the board passes your budget, no question asked. They should table this. They should look at it. They should come up with a budget, and it's not the board's job. It's not a board's job as a former executive director of a nonprofit. It's not a board's job to vote yes or no on what the president proposes. It's a board's job to make amendments to the budget because they have different concerns of the organization. It's the board's job to approve and not approve certain line items. They have that power and they should exercise it. Because again, what have we got? No telework agreement, no essential worker premium pay, and 4 hours of holiday ITO. We all get to work on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Great leadership. Thank you. Have a great day.
Some people make me laugh. Some people put me in fantasy land. You realize the telework agreement, that conversation started in September of 2020. And I'm fighting to get you a great telework agreement. Has nothing to do with our budget tonight, but he wants to talk about that. So that conversation started in 2020. Nothing ever got done. I show up trying to fight to get you a great telework agreement. I've been 6 months on the job. Number 2, the essential worker premium pay. The money was there in January. It was there for sure in May of 2021. We did an essential worker premium pay petition. Thank you, Yolanda Williams. Before I arrived on the scene, that money was there. But yet, he doesn't hold the prior administration responsible for that. What else did he say? Cutting the dues in half. I said, yeah, I want to cut the dues in half by 50%, and I know how to do it. I didn't do it on day one. You can still raise membership to over 90% and still cut the dues in half, but you got to cut your spending in some areas. What areas do you cut the spending in? Just look through the budget, and you'll know where to make the cuts at. What was the other thing? Lay off staff. No staff's being laid off. In fact, they got a pay increase that they haven't had since 2006. But Michael Gus doesn't want you to hear that because all he wants to do is ensure that the budget does not pass tonight. Staff has not had a pay increase since 2006. They got a 14% pay increase October 1st, 2021, under my leadership. 14%, 7% this year, 4% next year, 3% the third year. But I'm not doing anything. Moving on. Let's pull up this PowerPoint on this budget again. Let's pull it up for me, please. I see Michael Gus's hand raised again. He can keep his hand raised, but we're going to stay positive tonight. And, I said what I had to say to him really quickly. I'm moving on. All right, so I'm going to go back for a second here. Let me click this thing back. It's going to go back here in a second. So I'm clicking, and I'm clicking, and I'm clicking, and I'm clicking. There we go. So here we go. Local 1000 Board of Directors tonight, 6:30 to 8:30, 51 DOC presidents, 10 bunk chairs, 4 statewide officers. We're here to budget presentation, take all the questions. Then we'll open up the meeting to do a roll call to make sure we have enough people to vote to ratify a budget that's been ratified every year in Local 1000 history, and it's never been modified. You heard Kevin Miniger, the former VP Secretary Treasurer, tell you this earlier. And this idea that this information is being withheld, that this current format is different because it's been consolidated, even though this current format was used already in 2019. Maybe I didn't say that clearly enough to Vanessa C. Strong earlier. I apologize, Vanessa. This current format has been used already in 2019, and that budget passed. I've just been informed that a budget in 2019 that had a deficit was passed also. Y'all think I'm playing. See, a lot of people want to sit back and talk. I'm putting in the work. Moving on. This presentation was prepared by Mr. Chris Brackett, Local 1000 controller. He got promoted in the summertime. You didn't know that. I don't tell people's business, but now I'll say it. He's the controller. Should have been the controller many years ago. But that's okay. I'm not going to complain. Kenny Sims, our great Local 1000 research director, and our VP Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez. He ran on the slate, Members for Transparency and Change. David is the man. Annika Walls, his running mate, also won. She's our VP Organizing and Representation. That slate took down 2 of the 4 positions, and they're doing a great job. Moving on, officer stipends. Since I've come in, we've saved $72,000 in officer stipends. I haven't signed for anyone to have that. The VPs have not asked for it. Thank you, VPs. David, Annika, and Irene. We're going to save $526,000 over the course of of 3 years. Full calendar year 2024. $526,000. That's huge. That's significant. But they don't ever want to tell you that. But that's okay. I'll tell you. Moving on. Long-term membership rate, it's been declining since September 2009. 66% went down to 59% or 60% August 2014, went back up 64% June 2017. And then it's been on a decline since June 2018 at 64%. It's been on a decline 56% December 2020. And now we're at 54.7%. That's 1.3% loss since I started. I am not destroying this union. These allegations that I'm trying to destroy the union, I'm a detriment to the union, those are lies. They're unfounded. They're groundless. They're baseless. They're unreasonable. And these lies are in the fantasy world. Moving on. Party affiliation. This is why we must get out of divisive politics. Half our union, 49%, rounded, Democratic Party, 49%, out of 81,220. The remaining 50%, non-Democrats. That's where you see the Republican, decline the state, Libertarian, unknown, Green Party, Independent, Conservative, Reform Party. Our union is split down the middle, 50-50. We must stop this social justice spending. We must invest in ourselves by investing in a strike fund, period. We cannot give favoritism to partisan politics and keep electing the same people and wondering why we can't enforce our contract, why things are not, quote, changing for us in our lives, why we provide for our kids, our spouses. That won't work. When we lost 2 days of pay for fiscal year 20 through 21, did those state legislators lose any money? They did not. They prioritized and protected their families. Enough said. Moving on. Staffing levels, 145. We have eight vacant positions right now. People are not fleeing this union the way the rumors are. That's a lie. 16 departures in 2010. More departures in the following years. The high year was in 2012. Had nothing to do with me. I wasn't the president. 37 departures. You'll see in 2011. Wait a minute. 2011. Oh, wait a minute. 32 departures. There we go. 33 departures in 2013. This year, full year 2021, 33 departures. I'm here for half the year. I take some of the responsibility. Involuntary or voluntary. People leave organizations all the time. Don't let people tell you, because this current CFO left 3 days before the budget presentation committee, and then the budget on the 19th. Don't let that confuse you. That's just an excuse to throw you off, to distract you. Moving on. And you see the number in the 30s for departures for 5 of the 12 different years. There's 33 this year. And you'll see that we've had 5 prior controllers before the current controller resigned on December 15th. When he was hired on June 8th, he had 21 days of training from the former CFO, who had been here over 7 years and 9 months, who was an expert. But when the new person got hired on June 8th, he had 21 days before that person who was training him left on June 30th. The first day I started was that former CFO's last day. There's no excuse why we can't pass this budget tonight. No excuse at all. There's the staff departures, 312. 8 were not available for the reason for involuntary or voluntary. Our system was not marked. So 312 have left over the 10-year, 12-year period. That's roughly about 25 per year. Now there it is, 25 per year. And this slide says that the doesn't include the 8 that had no reason. So that's why you see the total number of departures of 304 and not 312. Moving on, represent employee voices. Tonight you hear people say that they can't pass this budget. Some of these board of directors will say that because they say they're representing their members. Let me be crystal clear. 33 DLC presidents in orange ran unopposed. 18 of those are against me, who are trying to strip me of my power. That's just facts. That's not my opinion. That's what it is. 33 people ran unopposed. We don't know who voted for them because no one voted for them. So when they say they're representing their people, we don't know if that's true or not. But what we do know is true. Do you feel your DLC president represents your voice when he or she votes for you at the board? No, 65%. That we know is true from those who responded to the survey. Such as the $1 million to State Council to help Governor Gavin Newsom successfully defeat his recall. We know that, 65%. Ask the question again. Has your DLC president or bunk chair? Now, when this survey went out in October or November timeframe, we had a new DLC president, 706, Erica. She said, how can I really respond to that? Because this doesn't really apply to me. She's right. So those new DLC presidents, maybe that survey doesn't apply to them. But some of the former DLC presidents who've been reelected, this does apply to them. Now, some people would say, well, has the new DLC presidents been able to reach out to their people? The new DLC presidents may push back and say, I've tried, but I don't have the information I need to successfully, during this pandemic, because most people work from home, be able to communicate to our members and our non-members. They got a valid point. But those who responded to this survey said 83% said, no, my DLC president or bunk chair does not represent me. And many of our current bunk chairs were reelected. Moving on. Are you aware of dates and times for board meetings? Now, this should be able to apply to everybody if you're able to communicate with your people. 80% said no. Again, are you aware of the contents of the board agenda and current events, such as them trying to strip me of my powers? 85% says no. Have you been invited to attend and given the opportunity to provide feedback at the BOD? 81% said no. Are we going to be able to increase our communication with our resident employees of Local 1000 in the future? Absolutely. We will change this. That will be corrected. Moving on. Would you like to speak? We have a voice at the BOD meeting. 70%, 71% rounded says yes. And that's why they were speaking so loud and clear and talking for so long last weekend. I was reading their impact statements because I was listening to our people. It wasn't me trying to be a dictator. Moving on. Now, statement of assets, liabilities, and net assets. This is, quote, the balance sheet. We're a nonprofit, so we don't see assets equals liabilities and owner's equity. You see net assets in place of owner's equity. Moving on. Cash. Going fast. Current cash investments. Dues. Our current assets that bring us value. Moving on. Other assets that bring us value. Moving on. Moving on. Property. Assets. Fantastic. Moving on. Not much variance. Liabilities, what we owe out, what we must pay, what we're on the hook for, our debt, our obligations. We all have debt. Some of us have more than others. Debt normally becomes more expensive over time. Non-current liabilities. So when they say current, I believe that's within 1 year. And anything past 1 year, okay. Yeah, that's old accounting finance. Oh, all right. So now someone asked a question, Brian Hockett, about some of these numbers. We'll get to that in a second. I have full confidence in the staff. I have confidence in Chris Brackett, our CPA, our controller. If he made a mistake, he has the integrity to admit where he's made a mistake. I don't believe he made a mistake. I stand by Chris Brackett, period. Moving on. Oh, this is about our net assets. The strike fund and all this, total net assets, the things that bring us value. And it says total net assets. Okay. Now, our liabilities and our net assets. And what you'll see is the liabilities, what we owe out, and our net assets, quote, our net income, or our, quote, owner's equity, should I say, that's more correct. You'll see that number, $39,502,439. That equals our total assets. There's your accounting ratio. Assets equals liabilities and owner's equity. That was for at the end of October 2021. And you'll see when our year ended December 31st, 2020, what the number was. And so we're in good shape. You don't see much fluctuation. You don't see much fluctuation in this. This is why there's no reason to not pass this budget. Now, when we said later on, we get to the last slide about those dues, projecting 65% membership, January 2023, 75% by October 2023. That's a conservative estimate. Remember, I was running my mouth saying 80% and 90%. Chris said, slow down, Richard. Slow down, Richard. We have to be more conservative. He talks like he's a certified public accountant. Slow down, Richard. Okay, let's keep it moving. Statement of activities and proposed budget. Proposed budget. Sometimes you make budget, sometimes you don't make budget. It's no different in your household. 3 years, 22, 23, 24. 2019. The dues that came in. Hold on. Wait a minute. $46.5 million. 2020, 45 million flat, basically. We rounded for 40, I'm sorry, wait a minute. Yeah, 46.5 million in 2019, 45 million in 2020. And then at the end of the month of 2021, we're at 37 million. And we think it will be at basically rounded again, 45 million in 21. And we had budgeted to be at basically rounded 45 million. So we're right on budget. And then when you see those budget forecasts for 22, 23, and 24, that some people said those numbers didn't jive, I would say Chris Brackett knows what he's doing as our CPA, and considering he had to go back and verify and redo everything to make sure that it was right, I know he did a great job. And even if he didn't do a great job, I know he had the integrity to put the work in to do a great job. And he has not left the union. He likes his job. He doesn't get paid enough money for his job. That will be corrected on a side note. And these are for whole calendar years. Someone said that that's too much. That's a fantasy to increase our membership and to expect that we can inspire and motivate and create enthusiastic energy and have challenging conversations. You remember when they told people you can't go to space? You know, you're in a fantasy. Remember that? Remember when they told Barack Obama, forget it, you ain't going to be the one? Now, they told Donald Trump the same thing. They both laughed and said, here we go, off to the races. We can do this. You got to have faith in the substance of things hoped for, but evidence of things not seen. Well, that goes against the Excel spreadsheet. That goes against numbers. When you have faith in a substance of things hoped for, but evidence of things you've never seen before. And once you learn to believe and have blind faith, then things will materialize. Yes, you must plan. Yes, you must study. But first, it starts with the idea. We can do this. Let me stop preaching. It is Wednesday night, though. All right. Expenses. I'm going through these slides. What time we got? It's 5:40, 5:39. Hold on. You know what we normally do? I'm gonna do something. Oh, let's go back to that last slide. Let's go back to that last slide. I was going too fast. Here's what I want to look at. After all that talk, tell me the bottom line. Are we winning or are we losing? Yes or no? 2019 looks like we lost that one. I wasn't around for that one. I'm not blaming no fingers. They passed that budget. They passed the budget in 2019 on a 7,140,000. Maybe the former VP Secretary Treasurer Kevin Miniger can explain that fantasy number. Maybe he can. I'm just asking. I mean, I'm just saying, or maybe he wasn't allowed to do his job. That David Jimenez is allowed to do his job now under my leadership. I'm just saying. So it looks like 2019 wasn't a good year. 2020, everything was fine. As of this year, everything will be just fine as well. And this budget forecast that people say those numbers are too unreal and too unrealistic, they're in a fantasy. Where's your faith? Where is your belief? If you don't believe in a higher power, okay. Where is your belief in your own self and your own positive mindset? Let me tell you something about that fantasy. Because people say, oh, why did Kevin say that to you, Richard? Shouldn't he be working with you because you're working with Annika and David Jimenez and those are his running mates? The word fantasy. Now, some of you are young people and you don't know what I'm talking about. There was an old show on TV, Ricardo Montalban. And it was called Fantasy Island. People would go on there with the little fantasies and they would come true. And you said, why do you bring that up, Richard, about this? I wish I had some of those revenues off that Fantasy Island because that was a popular show. I wish I was getting some of that fantasy money. Last time I heard about the fantasy was about, hey, we're going to create a show and then, you're going to talk to all these different people and you decide who you want to date and who you want to marry. To me, that's a fantasy. But the last time I checked, that reality TV shows, that fantasy that they're living in, they're doing quite well for themselves. Since you want to talk about fantasy. All right. So it is now 5:42, almost 5:43. And I've gone through these slides really quickly. At 6:30, the big shots will show up. Chris Brackett, the controller, Kenny Sims, the research director, and our VP, Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez. They're going to go through this budget presentation all over again, and they'll do it in their own very special, unique way. It won't be like me. It'll be very calm, very thorough. You'll be able to ask Chris questions about this budget that's no different than any other budget that he's helped assist throughout all these years he's been here. And every budget has been passed in its original proposed state with no amendments to it. So when they come on here saying, we need to side letter this, we need to table this, but yet in the same hand, they come out of the side of their mouth and say, we need to make changes to it. But they never made changes to no other budget before. And then you wonder why I say these people are attacking me because I'm a black man in this country who's fighting for everyone equally. You wonder why I say that after they sent the cops to my house on May 25th at 5 o'clock in the morning. Praise God, I'm still alive. It may look easy what I do, talking to you. I've been talking since 11 o'clock. Took a little 15-minute breaks here and there because the staff said, you're going to take breaks. You're not going to wear us out. We want our union. Wow. They caught me. They want their union breaks, and they're right. They want their union breaks. So it looks easy when I'm saying, and I'm throwing these numbers at you so fast, so furious that you can't keep up, and you hear certain words and then other words that I say you don't hear. Like I said, this 2022 proposed budget, its format is no different than the 2019 budget. But that budget was consolidated the way this is. But there's the same amount of information. Now, prior budgets may have been more detailed, but they made a change back then to consolidate, to make things easier. I had nothing to do with that. But now all of a sudden it's a problem. We're withholding information. No, that is not true. We're not withholding anything. No, we're not. Nope. Not true. And I'm trying to point out to you all these, quote, allegations and lies. It's just so many of them. They're all over the place. The lies are like the pandemic. Every time you turn around, it shows up. You need a mask to put on. Every time I turn around, there's a new lie. Pretty soon they'll be telling you I'm from outer space and I didn't come here legally and I don't have my passport. Whatever. Good gosh. Lies after lies after. How many lies can you tell? But you know what? I still love you anyway. I still love you. I understand the method to your madness about trying to prevent this proposed budget from going through, but it's not going to happen. I have confidence in the board of directors of Local 1000. Oh, yes, I do. And we're going to do this in front of everyone. And we're going to do a roll call vote. 65-0 tonight. Tonight, 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 as Keith Washington would say, out of that soundtrack Boomerang. Tonight, tonight, tonight. We're going to make it happen tonight. Oh, yes, we are. And when the people, as I call it, the smarty people show up and give out their perfect budget presentation, they're going to answer all the questions. It's going to be just that easy. The easiest board of directors meeting we've ever had in Local 1000 history. All right, no one agrees with me, but that's okay. I'm in my own fantasy world. We're going to do this tonight. I am not going to let nothing destroy us tonight. We're going to have a great night tonight. In fact, here's what we're going to do. It is now 5:46. I am so excited. We're going to start back at 6. We're going to start back full of energy, full of excitement. And I'm sorry the state of California only gave you 4 hours ATO. I know some agencies will give you 4 hours ATO. The state gave you 4 hours ITO for a total of 8 hours. So that's a one whole day. And somehow that doesn't come out. And I know some of these constitutional officers have given their people off for a whole day. Oh, yes, they have. People have combined those 4 hours and 4 hours. Yes, they have. Other agencies, not so much. But here at Local 1000, we want to make sure our staff gets treated with love and respect. Notice I didn't just say respect, love and respect. So here's what we're going to do. Right now it is 5:47. I'm going to shut my mouth down. December 29th, 2021. We're going to stop here. We'll be back at 6. And from then on, it's showtime. All right, I'm Richard Lewis Brown. Thank you very much.